Section 1 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. On the Life and Writings of Mr. Disraeli by his son, Part 1. The traditionary notion that the life of a man of letters is necessarily deficient in incident appears to have originated in a misconception of the essential nature of human action. The life of every man is full of incidents, but the incidents are insignificant because they do not affect his species. And in general, the importance of every occurrence is to be measured by the degree with which it is recognized by mankind. An author may influence the fortunes of the world to as great an extent as a statesman or a warrior, and the deeds and performances by which this influence is created and exercised may rank in their interest and importance with the decisions of great congresses or the skilful valor of a memorable field. Monsieur de Voltaire was certainly a greater Frenchman than Cardinal Fleury, the Prime Minister of France, in his time. His actions were more important, and it is certainly not too much to maintain that the exploits of Homer, Aristotle, Dante, or my Lord Bacon were as considerable events as anything that occurred at Actium, Lepanto, or Blenheim. A book may be as great a thing as a battle, and there are systems of philosophy that have produced as great revolutions as any that have disturbed even the social and political existence of our centuries. The life of the author whose character and career we are venturing to review extended far beyond the allotted term of man, and perhaps no existence of equal duration ever exhibited an uniformity more sustained. The strong bent of his infancy was pursued through youth, matured in manhood, and maintained without decay to an advanced old age. In the biographic spell, no ingredient is more magical than predisposition. How pure and native and indigenous it was in the character of this writer can only be properly appreciated by an acquaintance with the circumstances amid which he was born, and by being able to estimate how far they could have directed or developed his earliest inclinations. My grandfather, who became an English denizen in 1748, was an Italian descendant from one of those Hebrew families whom the Inquisition forced to emigrate from the Spanish peninsula at the end of the 15th century, and who found a refuge in the more tolerant territories of the Venetian Republic. His ancestors had dropped their Gothic surname on their settlement in the terra firma, and grateful to the God of Jacob, who had sustained them through unprecedented trials and guarded them through unheard-of perils, they assumed the name of Disraeli, a name never borne before or since by any other family, in order that their race might be forever recognized. Undisturbed and unmolested, they flourished as merchants for more than 2 centuries under the protection of the Lion of St. Mark, which was but just, as the patron saint of the Republic was himself a child of Israel. But towards the middle of the 18th century, the altered circumstances of England, favourable as it was then supposed to commerce and religious liberty, attracted the attention of my great-grandfather to this island, and he resolved that the youngest of his 2 sons, Benjamin, the son of his right hand, should settle in a country where the dynasty seemed at length established, through the recent failure of Prince Charles Edward, and where public opinion appeared definitively adverse to persecution on matters of creed and conscience. The Jewish families who were then settled in England were few, though from their wealth and other circumstances they were far from unimportant. They were all of them Sephardim, that is to say, children of Israel, who had never quitted the shores of the Midland Ocean until Torquay Torquemada had driven them from their pleasant residences and rich estates in Aragon and Andalusia and Portugal, to seek greater blessings even than a clear atmosphere and a glowing sun amid the marshes of Holland and the fogs of Britain. Most of these families, who held themselves aloof from the Hebrews of northern Europe, then only occasionally stealing into England as from an inferior caste, and whose synagogue was reserved only for Sephardim, are now extinct, while the branch of the great family, which, notwithstanding their own sufferings from prejudice, they had the hardihood to look down upon, have achieved an amount of wealth and consideration which the Sephardim, even with the patronage of Mr. Pelham, never could have contemplated. Nevertheless, at the time when my grandfather settled in England, and when Mr. Pelham, who was very favourable to the Jews, was Prime Minister, there might be found among other Jewish families flourishing in this country the Villarreals, who brought wealth to these shores almost as great as their name, though that is the second in Portugal, and who have twice allied themselves with the English aristocracy, the Medinas, the Laras, who were our kinsmen, and the Mendes de Costas, who I believe still exist. Whether it were that my grandfather on his arrival was not encouraged by those to whom he had a right to look up, which is often our hard case in the outset of life, or whether he was alarmed at the unexpected consequences of Mr. Pelham's favourable disposition to his countrymen in the disgraceful repeal of the Jew Bill, which occurred a very few years after his arrival in this country, I know not. But certainly he appears never to have cordially or intimately mixed with his community. This tendency to alienation was no doubt subsequently encouraged by his marriage, which took place in 1765. My grandmother, the beautiful daughter of a family who had suffered much from persecution, had imbibed that dislike for her race which the vain are too apt to adopt when they find that they are born to public contempt. The indignant feeling that should be reserved for the persecutor in the mortification of their disturbed sensibility is too often visited on the victim. And the cause of annoyance is recognized not in the ignorant malevolence of the powerful, but in the conscientious conviction of the innocent sufferer. 17 years, however, elapsed before my grandfather entered into this union, and during that interval he had not been idle. He was only 18 when he commenced his career, and when a great responsibility devolved upon him. He was not unequal to it. He was a man of ardent character, sanguine, courageous, speculative, and fortunate, with a temper which no disappointment could disturb, and a brain, amid reverses, full of resource. He made his fortune in the midway of life, and settled near Enfield, where he formed an Italian garden, entertained his friends, played whist with Sir Horace Mann, who was his great acquaintance, and who had known his brother at Venice as a banker, eat macaroni, which was dressed by the Venetian consul, sang canzonettas, and notwithstanding a wife who never pardoned him for his name, and a son who disappointed all his plans, and who to the last hour of his life was an enigma to him, lived till he was nearly 90, and then died in 1817 in the full employment of prolonged existence. My grandfather retired from active business on the eve of that great financial epoch, to grapple with which his talents were well adapted, and when the wars and loans of the Revolution were about to create those families of millionaires in which he might probably have enrolled his own. That, however, was not our destiny. My grandfather had only one child, and nature had disqualified him from his cradle for the busy pursuits of men. A pale, pensive child, with large, dark brown eyes and flowing hair, such as may be beheld in one of the portraits annexed to these volumes, had grown up beneath this roof of worldly energy and enjoyment, indicating, even in his infancy, by the whole carriage of his life, that he was of a different order from those among whom he lived. timid, susceptible, lost in reverie, fond of solitude, or seeking no better company than a book. The years had stolen on, till he had arrived at that mournful period of boyhood when eccentricities excite attention and command no sympathy. In the chapter on predisposition, in the most delightful of his works, footnote, Essay on the Literary Character, Volume 1, Chapter 5, end of footnote. My father has drawn from his own, though his unacknowledged feelings, immortal truths. Then commenced the age of domestic criticism. His mother, not incapable of deep affections, but so mortified by her social position that she lived until 80 without indulging in a tender expression, did not recognize in her only offspring a being qualified to control or vanquish his impending fate. His existence only served to swell the aggregate of many humiliating particulars. It was not to her a source of joy or sympathy or solace. She foresaw for her child only a future of degradation. Having a strong, clear mind without any imagination, she believed that she beheld an inevitable doom. The tart remark and the contemptuous comment on her part elicited on the other all the irritability of the poetic idiosyncrasy. After frantic ebullitions for which, when the circumstances were analyzed by an ordinary mind, there seemed no sufficient cause, my grandfather always interfered to soothe with good-tempered commonplaces and promote peace. He was a man who thought that the only way to make people happy was to make them a present. He took it for granted that a boy in a passion wanted a toy or a guinea. At a later date, when my father ran away from home, and after some wanderings was brought back, found lying on a tombstone in Hackney churchyard, he embraced him and gave him a pony. In this state of affairs, being sent to school in the neighbourhood was a rather agreeable incident. The school was kept by a Scotchman, one Morrison, a good man, and not untinctured with scholarship, and it is possible that my father might have reaped some advantage from this change. But the school was too near home, and his mother, though she tormented his existence, was never content if he were out of her sight. His delicate health was an excuse for converting him, after a short interval, into a day scholar. Then many days of attendance were omitted. Finally, the solitary walk home through Mr. Mellish's park was dangerous to the sensibilities that too often exploded when they encountered on the arrival at the domestic hearth a scene which did not harmonize with the fairy land of reverie. The crisis arrived when, after months of unusual abstraction and irritability, my father produced a poem. For the first time, my grandfather was seriously alarmed. The loss of one of his argosies, uninsured, could not have filled him with more blank dismay. His idea of a poet was formed from one of the prints of Hogarth hanging in his room, where an unfortunate wight in a garret was inditing an ode to riches while done for his milk score. Decisive measures were required to eradicate this evil and to prevent future disgrace. So, as seems the custom when a person is in a scrape, it was resolved that my father should be sent abroad, where a new scene and a new language might divert his mind from the ignominious pursuit which so fatally attracted him. The unhappy poet was consigned like a bale of goods to my grandfather's correspondent at Amsterdam, who had instructions to place him at some collegium of repute in that city. Here were passed some years not without profit, though his tutor was a great impostor, very neglectful of his pupils, and both unable and disinclined to guide them in severe studies. This preceptor was a man of letters, though a wretched writer, with a good library, and a spirit inflamed with all the philosophy of the 18th century, then 1780-1, about to bring forth and bear its long-matured fruits. The intelligence and disposition of my father attracted his attention and rather interested him. He taught his charge little, for he was himself generally occupied in writing bad odes, but he gave him free warren in his library, and before his pupil was 15 he had read the works of Voltaire and had dipped into Bayle. Strange that the characteristics of a writer so born and brought up should have been so essentially English, not merely from his mastery over our language, but from his keen and profound sympathy with all that concerned the literary and political history of our country at its most important epoch. When he was 18, he returned to England, a disciple of Rousseau. He had exercised his imagination during the voyage in idealizing the interview with his mother, which was to be conducted on both sides with sublime pathos. His other parent had frequently visited him during his absence. He was prepared to throw himself on his mother's bosom, to bedew her hands with his tears, and to stop her own with his lips. But when he entered, his strange appearance, his gaunt figure, his excited manners, his long hair, and his unfashionable costume only filled her with a sentiment of tender aversion. She broke into derisive laughter, and noticing his intolerable garments, she reluctantly lent him her cheek. Whereupon Emile, of course, went into heroics, wept, sobbed, and finally, shut up in his chamber, composed an impassioned epistle. My grandfather, to soothe him, dwelt on the united solicitude of his parents for his welfare, and broke to him their intention, if it were agreeable to him, to place him in the establishment of a great merchant at Bordeaux. My father replied that he had written a poem of considerable length, which he wished to publish, against commerce, which was the corrupter of man. In 48 hours confusion again reigned in this household, and all from a want of psychological perception in its master and mistress. My father, who had lost the timidity of his childhood, who by nature was very impulsive, and indeed endowed with a degree of volatility which is only witnessed in the south of France, and which never deserted him to his last hour, was no longer to be controlled. His conduct was decisive. He enclosed his poem to Dr. Johnson with an impassioned statement of his case, complaining, which he ever did, that he had never found a counsellor or a literary friend. He left his packet himself at Bolt Court, where he was received by Mr. Francis Barber, the doctor's well-known black servant, and told to call again in a week. Be sure that he was very punctual, but the packet was returned to him unopened, with a message that the illustrious doctor was too ill to read anything. The unhappy and obscure aspirant who received this disheartening message accepted it in his utter despondency as a mechanical excuse. But, alas, the cause was too true, and a few weeks after, on that bed, beside which the voice of Mr. Burke faltered, and the tender spirit of Bennet Langton was ever vigilant, the great soul of Johnson quitted earth. But the spirit of self-confidence, the resolution to struggle against his fate, the paramount desire to find some sympathizing sage, some guide, philosopher, and friend, was so strong and rooted in my father, that I observed a few weeks after in a magazine an original letter, written by him about this time to Dr. Vysemus Knox, full of high-flown sentiments, reading indeed like a romance of Scudery, and entreating the learned critic to receive him in his family, and give him the advantage of his wisdom, his taste, and his erudition. With a home that ought to have been happy, surrounded with more than comfort, with the most good-natured father in the world, and an agreeable man, and with a mother whose strong intellect under ordinary circumstances might have been of great importance to him, my father, though himself of a very sweet disposition, was most unhappy. His parents looked upon him as moonstruck. while he himself, whatever his aspirations, was conscious that he had done nothing to justify the eccentricity of his course, or the violation of all prudential considerations in which he daily indulged. In these perplexities, the usual alternative was again had recourse to absence. He was sent abroad to travel in France, which the peace then permitted, visit some friends, see Paris, and then proceed to Bordeaux if he felt inclined. My father travelled in France and then proceeded to Paris, where he remained till the eve of great events in that capital. This was a visit recollected with satisfaction. He lived with learned men, and moved in vast libraries, and returned in the earlier part of 1788 with some little knowledge of life, and with a considerable quantity of books. At this time Peter Pindar flourished in all the wantonness of literary riot. He was at the height of his flagrant notoriety. The novelty and the boldness of his style carried the million with him. The most exalted station was not exempt from his audacious criticism, and learned institutions trembled at the sallies whose ribaldry often cloaked taste, intelligence, and good sense. His odes to the academicians, which first secured him the ear of the town, were written by one who could himself guide the pencil with skill and feeling, and who, in the form of a mechanic's son, had even the felicity to discover the vigorous genius of Opie. The mock heroic, which invaded with success the sacred recesses of the palace, and which was fruitlessly menaced by secretaries of state, proved a reckless intrepidity, which is apt to be popular with the general. The powerful and the learned quailed beneath the lash, with an affected contempt which scarcely veiled their tremor. In the meantime, as in the latter days of the empire, the barbarian ravaged the country, while the pale-faced patricians were inactive within the walls. No one offered resistance. End of section 1. Section 2 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli, on the life and writings of Mr. Disraeli, Part 2. There appeared about this time a satire on the abuse of satire. The verses were polished and pointed, a happy echo of that style of Mr. Pope, which still lingered in the spellbound ear of the public. Peculiarly, they offered a contrast to the irregular effusions of the popular assailant, whom they in turn assailed, for the object of their indignant invective was the bard of the Lusiad. The poem was anonymous, and was addressed to Dr. Warton in lines of even classic grace. Its publication was appropriate. There are moments when every one is inclined to praise, especially when the praise of a new pen may at the same time revenge the insults of an old one. But if there could be any doubt of the success of this new hand, it was quickly removed by the conduct of Peter Pindar himself. As is not unusual with persons of his habits, Walcott was extremely sensitive, and brandishing a tomahawk, always himself shrank from a scratch. This was shown some years afterwards by his violent assault on Mr. Gifford with a bludgeon in a bookseller's shop, because the author of the Baviad and Maiviad had presumed to castigate the great lampooner of the age. In the present instance, the furious Walcott leaped to the rash conclusion that the author of the satire was no less a personage than Mr. Haley, and he assailed the elegant author of the Triumphs of Temper in a virulent pasquinade. This ill-considered movement of his adversary, of course, achieved the complete success of the anonymous writer. My father, who came up to town to read the newspapers at the St. James's Coffee House, found their columns filled with extracts from the fortunate effusion of the hour, conjectures as to its writer, and much gossip respecting Walcott and Haley. He returned to Enfield laden with the journals, and presenting them to his parents, broke to them the intelligence that at length he was not only an author, but a successful one. He was indebted to this slight effort for something almost as agreeable as the public recognition of his ability, and that was the acquaintance, and almost immediately the warm personal friendship of Mr. Pye. Mr. Pye was the head of an ancient English family that figured in the parliaments and struggles of the Stuarts. He was member for the county of Berkshire, where his ancestral seat of Faringdon was situate, and at a later period, 1790, became poet laureate. In those days when literary clubs did not exist, and when even political ones were extremely limited and exclusive in their character, the booksellers' shops were social rendezvous. Debrett's was the chief haunt of the Whigs, Hatchard's, I believe, of the Tories. It was at the latter house that my father made the acquaintance of Mr. Pye, then publishing his translation of Aristotle's Poetics, and so strong was party feeling at that period, that one day, walking together down Piccadilly, Mr. Pye, stopping at the door of Debrett, requested his companion to go in and purchase a particular pamphlet for him, adding that if he had the audacity to enter, more than one person would tread upon his toes. My father at last had a friend. Mr. Pye, though double his age, was still a young man, and the literary sympathy between them was complete. Unfortunately, the member for Berkshire was a man rather of an elegant turn of mind than one of that energy and vigour which a youth required for a companion at that moment. Their tastes and pursuits were perhaps a little too similar. They addressed poetical epistles to each other, and were reciprocally too gentle critics. But Mr. Pye was a most amiable and accomplished man, a fine classical scholar, and a master of correct versification. He paid a visit to Enfield, and by his influence hastened a conclusion at which my grandfather was just arriving, to wit, that he would no longer persist in the fruitless effort of converting a poet into a merchant, and that, content with the independence he had realized, he would abandon his dreams of founding a dynasty of financiers. From this moment all disquietude ceased beneath this always well-meaning, though often perplexed roof, while my father, enabled amply to gratify his darling passion of book-collecting, passed his days in tranquil study and in the society of congenial spirits. His new friend introduced him almost immediately to Mr. James Pettit Andrews, a Berkshire gentleman of literary pursuits, and whose hospitable table at Brompton was the resort of the best literary society of the day. Here my father was a frequent guest, and walking home one night together from this house, where they had both dined, he made the acquaintance of a young poet, which soon ripened into intimacy, and which throughout 60 years, notwithstanding many changes of life, never died away. This youthful poet had already gained laurels, though he was only 3 or 4 years older than my father, but I am not at this moment quite aware whether his brow was yet encircled with the amaranthine wreath of the pleasures of memory. Some years after this, great vicissitudes unhappily occurred in the family of Mr. Pye. He was obliged to retire from Parliament, and to sell his family estate of Faringdon. His Majesty had already, on the death of Thomas Warton, nominated him Poet Laureate, and after his retirement from Parliament, the Government which he had supported appointed him a Commissioner of Police. It was in these days that his friend Mr. Penn, of Stoke Park in Buckinghamshire, presented him with a cottage worthy of a poet on his beautiful estate. And it was thus my father became acquainted with the amiable descendant of the most successful of colonizers, and with that classic domain which the genius of Gray, as it were, now haunts, and has for ever hallowed, and from which he beheld with fond and musing eye those distant spires and antique towers that no one can now look upon without remembering him. It was amid these rambles in Stoke Park, amid the scenes of Gray's Genius, the elegiac churchyard, and the picturesque fragments of the long story, talking over the deeds of great rebellion with the descendants of cavaliers and Parliament men, that my father first imbibed that feeling of the county of Buckingham, which induced him occasionally to be a dweller in its limits, and ultimately, more than a quarter of a century afterwards, to establish his household gods in its heart. And here perhaps I may be permitted to mention a circumstance which is indeed trifling, and yet as a coincidence not, I think, without interest. Mr. Pye was the great-grandson of Sir Robert Pye of Bradenham, who married Anne, the eldest daughter of Mr. Hampden. How little could my father dream, 60 years ago, that he would pass the last quarter of his life in the mansion house of Bradenham, that his name would become intimately connected with the county of Buckingham, and that his own remains would be interred in the vault of the chancel of Bradenham Church, among the coffins of the descendants of the Hampdens and the Pyes, all which should teach us that whatever may be our natural bent, there is a power in the disposal of events greater than human will. It was about 2 years after his first acquaintance with Mr. Pye that my father, being then in his 25th year, influenced by the circle in which he then lived, gave an anonymous volume to the press, the fate of which he could little have foreseen. The taste for literary history was then of recent date in England. It was developed by Dr. Johnson and the Wartons, who were the true founders of that elegant literature in which France had so richly preceded us. The fashion for literary anecdote prevailed at the end of the last century. Mr. Pettit Andrews, assisted by Mr. Pye and Captain Grose, and shortly afterwards his friend Mr. Seward, in his Anecdotes of Distinguished Persons, had both of them produced ingenious works which had experienced public favour. But these volumes were rather entertaining than substantial, and their interest in many instances was necessarily fleeting, all which made Mr. Rogers observe that the world was far gone in its anecdotage. While Mr. Andrews and his friend were hunting for personal details in the recollections of their contemporaries, my father maintained one day that the most interesting of miscellanies might be drawn up by a well-read man from the library in which he lived. It was objected, on the other hand, that such a work would be a mere compilation, and could not succeed with its dead matter in interesting the public. To test the truth of this assertion, my father occupied himself in the preparation of an octavo volume, the principal materials of which were found in the diversified collections of the French Anna. But he enriched his subjects with as much of our own literature as his reading afforded, and he conveyed the result in that lively and entertaining style which he from the first commanded. This collection of anecdotes, characters, sketches, and observations, literary, critical, and historical, as the title page of the first edition figures, he invested with the happy baptism of Curiosities of Literature. He sought by this publication neither reputation nor a coarser reward, for he published his work anonymously and avowedly as a compilation, and he not only published the work at his own expense, but in his heedlessness made a present of the copyright to the bookseller, which 3 or 4 years afterwards he was fortunate enough to purchase at a public sale. The volume was an experiment whether a taste for literature could not be infused into the multitude. Its success was so decided that its projector was tempted to add a second volume 2 years afterward, with a slight attempt at more original research. I observe that there was a second edition of both volumes in 1794. For 20 years the brother volumes remained favourites of the public. When after that long interval their writer, taking advantage of a popular title, poured forth all the riches of his matured intellect, his refined taste, and accumulated knowledge into their pages, and produced what may be fairly described as the most celebrated miscellany of modern literature. The moment that the name of the youthful author of the abusive satire had transpired, Peter Pindar, faithful to the instinct of his nature, wrote a letter of congratulation and compliment to his assailant, and desired to make his acquaintance. The invitation was responded to, and until the death of Walcott they were intimate. My father always described Walcott as a warm-hearted man, coarse in his manners and rather rough, but eager to serve those whom he liked, of which indeed I might appropriately mention an instance. It so happened that about the year 1795, when he was in his 29th year, there came over my father that mysterious illness to which the youth of men of sensibility, and especially literary men, is frequently subject, a failing of nervous energy, occasioned by study and too sedentary habits, early and habitual reverie, restless and indefinite purpose. The symptoms, physical and moral, are most distressing, lassitude and despondency. And it usually happens, as in the present instance, that the cause of suffering is not recognized, and that medical men, misled by the superficial symptoms, and not seeking to acquaint themselves with the psychology of their patients, arrive at erroneous, often fatal, conclusions. In this case, the most eminent of the faculty gave it as their opinion that the disease was consumption. Dr. Turton, if I recollect right, was then the most considered physician of the day. An immediate visit to a warmer climate was his specific, and as the continent was then disturbed and foreign residence out of the question, Dr. Turton recommended that his patient should establish himself without delay in Devonshire. When my father communicated this impending change in his life to Walcott, the modern Skelton shook his head. He did not believe that his friend was in a consumption, but being a Devonshire man and loving very much his native province, he highly approved of the remedy. He gave my father several letters of introduction to persons of consideration at Exeter, among others, one whom he justly described as a poet and a physician, and the best of men, the late Dr. Hugh Downman. Provincial cities very often enjoy a transient term of intellectual distinction. An eminent man often collects around him congenial spirits, and the power of association sometimes produces distant effects which even an individual, however gifted, could scarcely have anticipated. A combination of circumstances had made at this time Exeter a literary metropolis. A number of distinguished men flourished there at the same moment. Some of their names are even now remembered. Jackson of Exeter still survives as a native composer of original genius. He was also an author of high aesthetical speculation. The heroic poems of Hole are forgotten, but his essay on the Arabian Nights is still a cherished volume of elegant and learned criticism. Hayter was the classic antiquary who first discovered the art of unrolling the manuscripts of Herculaneum. There were many others, noisier and more bustling, who are now forgotten, though they in some degree influenced the literary opinion of their time. It was said, and I believe truly, that the two principal, if not sole, organs of periodical criticism at that time, I think the Critical Review and the Monthly Review, were principally supported by Exeter contributions. No doubt this circumstance may account for a great deal of mutual praise and sympathetic opinion on literary subjects, which, by a convenient arrangement, appeared in the pages of publications otherwise professing contrary opinions on all others. Exeter had then even a learned society, which published its Transactions. With such companions, by whom he was received with a kindness and hospitality which to the last he often dwelt on, it may easily be supposed that the banishment of my father from the delights of literary London was not as productive a source of gloom as the exile of Ovid to the savage Pontus, even if it had not been his happy fortune to have been received on terms of intimate friendship by the accomplished family of Mr. Baring, who was then member for Exeter, and beneath whose roof he passed a great portion of the period of nearly 3 years, during which he remained in Devonshire. The illness of my father was relieved, but not removed, by this change of life. Mr. Downman was his physician, whose only remedies were port wine, horse exercise, rowing on the neighbouring river, and the distraction of agreeable society. This wise physician recognized the temperament of his patient, and perceived that his physical derangement was an effect instead of a cause. My father, instead of being in a consumption, was endowed with a frame of almost superhuman strength, and which was destined for half a century of continuous labour and sedentary life. The vital principle in him, indeed, was so strong that when he left us at 82, it was only as the victim of a violent epidemic, against whose virulence he struggled with so much power that it was clear but for this casualty he might have been spared to this world even for several years. I should think that this illness of his youth, and which, though of a fitful character, was of many years' duration, arose from his inability to direct to a satisfactory end the intellectual power which he was conscious of possessing. He would mention the 10 years of his life, from 25 to 35 years of age, as a period very deficient in self-contentedness. The fact is, with a poetic temperament, he had been born in an age when the poetic faith, of which he was a votary, had fallen into decrepitude, and had become only a form with the public not yet gifted with sufficient fervour to discover a new creed. He was a pupil of Pope and Boileau, yet both from his native impulse and from the glowing influence of Rousseau he felt the necessity and desire of infusing into the verse of the day more passion than might resound from the frigid lyre of Mr. Hayley. My father had fancy, sensibility, and an exquisite taste, but he had not that rare creative power which the blended and simultaneous influence of the individual organization and the spirit of the age, reciprocally acting upon each other, can alone perhaps perfectly develop, the absence of which at periods of transition is so universally recognized and deplored, and yet which always, when it does arrive, captivates us, as it were, by surprise. How much there was of freshness and fancy and natural pathos in his mind may be discerned in his Persian romance of the loves of Majnun and Leila. We who have been accustomed to the great poets of the 19th century seeking their best inspiration in the climate and manners of the East, who are familiar with the land of the sun, from the Isles of Ionia to the vales of Kashmir, can scarcely appreciate the literary originality of a writer who 50 years ago dared to devise a real Eastern story, and seeking inspiration in the pages of Oriental literature, compose it with reference to the Eastern mind and customs and landscape. One must have been familiar with the Almorans and Hamets, the visions of Mirza and the kings of Ethiopia, and the other dull and monstrous masquerades of Orientalism then prevalent, to estimate such an enterprise, in which, however, one should not forget the author had the advantage of the guiding friendship of that distinguished Orientalist, Sir William Ouseley. The reception of this work by the public, and of other works of fiction which its author gave to them anonymously, was in every respect encouraging, and their success may impartially be registered as fairly proportionate to their merits. But it was not a success or a proof of power which, in my father's opinion, compensated for that life of literary research and study which their composition disturbed and enfeebled. It was at the ripe age of 35 that he renounced his dreams of being an author, and resolved to devote himself for the rest of his life to the acquisition of knowledge. When my father, many years afterwards, made the acquaintance of Sir Walter Scott, the great poet saluted him by reciting a poem of half a dozen stanzas, which my father had written in his early youth. Not altogether without agitation, surprise was expressed that these lines should have been known, still more that they should have been remembered. "Ah," said Sir Walter, "if the writer of these lines had gone on, he would have been an English poet." Footnote. Sir Walter was sincere, for he inserted the poem in the English Minstrelsy. It may now be found in these volumes, Volume 1, page 230, where, in consequence of the recollection of Sir Walter, and as illustrative of manners now obsolete, it was subsequently inserted. End of footnote. It is possible, it is even probable, that, if my father had devoted himself to the art, he might have become the author of some elegant and popular didactic poem on some ordinary subject, which his fancy would have adorned with grace, and his sensibility invested with sentiment. some small volume which might have reposed with a classic title upon our library shelves, and served as a prize volume at ladies' schools. This celebrity was not reserved for him. Instead of this, he was destined to give to his country a series of works illustrative of its literary and political history, full of new information and new views, which time and opinion has ratified as just. But the poetical temperament was not thrown away upon him. It never is on any one. It was this great gift which prevented his being a mere literary antiquary. It was this which animated his page with picture and his narrative with interesting vivacity. Above all, it was this temperament which invested him with that sympathy with his subject which made him the most delightful biographer in our language. In a word, it was because he was a poet that he was a popular writer, and made belles lettres charming to the multitude. It was during the 10 years that now occurred that he mainly acquired that store of facts which were the foundation of his future speculations. His pen was never idle, but it was to note and to register, not to compose. His researches were prosecuted every morning among the manuscripts of the British Museum, while his own ample collections permitted him to pursue his investigation in his own library into the night. The materials which he accumulated during this period are only partially exhausted. At the end of 10 years, during which, with the exception of one anonymous work, he never indulged in composition, the irresistible desire of communicating his conclusions to the world came over him, and after all his almost childish aspirations, his youth of reverie and hesitating and imperfect effort, he arrived at the mature age of 45, before his career as a great author, influencing opinion, really commenced. End of section 2. Section 3 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. On the Life and Writings of Mr. Disraeli, Part 3. The next 10 years passed entirely in production. From 1812 to 1822, the press abounded with his works. His calamities of authors, his memoirs of literary controversy in the manner of Bayle, his essay on the literary character, the most perfect of his compositions, were all chapters in that history of English literature which he then commenced to meditate, and which it was fated should never be completed. It was during this period also that he published his Inquiry into the Literary and Political Character of James I, in which he first opened those views respecting the times and the conduct of the Stuarts, which were opposed to the long prevalent opinions of this country, but which with him were at least the result of unprejudiced research, and their promulgation, as he himself expressed it, an affair of literary conscience. Footnote. The present inquiry originates in an affair of literary conscience. Many years ago I set off with the popular notions of the character of James I, but in the course of study, and with a more enlarged comprehension of the age, I was frequently struck by the contrast between his real and his apparent character. It would be a cowardly silence to shrink from encountering all that popular prejudice and party feeling may oppose. This would be incompatible with the constant search after truth, which at least may be expected from the retired student. Preface to the Inquiry. End of footnote. But what retarded his project of a history of our literature at this time was the almost embarrassing success of his juvenile production, The Curiosities of Literature. These 2 volumes had already reached 5 editions, and their author found himself, by the public demand, again called upon to sanction their reappearance. Recognizing in this circumstance some proof of their utility, he resolved to make the work more worthy of the favour which it enjoyed, and more calculated to produce the benefit which he desired. Without attempting materially to alter the character of the first 2 volumes, he revised and enriched them, while at the same time he added a 3rd volume of a vein far more critical, and conveying the results of much original research. The success of this publication was so great that its author, after much hesitation, resolved, as he was wont to say, to take advantage of a popular title, and pour forth the treasures of his mind in 3 additional volumes, which, unlike continuations in general, were at once greeted with the highest degree of popular delight and esteem. And indeed, whether we consider the choice variety of the subjects, the critical and philosophical speculation which pervades them, the amount of new and interesting information brought to bear, and the animated style in which all is conveyed, it is difficult to conceive miscellaneous literature in a garb more stimulating and attractive. These 6 volumes, after many editions, are now condensed into the form at present given to the public, and in which the development of the writer's mind for a quarter of a century may be completely traced. Although my father had on the whole little cause to complain of unfair criticism, especially considering how isolated he always remained, it is not to be supposed that a success so eminent should have been exempt in so long a course from some captious comments. It has been alleged of late years by some critics that he was in the habit of exaggerating the importance of his researches, that he was too fond of styling every accession to our knowledge, however slight, as a discovery, that there were some inaccuracies in his early volumes, not very wonderful in so multifarious a work, and that the foundation of his secret history was often only a single letter or a passage in a solitary diary. The sources of secret history at the present day are so rich and various, there is such an eagerness among their possessors to publish family papers, even sometimes in shapes and at dates so recent as scarcely to justify their appearance, that modern critics, in their embarrassment of manuscript wealth, are apt to view with too depreciating an eye the more limited resources of men of letters at the commencement of the century. Not 25 years ago, when preparing his work on King Charles I, the application of my father to make some researches in the State Paper Office was refused by the Secretary of State of the day. Now, foreign potentates and ministers of state and public corporations and the heads of great houses feel honored by such appeals and respond to them with cordiality. It is not only the State Paper Office of England, but the archives of France that are open to the historical investigator. But what has produced this general and expanding taste for literary research in the world, and especially in England? The labours of our elder authors, whose taste and acuteness taught us the value of the materials which we in our ignorance neglected. When my father first frequented the reading room of the British Museum at the end of the last century, his companions never numbered half a dozen. Among them, if I remember rightly, were Mr. Pinkerton and Mr. Douce. Now these daily pilgrims of research may be counted by as many hundreds. Few writers have more contributed to form and diffuse this delightful and profitable taste for research than the author of the Curiosities of Literature. Few writers have been more successful in inducing us to pause before we accepted without a scruple the traditionary opinion that has distorted a fact, or calumniated a character, and independently of every other claim which he possesses to public respect, his literary discoveries, viewed in relation to the age and the means, were considerable. But he had other claims, a vital spirit in his page, kindred with the souls of a Bayle and a Montaigne. His innumerable imitators and their inevitable failure for half a century alone prove this, and might have made them suspect that there were some ingredients in the spell besides the accumulation of facts and a happy title. Many of their publications, perpetually appearing and constantly forgotten, were drawn up by persons of considerable acquirements, and were ludicrously mimetic of their prototype, even as to the size of the volume and the form of the page. What has become of these varieties of literature, and delights of literature, and delicacies of literature, and relics of literature, and the other protean forms of uninspired compilation, dead as they deserve to be, while the work, the idea of which occurred to its writer in his early youth, and which he lived virtually to execute in all the ripeness of his studious manhood, remains as fresh and popular as ever, the literary miscellany of the English people. I have ventured to enter into some details as to the earlier and obscurer years of my father's life, because I thought that they threw light upon human character, and that without them indeed a just appreciation of his career could hardly be formed. I am mistaken if we do not recognize in his instance two very interesting qualities of life, predisposition and self-formation. There was a third which I think is to be honored, and that was his sympathy with his order. No one has written so much about authors and so well. Indeed, before his time, the literary character had never been fairly placed before the world. He comprehended its idiosyncrasy, all its strength and all its weakness. He could soften, because he could explain, its infirmities. In the analysis and record of its power, he vindicated the right position of authors in the social scale. They stand between the governors and the governed. He impresses on us in the closing pages of his greatest work. Footnote. Essay on the Literary Character, Volume 2, Chapter 25. End of footnote. Though he shared none of the calamities, and scarcely any of the controversies of literature, no one has sympathized so intimately with the sorrows, or so zealously and impartially registered the instructive disputes of literary men. He loved to celebrate the exploits of great writers, and to show that, in these ages, the pen is a weapon as puissant as the sword. He was also the first writer who vindicated the position of the great artist in the history of genius. His pages are studded with pregnant instances and graceful details, borrowed from the life of art and its votaries, and which his intimate and curious acquaintance with Italian letters readily and happily supplied. Above all writers, he has maintained the greatness of intellect and the immortality of thought. He was himself a complete literary character, a man who really passed his life in his library. Even marriage produced no change in these habits. He rose to enter the chamber where he lived alone with his books, and at night his lamp was ever lit within the same walls. Nothing, indeed, was more remarkable than the isolation of this prolonged existence, and it could only be accounted for by the united influence of three causes: his birth, which brought him no relations or family acquaintance; the bent of his disposition; and the circumstance of his inheriting an independent fortune, which rendered unnecessary those exertions that would have broken up his self-reliance. He disliked business, and he never required relaxation. He was absorbed in his pursuits. In London his only amusement was to ramble among booksellers. If he entered a club, it was only to go into the library. In the country he scarcely ever left his room, but to saunter in abstraction upon a terrace, muse over a chapter, or coin a sentence. He had not a single passion or prejudice. All his convictions were the result of his own studies, and were often opposed to the impressions which he had early imbibed. He not only never entered into the politics of the day, but he could never understand them. He never was connected with any particular body or set of men, comrades of school or college, or confederates in that public life which in England is perhaps the only foundation of real friendship. In the consideration of a question, his mind was quite undisturbed by traditionary preconceptions, and it was this exemption from passion and prejudice which, although his intelligence was naturally somewhat too ingenious and fanciful for the conduct of close argument, enabled him in investigation often to show many of the highest attributes of the judicial mind, and particularly to sum up evidence with singular happiness and ability. Although in private life he was of a timid nature, his moral courage as a writer was unimpeachable. Most certainly throughout his long career he never wrote a sentence which he did not believe was true. He will generally be found to be the advocate of the discomfited and the oppressed, so his conclusions are often opposed to popular impressions. This was from no love of paradox, to which he was quite superior, but because in the conduct of his researches he too often found that the unfortunate are calumniated. His vindication of King James I. he has himself described as an affair of literary conscience. His greater work on the life and times of the son of the first Stuart arose from the same impulse. He had deeply studied our history during the first moiety of the 17th century. He looked upon it as a famous age. He was familiar with the works of its great writers, and there was scarcely one of its almost innumerable pamphlets with which he was not acquainted. During the thoughtful investigations of many years, he had arrived at results which were not adapted to please the passing multitude, but which, because he held them to be authentic, he was uneasy lest he should die without recording. Yet strong as were his convictions, although, notwithstanding his education in the revolutionary philosophy of the 18th century, his nature and his studies had made him a votary of loyalty and reverence, his pen was always prompt to do justice to those who might be looked upon as the adversaries of his own cause. And this was because his cause was really truth. If he has upheld Laud under unjust aspersions, the last labour of his literary life was to vindicate the character of few Peters. If, from the recollection of the sufferings of his race, and from profound reflection on the principles of the institution, he was hostile to the papacy, no writer in our literature has done more complete justice to the conduct of the English Romanists. Who can read his history of Chidiock Tichborne unmoved, or can refuse to sympathize with this account of the painful difficulties of the English monarchs with their loyal subjects of the old faith? If in a parliamentary country he has dared to criticize the conduct of parliaments, it was only because an impartial judgment had taught him, as he himself expresses it, that parliaments have their passions as well as individuals. He was 5 years in the composition of his work on the life and reign of Charles I, and the 5 volumes appeared at intervals between 1828 and 1831. It was feared by his publisher that the distracted epoch at which this work was issued, and the tendency of the times, apparently so adverse to his own views, might prove very injurious to its reception. But the effect of these circumstances was the reverse. The minds of men were inclined to the grave and national considerations that were involved in these investigations, the principles of political institutions, the rival claims of the 2 houses of Parliament, the authority of the established church, the demands of religious sects, were, after a long lapse of years, anew the theme of public discussion. Men were attracted to a writer who traced the origin of the anti-monarchical principle in modern Europe, treated of the arts of insurgency, gave them at the same time a critical history of the Puritans and a treatise on the genius of the papacy, scrutinized the conduct of triumphant patriots, and vindicated a decapitated monarch. The success of this work was eminent, and its author appeared for the first and only time of his life in public, when, amidst the cheers of undergraduates and the applause of graver men, the solitary student received an honorary degree from the University of Oxford, a fitting homage, in the language of the great university, optimi regis optimo vindici. I cannot but recall a trait that happened on this occasion. After my father returned to his hotel from the theatre, a stranger requested an interview with him. A Swiss gentleman travelling in England at the time, who had witnessed the scene just closed, begged to express the reason why he presumed thus personally and cordially to congratulate the new doctor of civil law. He was the son of my grandfather's chief clerk, and remembered his parents' employer, whom he regretted did not survive to be aware of this honourable day. Thus, amid all the strange vicissitudes of life, we are ever, as it were, moving in a circle. Notwithstanding he was now approaching his 70th year, his health being unbroken and his constitution very robust, my father resolved vigorously to devote himself to the composition of the history of our vernacular literature. He hesitated for a moment whether he should at once address himself to this greater task, or whether he should first complete a life of Pope, for which he had made great preparations, and which had long occupied his thoughts. His review of Spence's Anecdotes in the Quarterly, so far back as 1820, which gave rise to the celebrated Pope controversy, in which Mr. Campbell, Lord Byron, Mr. Bowles, Mr. Roscoe, and others less eminent broke lances, would prove how well qualified, even at that distant date, the critic was to become the biographer of the great writer, whose literary excellency and moral conduct he on that occasion alike vindicated. But, unfortunately, as it turned out, my father was persuaded to address himself to the weightier task. Hitherto, in his publications, he had always felt an extreme reluctance to travel over ground which others had previously visited. He liked to give new matter, and devote himself to detached points, on which he entertained different opinions from those prevalent. Thus his works are generally of a supplementary character, and assume in their readers a certain degree of preliminary knowledge. In the present instance he was induced to frame his undertaking on a different scale, and to prepare a history which should be complete in itself, and supply the reader with a perfect view of the gradual formation of our language and literature. He proposed to effect this in 6 volumes, though I apprehend he would not have succeeded in fulfilling his intentions within that limit. His treatment of the period of Queen Anne would have been very ample, and he would also have accomplished in this general work a purpose which he had also long contemplated, and for which he had made curious and extensive collections, namely a history of the English freethinkers. But all these great plans were destined to a terrible defeat. Towards the end of the year 1839, still in the full vigour of his health and intellect, he suffered a paralysis of the optic nerve, and that eye, which for so long a term had kindled with critical interest over the volumes of so many literatures and so many languages, was doomed to pursue its animated course no more. Considering the bitterness of such a calamity to one whose powers were otherwise not in the least impaired, he bore on the whole his fate with magnanimity, even with cheerfulness. Unhappily, his previous habits of study and composition rendered the habit of dictation intolerable, even impossible to him. But with the assistance of his daughter, whose intelligent solicitude he has commemorated in more than one grateful passage, he selected from his manuscripts 3 volumes, which he wished to have published under the becoming title of A Fragment of a History of English Literature, but which were eventually given to the public under that of Amenities of Literature. He was also enabled during these last years of physical, though not of moral gloom, to prepare a new edition of his work on the Life and Times of Charles I, which had been for some time out of print. He contrived, though slowly and with great labour, very carefully to revise and improve and enrich these volumes. He was wont to say that the best monument to an author was a good edition of his works. It is my purpose that he should possess this memorial. He has been described by a great authority as a writer sui generis, and indeed, had he never written, it appears to me that there would have been a gap in our libraries, which it would have been difficult to supply. Of him it might be added that for an author his end was an euthanasia, for on the day before he was seized by that fatal epidemic, of the danger of which to the last moment he was unconscious, he was apprised by his publishers that all his works were out of print, and that their republication could no longer be delayed. In this notice of the career of my father, I have ventured to draw attention to 3 circumstances which I thought would be esteemed interesting, namely predisposition, self-formation, and sympathy with his order. There is yet another which completes and crowns the character, constancy of purpose, and it is only in considering his course as a whole that we see how harmonious and consistent have been that life and its labours, which in a partial and brief view might be supposed to have been somewhat desultory and fragmentary. On his moral character I shall scarcely presume to dwell. The philosophic sweetness of his disposition, the serenity of his lot, and the elevating nature of his pursuits combined to enable him to pass through life without an evil act, almost without an evil thought. As the world has always been fond of personal details respecting men who have been celebrated, I will mention that he was fair, with a Bourbon nose, and brown eyes of extraordinary beauty and lustre. He wore a small black velvet cap, but his white hair latterly touched his shoulders in curls almost as flowing as in his boyhood. His extremities were delicate and well formed, and his leg at his last hour as shapely as in his youth, which showed the vigour of his frame. Latterly he had become corpulent. He did not excel in conversation, though in his domestic circle he was garrulous. Everything interested him, and blind and 82, he was still as susceptible as a child. One of his last acts was to compose some verses of gay gratitude to his daughter-in-law, who was his London correspondent, and to whose lively pen his last years were indebted for constant amusement. He had by nature a singular volatility which never deserted him. His feelings, though always amiable, were not painfully deep, and amid joy or sorrow the philosophic vein was ever evident. He more resembled Goldsmith than any man that I can compare him to. In his conversation, his apparent confusion of ideas ending with some felicitous phrase of genius, his naivete, his simplicity not untouched with a dash of sarcasm affecting innocence, one was often reminded of the gifted and interesting friend of Burke and Johnson. There was, however, one trait in which my father did not resemble Goldsmith. He had no vanity. Indeed, one of his few infirmities was rather a deficiency of self-esteem. On the whole, I hope, nay, I believe, that taking all into consideration, the integrity and completeness of his existence, the fact that for 60 years he largely contributed to form the taste, charm, the leisure, and direct the studious dispositions of the great body of the public, and that his works have extensively and curiously illustrated the literary and political history of our country, it will be conceded that in his life and labours he repaid England for the protection and the hospitality which this country accorded to his father a century ago. D. Hughenden Manor, Christmas, 1848. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by JPHarlos. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. By Isaac Disraeli. Preface. Of a work which long has been placed on that shelf which Voltaire has discriminated as La Bibliothèque du Monde, it is never missed time for the author to offer the many who are familiar with its pages a settled conception of its design. The Curiosities of Literature, commenced 50 years since, have been composed at various periods and necessarily partake of those successive characters which mark the eras of the intellectual habits of the writer. In my youth, the taste for modern literary history was only of recent date. The first elegant scholar who opened a richer vein in the mine of modern literature was Joseph Warton. He had a fragmentary mind, and he was a rambler in discursive criticism. Dr. Johnson was a famished man for anecdotal literature, and sorely complained of the penury of our literary history. Thomas Warton must have found in the taste of his brother and the energy of Jenson his happiest prototypes, but he had too frequently to wrestle with barren antiquarianism, and was lost to us at the gates of that paradise which had hardly opened on him. These were the true founders of that more elegant literature in which France had preceded us. These works created a more pleasing species of erudition. The age of taste and genius had come, but the age of philosophical thinking was yet but in its dawn. Among my earliest literary friends, two distinguished themselves by their anecdotal literature. James Petit Andrews by his Anecdotes Ancient and Modern, and William Seward by his Anecdotes of Distinguished Persons. These volumes were favorably received, and to such a degree that the wit of that day, and who is still a wit as well as a poet, considered that we were far gone in our anecdotage. I was a guest at the banquet, but it seemed to me to consist wholly of confectionery. I conceived the idea of a collection of a different complexion. I was then seeking for instruction in modern literature, and our language afforded no collection of res literarii. In a diversified volume of the French Anna, I found among the best materials to work on. I improved my subjects with as much of our own literature as my limited studies afforded. The volume, without a name, was left to its own unprotected condition. I had not miscalculated the wants of others by my own. This first volume had reminded the learned of much which it is grateful to remember, and those who were restricted by their classical studies or lounged only in perishable novelties were in modern literature but dry wells, for which I had opened clear waters from a fresh spring. The work had effected its design in stimulating the literary curiosity of those who, with a taste for its tranquil pursuits, are impeded in their acquirement. Imitations were numerous. My reading became more various, and the second volume of Curiosities of Literature appeared, with a slight effort at more original investigation. The two brother volumes remained favorites during an interval of 20 years. It was as late as 1817 that I sent forth the third volume, without a word of preface. I had no longer anxieties to conceal or promises to perform. The subjects chosen were novel and investigated with more original composition. The motto prefixed to this third volume from the Marquis of Halifax is lost in the republications, but expresses the peculiar delight of all literary researches for those who love them. Quote, "The struggling for knowledge hath a pleasure in it like that of wrestling with a fine woman." End quote. The notice which the third volume obtained returned me to the dreams of my youth. I considered that essay writing from Addison to the successors of Jenson, which had formed one of the most original features of our national literature, would now fail in its attraction, even if some of those elegant writers themselves had appeared in a form from which their own excellence had rendered familiar and deprived of all novelty. I was struck by an observation which Jenson has thrown out. That sage, himself an essayist, and who had lived among our essayists, fancied that mankind may come in time to write all aphrodistically, end quote. And so athirst was that first of our great moral biographers for the details of human life and the incidental characteristics of individuals that he was desirous of obtaining anecdotes without preparation or connection. Quote, "If a man," end quote, said this lover of literary anecdotes, quote, "is to wait till he weaves anecdotes, we may be long in getting them, and get but few in comparison to what we might get." End quote. Another observation of Lord Bolingbroke had long dwelt in my mind, that, quote, "when examples are pointed out to us, there is a kind of appeal with which we are flattered made to our senses as well as to our understandings." End quote. An induction from a variety of particulars seemed to me to combine that delight which Jenson derived from anecdotes with that philosophy which Bolingbroke founded on examples. And on this principle, the last three volumes of the Curiosity of Literature were constructed. freed from the formality of dissertation and the vagueness of the lighter essay. These curiosities of literature have passed through a remarkable ordeal of time. They have survived a generation of rivals. They are found wherever books are bought, and they have been repeatedly reprinted at foreign presses as well as translated. These volumes have imbued our youth with their first tastes for modern literature, have diffused the delight in critical and philosophical speculation among circles of readers who are not accustomed to literary topics, and, finally, they have been honored by eminent contemporaries who have long consulted them and set their stamp on the medal. A voluminous miscellany, composed at various periods, cannot be exempt from slight inadvertencies. Such a circuit of multifarious knowledge could not be traced were we to measure and count each step by some critical pedometer. Life would be too short to effect any reasonable progress. Every work must be judged by its design and is to be valued by its result. Brandenham House, March 1839. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Professor X. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. Libraries. The passion for forming vast collections of books has necessarily existed in all periods of human curiosity, but long it required regal munificence to found a national library. It is only since the art of multiplying the productions of the mind has been discovered that men of letters themselves have been enabled to rival this imperial and patriotic honor. The taste for books, so rare before the 15th century, has gradually become general only within these 400 years. In that small space of time, the public mind of Europe has been created. Of libraries, the following anecdotes seem most interesting, as they mark either the affection or the veneration which civilized men have ever felt for these perennial repositories of their minds. The first national library, founded in Egypt, seem to have been placed under the protection of the divinities, for their statues magnificently adorned this temple, dedicated at once to religion and to literature. It was still further embellished by a well-known inscription, "Forever grateful to the votary of literature." On the front was engraven, "The nourishment of the soul," or, according to Diodorus, "the medicine of the mind." The Egyptian Ptolemies founded the vast library of Alexandria, which was afterwards the emulative labor of rival monarchs. The founder infused the soul into the vast body he was creating by his choice of the librarian Demetrius Phalereus, whose skillful industry amassed from all nations their choicest productions. Without such a librarian, a national library would be little more than a literary chaos. His well-exercised memory and critical judgment are its best catalogue. One of the Ptolemies refused supplying the famished Athenians with wheat until they presented him with the original manuscripts of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, and in returning copies of these autographs, he allowed them to retain the 15 talents which he had pledged with them as a princely security. When tyrants or usurpers have possessed sense as well as courage, they have proved the most ardent patrons of literature. They know it is their interest to turn aside the public mind from political speculations and to afford their subjects the inexhaustible occupations of curiosity and the consoling pleasures of the imagination. Thus, Pisistratus is said to have been among the earliest of the Greeks who projected an immense collection of the works of the learned, and is supposed to have been the collector of the scattered works which passed under the name of Homer. The Romans, after 6 centuries of gradual dominion, must have possessed the vast and diversified collections of the writings of the nations they conquered. Among the most valued spoils of their victories, we know that manuscripts were considered as more precious than vases of gold. Paulus Aemilius, after the defeat of Perseus, king of Macedon, brought to Rome a great number which he had amassed in Greece, and which he now distributed among his sons or presented to the Roman people. Sylla followed his example. After the siege of Athens, he discovered an entire library in the temple of Apollo, which, having carried to Rome, he appears to have been the founder of the first Roman public library. After the taking of Carthage, the Roman Senate rewarded the family of Regulus with the books found in that city. A library was a national gift, and the most honorable they could bestow. From the intercourse of the Romans with the Greeks, the passion for forming libraries rapidly increased, and individuals began to pride themselves on their private collections. Of many illustrious Romans, their magnificent taste in their libraries has been recorded. Asinius Pollio, Crassus, Caesar, and Cicero have, among others, been celebrated for their literary splendor. Lucullus, whose incredible opulence exhausted itself on more than imperial luxuries, more honorably distinguished himself by his vast collections of books and the happy use he made of them by the liberal access he allowed the learned. It was a library, says Plutarch, whose walks, galleries, and cabinets were open to all visitors, and the ingenious Greeks, when at leisure, resorted to this abode of the Muses to hold literary conversations, in which Lucullus himself loved to join. This library, enlarged by others, Julius Caesar once proposed to open for the public, having chosen the erudite Varro for its librarian, but the daggers of Brutus and his party prevented the meditated projects of Caesar. In this museum, Cicero frequently pursued his studies during the time his friend Faustus had the charge of it, which he describes to Atticus in his fourth book, Epistle 9. Amidst his public occupations and his private studies, either of them sufficient to have immortalized one man, we are astonished at the minute attention Cicero paid to the formation of his libraries and his cabinets of antiquities. The emperors were ambitious at length to give their names to the libraries they founded. They did not consider the purple as their chief ornament. Augustus was himself an author, and to one of those sumptuous buildings, called Thermae, ornamented with porticos, galleries, and statues, with shady walks and refreshing baths, testified his love of literature by adding a magnificent library. One of these libraries he fondly called by the name of his sister Octavia, and the other, the Temple of Apollo, became the haunt of the poets, as Horace, Juvenal, and Persius have commemorated. The successors of Augustus imitated his example, and even Tiberius had an imperial library, chiefly consisting of works concerning the empire and the acts of its sovereigns. These Trajan, augmented by the Ulpian library, denominated from his family name. In a word, we have accounts of the rich ornaments the ancients bestowed on their libraries, of their floors paved with marble, their walls covered with glass and ivory, and their shelves and desks of ebony and cedar. The first public library in Italy was founded by a person of no considerable fortune. His credit, his frugality, and fortitude were indeed equal to a treasury. Nicholas Nicoli, the son of a merchant, after the death of his father, relinquished the beaten roads of gain and devoted his soul to study, and his fortune to assist students. At his death, he left his library to the public, but his debts exceeding his effects, the princely generosity of Cosimo de' Medici realized the intention of its former possessor, and afterwards enriched it by the addition of an apartment in which he placed the Greek, Hebrew, Arabic, Chaldaic, and Indian MSS. The intrepid spirit of Nicholas V laid the foundations of the Vatican, The affection of Cardinal Bessarion for his country first gave Venice the rudiments of a public library, and to Sir T. Bodley we owe the invaluable one of Oxford. Sir Robert Cotton, Sir Hans Sloane, Dr. Birch, Mr. Creckerode, Mr. Douce, and others of this race of lovers of books have all contributed to form these literary treasures, which our nation owe to the enthusiasm of individuals who have consecrated their fortunes and their days to this great public object, or which in the result produces the same public good. The collections of such men have been frequently purchased on their deaths by government, and thus have been preserved entire in our national collections. Footnote: the Cottonian collection is the richest English historic library we possess, and is now located in the British Museum, having been purchased for the use of the nation by Parliament in 1707, at a cost of £4,500. The collection of Sir Hans Sloane was added thereto in 1753, for the sum of £20,000. Dr. Birch and Mr. Creckerode bequeathed their most valuable collections to the British Museum. Mr. Douce is the only collector in the list above who bequeathed his curious gatherings elsewhere. He was an officer of the museum for many years, but preferred to leave his treasures to the Bodleian Library, where they are preserved intact according to his earnest wish, a wish he feared might not be gratified in the National Building. It is to this scholar and friend the author of these volumes has dedicated them, as a lasting memorial of an esteem which endured during the life of each. End of footnote. Literature, like virtue, is often its own reward, and the enthusiasm some experience in the permanent enjoyments of a vast library has far outweighed the neglect or the calumny of the world, which some of its votaries have received. From the time that Cicero poured forth his feelings in his oration for the poet Archias, innumerable are the testimonies of men of letters of the pleasurable delirium of their researches. Richard de Bury, Bishop of Durham and the Chancellor of England, so early as 1341, perhaps raised the first private library in our country. He purchased 30 or 40 volumes of the Abbot of St. Albans for £50 weight of silver. He was so enamored of his large collection that he expressly composed a treatise on his love of books, under the title of Philobiblion, and which has been recently translated. Footnote: by Mr. Inglis in 1832. This famous bishop is said to have possessed more books than all the others in England put together. Like Malia Becky, he lived among them, and those who visited him had to dispense with ceremony and step over the volumes that always strewed his floor. End of footnote. He who passes much of his time amid such vast resources and does not aspire to make some small addition to his library, were it only by a critical catalogue, must indeed be not more animated than a leaden Mercury. He must be as indolent as that animal called the sloth, who perishes on the tree he climbs after he has eaten all its leaves. Ransau, the founder of the great library at Copenhagen, whose days were dissolved in the pleasures of reading, discovers his taste and ardor in the following elegant effusion: Salvete aureoli mei libelli, mie delicia mei lepores, quam vos saepe oculis juvat videre, et pretos manibus denere nostris. Tot vos exim, tot eruditi, prisci lumina saeculi et ricentis. Confecere viri suvasque vobis, ausi credere lucubrationes, et sperare decus perenne scriptis, neque haec irrita spes fefelit illos. Imitated. golden volumes, richest treasures, objects of delicious pleasures. You my eyes rejoicing please, you my hands in rapture seize. Brilliant wits and musing sages, lights who beam through many ages. Left to your conscience, leaves their story, and dared to trust you with their glory. And now their hope of fame achieved, dear volumes, you have not deceived. This passion for the enjoyment of books has occasioned their lovers embellishing their outsides with costly ornaments, a fancy which ostentation may have abused, but when these volumes belong to the real man of letters, the most fanciful bindings are often the emblems of his taste and feelings. Footnote. The earliest decorated books were the consular diptycha, ivory book covers richly sculptured in relief, and destined to contain upon their tablets the fasti consulars, the list ending with the name of the new consul, whose property they happened to be. Such as have descended to our own times appeared to be works of the lower empire. They were generally decorated with full-length figures of the consul and attendants, superintending the sports of the circus, or conjoined with portraits of the reigning prince and emblematic figures. The Greek Church adopted the style for the covers of the sacred volume, and ancient clerical libraries formerly possessed many such specimens of early bookbinding, covers being richly sculptured in ivory with bas-reliefs designed from scripture history. Such ivories were sometimes placed in the center of the covers and framed in an ornamental metalwork studded with precious stones and engraved cameos. The barbaric magnificence of these volumes has never been surpassed. The era of Charlemagne was the culmination of their glory. One such volume, presented by that sovereign to the cathedral at Treves, is enriched with Roman ivories and decorative gems. The value of manuscripts in the Middle Ages suggested costly bindings for books that consumed the labor of lives to copy and decorate with ornamental letters or illustrative paintings. In the 15th century, covers of leather embossed with storied ornament were in use. Ladies also frequently employed their needles to construct, with threads of gold and silver on grounds of colored silk, the cover of a favorite volume. In the British Museum, one is preserved of a later date, the work of our Queen Elizabeth. In the 16th century, small ornaments, capable of being conjoined into a variety of elaborate patterns, were first used for stamping the covers with gilding. The leather was stained of various tints, and a beauty imparted to volumes which has not been surpassed by the more skillful modern workmen. End of footnote. The great Tomas procured the finest copies for his library, and his volumes are still eagerly purchased, bearing his autograph on the last page. A celebrated amateur was Grolier. The muses themselves could not more ingeniously have ornamented their favorite works. I have seen several in the libraries of curious collectors. They are gilded and stamped with peculiar neatness. The compartments on the binding are drawn and painted with subjects analogous to the works themselves. They are further adorned by that amiable inscription, Yo, Grolier, et Amicorum, purporting that these literary treasures were collected for himself and for his friends. The family of the Fugers had long felt an hereditary passion for the accumulation of literary treasures, and their portraits, with others in their picture gallery, form a curious quarto volume of 127 portraits, rare even in Germany, entitled Fugerorum Pinacotheca. Footnote. The Fugers were a rich family of merchants residing at Augsburg, carrying on trade with both the Indies and from thence over Europe. They were ennobled by the Emperor Maximilian I. Their wealth often maintained the armies of Charles V, and when Anthony Fugger received that sovereign at his house at Augsburg, he is said, as a part of the entertainment, to have consumed in a fire of fragrant woods the bond of the emperor who condescended to become his guest. End of footnote. Wolfius, who daily haunted their celebrated library, pours out his gratitude in some Greek verses, and describes this bibliothek as a literary heaven, furnished with as many books as there were stars in the firmament, or as a literary garden in which he passed entire days in gathering fruits and flowers, delighting and instructing himself by perpetual occupation. In 1364, the Royal Library of France did not exceed 20 volumes. Shortly after, Charles V increased it to 900, which, by the fate of war, as much at least as by that of money, the Duke of Bedford afterwards purchased and transported to London, where libraries were smaller than on the continent, about 1440. It is a circumstance worthy observation that the French sovereign, Charles V, surnamed the Wise, ordered that 30 portable lights with a silver lamp suspended from the center should be illuminated at night, that students might not find their pursuits interrupted at any hour. Many among us, at this moment, whose professional avocations admit not of morning studies, find that the resources of a public library are not accessible to them, from the omission of the regulation of the zealous Charles V of France. An objection to night studies in public libraries is the danger of fire, and in our own British Museum not a light is permitted to be carried about on any pretense whatever. The history of the Bibliothèque du Roi is a curious incident in literature, and the progress of the human mind and public opinion might be traced by its gradual accessions, noting the changeable qualities of its literary stores, chiefly from theology, law, and medicine to philosophy and elegant literature. It was first under Louis XIV that the productions of the art of engraving were there collected and arranged. The great minister Colbert purchased the extensive collections of the Abbé de Marolles, who may be ranked among the fathers of our print collectors. 264 ample portfolios laid the foundations, and the very catalogues of his collections, printed by Marolles himself, are rare and high-priced. Our own National Print Gallery is growing from its infant establishment. Mr. Hallam has observed that in 1440, England had made comparatively but little progress in learning, and Germany was probably still less advanced. However, in Germany, Trithemius, the celebrated abbot of Spanheim, who died in 1516, had amassed about 2,000 manuscripts, a literary treasure which excited such general attention that princes and eminent men traveled to visit Trithemius and his library. About this time, 600 or 800 volumes formed a royal collection, and their cost could only be furnished by a prince. This was indeed a great advancement in libraries, for at the beginning of the 14th century, the library of Louis IX contained only 4 classical authors, and that of Oxford in 1300 consisted of a few tracts kept in chests. The pleasures of study are classed by Burton among those exercises or recreations of the mind which pass within doors. Looking about this world of books, he exclaims, "I could even live and die with such meditations, and take more delight and true content of mind in them than in all thy wealth and sport. There is a sweetness, which as Circe's cup bewitcheth a student, he cannot leave off, as well may witness those many laborious hours, days and nights, spent in their voluminous treatises. So sweet is the delight of study. The last day is prioris discipulus. Heinsius was mewed up in the library of Leyden all the year long, and that which, to my thinking, should have bred a loathing, caused in him a greater liking. I no sooner, saith he, come into the library, but I bolt the door to me, excluding lust, ambition, avarice, and all such vices whose nurse is idleness, the mother of ignorance and melancholy. the very lap of eternity, amongst so many divine souls, I take my seat with so lofty a spirit and sweet content, that I pity all our great ones and rich men that know not this happiness. Such is the incense of a votary who scatters it on the altar less for the ceremony than from the devotion. Footnote: a living poet thus enthusiastically describes the charms of a student's life among his books. He has his Rome, his Florence, his whole glowing Italy within the four walls of his library. He has in his books the ruins of an antique world and the glories of a modern one. Longfellow's Hyperion. End of footnote. There is, however, an intemperance in study, incompatible often with our social or more active duties. The illustrious Grotius exposed himself to the reproaches of some of his contemporaries for having too warmly pursued his studies, to the detriment of his public station. It was the boast of Cicero that his philosophical studies had never interfered with the services he owed the Republic, and that he had only dedicated to them the hours which others give to their walks, their repasts, and their pleasures. Looking on his voluminous labours, we are surprised at this observation. How honourable is it to him that his various philosophical works bear the titles of the different villas he possessed, which indicates that they were composed in these respective retirements. Cicero must have been an early riser and practiced that magic art in the employment of time, which multiplies our days. End of section 5. Recording by Professor X.
Section 6 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. The Bibliomania. The preceding article is honourable to literature, yet even a passion for collecting books is not always a passion for literature. The bibliomania, or the collecting an enormous heap of books without intelligent curiosity, has, since libraries have existed, infected weak minds, who imagine that they themselves acquire knowledge when they keep it on their shelves. Remotely libraries have been called the madhouses of the human mind, and again the tomb of books, when the possessor will not communicate them, and coffins them up in the cases of his library. It was facetiously observed, these collections are not without a lock on the human understanding. Footnote: an allusion and pun which occasioned the French translator of the present work an unlucky blunder. Puzzled, no doubt, by my facetiously, he translates mettant comme on l'a très judicieusement fait observer l'entendement humain sous la clef. The great work and the great author alluded to having quite escaped him. End of footnote. The bibliomania never raged more violently than in our own times. It is fortunate that literature is in no ways injured by the follies of collectors, since, though they preserve the worthless, they necessarily protect the good. Footnote: the earliest satire on the mere book collector is to be found in Barclay's translation of Brandt's Ship of Fools, first printed by Wynkyn the Word in 1508. He thus announces his true position: I am the first fool of the whole navy, to keep the poop, the helm, and eke the sail. For this is my mind, this one pleasure have I, of books to have great plenty and apparel. Still I am busy books assembling, for to have plenty is a pleasant thing. In my conceit, and to have them I in hand, but what they mean do I not understand. But yet I have them in great reverence and honour, saving them from filth and odour, by often brushing and much diligence. Full goodly, bound in pleasant coverture, of damask, satin, or else of velvet pure, I keep them sure, fearing least they should be lost, for in them is the cunning wherein I me boast. Some collectors place all their fame on the view of a splendid library, where volumes arrayed in all the pomp of lettering, silk linings, triple gold bands, and tinted leather, are locked up in wire cases, and secured from the vulgar hands of the mere reader, dazzling our eyes like eastern beauties peering through the jalousies. La Bruyère has touched on this mania with humour. Of such a collector, as soon as I enter his house, I am ready to faint on the staircase, from a strong smell of Morocco leather. In vain he shows me fine editions, gold leaves, Etruscan bindings, and naming them one after another, as if he were showing a gallery of pictures. A gallery, by the by, which he seldom traverses when alone, for he rarely reads. But me he offers to conduct through it. I thank him for his politeness, and as little as himself care to visit the tan-house, which he calls his library. Lucian has composed a biting invective against an ignorant possessor of a vast library, like him, who in the present day, after turning over the pages of an old book, chiefly admires the date. Lucian compares him to a pilot, who was never taught the science of navigation, to a rider who cannot keep his seat on a spirited horse, to a man who, not having the use of his feet, would conceal the defect by wearing embroidered shoes. But, alas, he cannot stand in them. He ludicrously compares him to Thersites, wearing the armour of Achilles, tottering at every step, leering with his little eyes under his enormous helmet, and his hunchback raising the cuirass above his shoulders. Why do you buy so many books? You have no hair, and you purchase a comb. You are blind, and you will have a grand mirror. You are deaf, and you will have fine musical instruments. Your costly bindings are only a source of vexation, and you are continually discharging your librarians for not preserving them from the silent invasion of the worms and the nibbling triumphs of the rats. Such collectors will contemptuously smile at the collection of the amiable Melancthon. He possessed in his library only 4 authors, Plato, Pliny, Plutarch, and Ptolemy, the geographer. Ancillon was a great collector of curious books, and dexterously defended himself when accused of the Bibliomania. He gave a good reason for buying the most elegant editions, which he did not consider merely as a literary luxury. David Ancillon was born at Metz in 1617. From his earliest years his devotion to study was so great as to call for the interposition of his father, to prevent his health being seriously affected by it. He was described as intemperately studious. The Jesuits of Metz gave him the free range of their college library, but his studies led him to Protestantism, and in 1633 he removed to Geneva, and devoted himself to the duties of the Reformed Church. Throughout an honourable life he retained unabated his love of books, and having a fortune by marriage, he gratified himself in constantly collecting them, so that he ultimately possessed one of the finest private libraries in France. For very many years his life passed peaceably and happily amid his books and his duties, when a revocation of the Edict of Nantes drove him from his country. His noble library was scattered at waste-paper prices. Thus in a single day was destroyed the labour, care, and expense of 44 years. He died 7 years afterwards at Brandenburg. The less the eyes are fatigued in reading a work, the more liberty the mind feels to judge of it, and as we perceive more clearly the excellences and defects of a printed book than when in manuscript, so we see them more plainly in good paper and clear type, than when the impression and paper are both bad. He always purchased first editions, and never waited for second ones, though it is the opinion of some that the first edition is only to be considered as an imperfect essay, which the author proposes to finish after he has tried the sentiments of the literary world. Bayle approves of Ancillon's plan. Those who wait for a book till it is reprinted show plainly that they prefer the saving of a pistol to the acquisition of knowledge. With one of these persons, who waited for a second edition, which never appeared, a literary man argued that it was better to have 2 editions of a book rather than to deprive himself of the advantage which the reading of the first might procure him. It has frequently happened, besides, that in second editions the author omits as well as adds, or makes alterations from prudential reasons. The displeasing truths which he corrects, as he might call them, are so many losses incurred by truth itself. There is an advantage in comparing the first and subsequent editions. Among other things, we feel great satisfaction in tracing the variations of a work after its revision. There are also other secrets, well known to the intelligent curious, who are versed in affairs relating to books. Many first editions are not to be purchased for the treble value of later ones. The collector, we have noticed, frequently said, as is related of Virgil, "I collect gold from Aeneas's dung." I find in some neglected authors particular things not elsewhere to be found. He read many of these, but not with equal attention. Sicut canis ad nilum, bibens et fugiens, like a dog at the Nile, drinking and running. Fortunate are those who only consider a book for the utility and pleasure they may derive from its possession. Students who know much and still thirst to know more may require this vast sea of books, yet in that sea they may suffer many shipwrecks. Great collections of books are subject to certain accidents besides the damp, the worms, and the rats. One not less common is that of the borrowers, not to say a word of the purloiners. End of section 6. Recording by Niedermaier.
Section 7 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. Literary Journals. When writers were not numerous and readers rare, the unsuccessful author fell insensibly into oblivion. He dissolved away in his own weakness. If he committed the private folly of printing what no one would purchase, he was not arraigned at the public tribunal, and the awful terrors of his day of judgment consisted only in the retributions of his publisher's final accounts. At length a taste for literature spread through the body of the people. Vanity induced the inexperienced and the ignorant to aspire to literary honours. To oppose these forcible entries into the haunts of the muses, periodical criticism brandished its formidable weapon, and the fall of many taught some of our greatest geniuses to rise. Multifarious writings produced multifarious strictures, and public criticism reached to such perfection that taste was generally diffused, enlightening those whose occupations had otherwise never permitted them to judge of literary compositions. The invention of reviews, in the form which they have at length gradually assumed, could not have existed but in the most polished ages of literature, for without a constant supply of authors and a refined spirit of criticism, they could not excite a perpetual interest among the lovers of literature. These publications were long the chronicles of taste and science, presenting the existing state of the public mind, while they formed a ready resource for those idle hours which men of letters would not pass idly. Their multiplicity has undoubtedly produced much evil. Puerile critics and venal drudges manufacture reviews. Hence that shameful discordance of opinion, which is the scorn and scandal of criticism. Passions hostile to the peaceful truths of literature have likewise made tremendous inroads in the Republic, and every literary virtue has been lost. In Calamities of Authors, I have given the history of a literary conspiracy conducted by a solitary critic, Gilbert Stuart, against the historian Henry. These works may discuss by vapid panegyric or gross invective, weary by uniform dullness, or tantalize by superficial knowledge. Sometimes merely written to catch the public attention, a malignity is indulged against authors to season the caustic leaves. A reviewer has admired those works in private which he has condemned in his official capacity. But good sense, good temper, and good taste will ever form an estimable journalist who will inspire confidence and give stability to his decisions. To the lovers of literature, these volumes, when they have outlived their year, are not unimportant. They constitute a great portion of literary history, and are indeed the annals of the Republic. To our own reviews we must add the old foreign journals, which are perhaps even more valuable to the man of letters. Of these the variety is considerable, and many of their writers are now known. They delight our curiosity by opening new views, and light up in observing minds many projects of works wanted in our own literature. Gibbon feasted on them, and while he turned them over with constant pleasure, derived accurate notions of works which no student could himself have verified. Of many works a notion is sufficient. The origin of literary journals was the happy project of Denis de Sallo, a councillor in the Parliament of Paris. In 1665 appeared his Journal des Sçavans. He published his essay in the name of the Sieur de Hédouville, his footman. Was this a mere stroke of humour, or designed to insinuate that the freedom of criticism could only be allowed to his lackey? The work, however, met with so favourable a reception that Sallo had the satisfaction of seeing it, the following year, imitated throughout Europe, and his journal at the same time translated into various languages. But as most authors lay themselves open to an acute critic, the animadversions of Sallo were given with such asperity of criticism and such malignity of wit that this new journal excited loud murmurs and the most heart-moving complaints. The learned had their plagiarisms detected, and the wit had his claims disputed. Sarrasin called the gazettes of this new Aristarchus hebdomadaire flams, billets vissés hebdomadaires, and Ménage, having published a law book which Sallo had treated with severe raillery, he entered into a long argument to prove, according to Justinian, that a lawyer is not allowed to defame another lawyer, etc. Senatori maledicere non licet remaledicere jus fasque est. Others loudly declaimed against this new species of imperial tyranny, and this attempt to regulate the public opinion by that of an individual. Sallo, after having published only his third volume, felt the irritated wasps of literature thronging so thick about him that he very gladly abdicated the throne of criticism. The journal is said to have suffered a short interruption by a remonstrance from the nuncio of the Pope for the energy with which Sallo had defended the liberties of the Gallican Church. Intimidated by the fate of Sallo, his successor, the Abbé Gallois, flourished in a milder reign. He contented himself with giving the titles of books, accompanied with extracts, and he was more useful than interesting. The public, who had been so much amused by the raillery and severity of the founder of this dynasty of new critics, now murmured at the want of that salt and acidity by which they had relished the fugitive collation. They were not satisfied with having the most beautiful or the most curious parts of a new work brought together. They wished for the unreasonable entertainment of railing and raillery. At length another objection was conjured up against the review. Mathematicians complained that they were neglected to make room for experiments in natural philosophy. The historians sickened over works of natural history. The antiquaries would have nothing but discoveries of manuscripts or fragments of antiquity. Medical works were called for by one party and reprobated by another. In a word, each reader wished only to have accounts of books which were interesting to his profession or his taste. but a review is a work presented to the public at large, and written for more than one country. In spite of all these difficulties, this work was carried to a vast extent. An index to the Journal des Sçavans has been arranged on a critical plan, occupying 10 volumes in quarto, which may be considered as a most useful instrument to obtain the science and literature of the entire century. The next celebrated reviewer is Bayle, who undertook in 1684 his Nouvelles de la République des Lettres. He possessed the art acquired by habit of reading a book by his fingers, as it has been happily expressed, and of comprising in concise extracts a just notion of a book without the addition of irrelevant matter. Lively, neat, and full of that Attic salt which gives a relish to the driest disquisitions, for the first time the ladies in all the beau monde took an interest in the labours of the critic. He wreathed the rod of criticism with roses. Yet even Bayle, who declared himself to be a reporter and not a judge, Bayle, the discreet skeptic, could not long satisfy his readers. His panegyric was thought somewhat prodigal, his fluency of style somewhat too familiar, and others affected not to relish his gaiety. In his latter volumes, to still the clamour, he assumed the cold sobriety of an historian, and has bequeathed no mean legacy to the literary world in 36 small volumes of criticism, closed in 1687. These were continued by Besnard with inferior skill, and by Basnage more successfully in his Histoire des ouvrages des Sçavans. The contemporary and the antagonist of Bayle was Leclerc. His firm industry has produced 3 bibliothèques, Universelle et Historique, Choisie, and Ancienne et Moderne, forming in all 82 volumes, which complete bear a high price. Inferior to Bayle in the more pleasing talents, he is perhaps superior in erudition, and shows great skill in analysis, but his hand drops no flowers. Gibbon resorted to Leclerc's volumes at his leisure as an inexhaustible source of amusement and instruction. Apostolo, Zeno's Journal des Litterati d'Italia from 1710 to 1733, is valuable. Beausobre et L'Enfant, 2 learned Protestants, wrote a Bibliothèque Germanique from 1720 to 1740 in 50 volumes. Our own literature is interested by the Bibliothèque Britannique, written by some literary Frenchmen, noticed by La Croze in his Voyage littéraire, who designates the writers in this most tantalizing manner: Les auteurs sont gens de mérite et qui entendent tout parfaitement l'anglois. Monsieur Espy, le MD, et le savant Mr. D. Posterity has been partially let into the secret. De Missy was one of the contributors, and Warburton communicated his project of an edition of Velleius Paterculus. This useful account of English books begins in 1733 and closes in 1747. Haig, 23 volumes. To this we must add the Journal Britannique in 18 volumes by Dr. Maty, a foreign physician residing in London. This journal exhibits a view of the state of English literature from 1750 to 1755. Gibbon bestows a high character on the journalist, who sometimes aspires to the character of a poet and a philosopher, one of the last disciples of the school of Fontenelle. Maty's son produced here a review known to the curious. His style and decisions often discover haste and heat, with some striking observations. Alluding to his father, in his motto, Maty applies Virgil's description of the young Ascanius, sequitur patrem non passibus aequis. He says he only holds a monthly conversation with the public. His obstinate resolution of carrying on this review without an associate has shown its folly and its danger, for a fatal illness produced a cessation at once of his periodical labours and his life. Other reviews are the Mémoires de Trevoux, written by the Jesuits. Their caustic censure and vivacity of style made them redoubtable in their day. They did not even spare their brothers. The Journal littéraire, printed at The Hague, was chiefly composed by Prosper Marchand, Salingre, and Van Effen, who were then young writers. This list may be augmented by other journals which sometimes merit preservation in the history of modern literature. Our early English journals notice only a few publications with little acumen. Of these, the Memoirs of Literature and the Present State of the Republic of Letters are the best. The Monthly Review, the venerable, now the deceased mother of our journals, commenced in 1749. It is impossible to form a literary journal in a manner such as might be wished. It must be the work of many, of different tempers and talents. An individual, however versatile and extensive his genius, would soon be exhausted. Such a regular labour occasioned Bayle a dangerous illness, and Maty fell a victim to his review. A prospect always extending as we proceed, the frequent novelty of the matter, the pride of considering one's self as the arbiter of literature, animate a journalist at the commencement of his career. But the literary Hercules becomes fatigued, and to supply his craving pages he gives copious extracts, till the journal becomes tedious or fails in variety. The Abbé Gallois was frequently diverted from continuing his journal, and Fontenelle remarks that this occupation was too restrictive for a mind so extensive as his. The Abbé could not resist the charms of revelling in a new work, and gratifying any sudden curiosity which seized him. This interrupted perpetually the regularity which the public expects from a journalist. The character of a perfect journalist would be only an ideal portrait. There are, however, some acquirements which are indispensable. He must be tolerably acquainted with the subjects he treats on, no common acquirement. He must possess the literary history of his own times, a science which Fontenelle observes is almost distinct from any other. It is the result of an active curiosity which takes a lively interest in the tastes and pursuits of the age, while it saves the journalist from some ridiculous blunders. We often see the mind of a reviewer half a century remote from the work reviewed. A fine feeling of the various manners of writers, with a style adapted to fix the attention of the indolent and to win the untractable, should be his study. But candour is the brightest gem of criticism. He ought not to throw everything into the crucible, nor should he suffer the whole to pass as if he trembled to touch it. Lampoons and satires in time will lose their effect, as well as panegyrics. He must learn to resist the seductions of his own pen, the pretension of composing a treatise on the subject rather than on the book he criticizes, proud of insinuating that he gives in a dozen pages what the author himself has not been able to perform in his volumes. Should he gain confidence by a popular delusion and by unworthy conduct, he may chance to be mortified by the pardon or by the chastisement of insulted genius. The most noble criticism is that in which the critic is not the antagonist so much as the rival of the author. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli, Recovery of Manuscripts. Our ancient classics had a very narrow escape from total annihilation. Many have perished, many are but fragments, and chance, blind arbiter of the works of genius, has left us some not of the highest value, which, however, have proved very useful as a test to show the pedantry of those who adore antiquity not from true feeling, but from traditional prejudice. We lost a great number of ancient authors by the conquest of Egypt by the Saracens, which deprived Europe of the use of the papyrus. They could find no substitute, and knew no other expedient but writing on parchment, which became every day more scarce and costly. Ignorance and barbarism unfortunately seized on Roman manuscripts and industriously defaced pages once imagined to have been immortal. The most elegant compositions of classic Rome were converted into the psalms of a breviary or the prayers of a missal. Livy and Tacitus, quote, hide their diminished heads, unquote, to preserve the legend of a saint, and immortal truths were converted into clumsy fictions. It happened that the most voluminous authors were the greatest sufferers. These were preferred because their volume, being the greatest, most profitably repaid their destroying industry and furnished ampler scope for future transcription. A Livy or a Diodorus was preferred to the smaller works of Cicero or Horace, and it is to this circumstance that Juvenal, Persius, and Martial have come down to us entire, rather probably than to these pious personages preferring their obscenities, as some have accused them. At Rome, a part of a book of Livy was found between the lines of a parchment but half effaced, on which they had substituted a book of the Bible, and a recent discovery of Cicero de Republica, which lay concealed under some monkish writing, shows the fate of ancient manuscripts. Footnote: this important political treatise was discovered in the year 1823 by Angelo Mai in the library of the Vatican. A treatise on the Psalms covered it. This second treatise was written in the clear, minute character of the Middle Ages, but beneath it Mai saw distinct traces of the larger letters of the work of Cicero, and to the infinite joy of the learned, succeeded in restoring to the world one of the most important works of the great orator. End of footnote. That the monks had not in high veneration the profane authors appears by a facetious anecdote. To read the classics was considered as a very idle recreation, and some held them in great horror. To distinguish them from other books, they invented a disgraceful sign. When a monk asked for a pagan author, after making the general sign they used in their manual and silent language when they wanted a book, he added a particular one which consisted in scratching under his ear as a dog which feels an itching scratches himself in that place with his paw. Because, said they, an unbeliever is compared to a dog. In this manner they expressed an itching for those dogs, Virgil or Horace. Footnote: many bishops and abbots began to consider learning as pernicious to true piety, and confounded illiberal ignorance with Christian simplicity, says Wharton. The study of pagan authors was declared to inculcate paganism. The same sort of reasoning led others to say that reading of the Scriptures would infallibly change the readers to Jews. It is amusing to look back on these vain efforts to stop the effect of the printing press. End of footnote. There have been ages when, for the possession of a manuscript, some would transfer an estate or leave in pawn for its loan hundreds of golden crowns, and when even the sale or loan of a manuscript was considered of such importance as to have been solemnly registered by public acts. Absolute as was Louis XI, he could not obtain the manuscript of Rhasis, an Arabian writer, from the library of the faculty of Paris to have a copy made, without pledging 100 golden crowns, and the president of his treasury, charged with this commission, sold part of his plate to make the deposit. For the loan of a volume of Avicenna, a baron offered a pledge of 10 marks of silver, which was refused, because it was not considered equal to the risk incurred of losing a volume of Avicenna. These events occurred in 1471. one cannot but smile at an anterior period, when a Countess of Anjou bought a favourite book of homilies for 200 sheep, some skins of martens, and bushels of wheat and rye. In those times, manuscripts were important articles of commerce. They were excessively scarce and preserved with the utmost care. Usurers themselves considered them as precious objects for pawn. A student of Pavia, who was reduced, raised a new fortune by leaving in pawn a manuscript of a body of law, and a grammarian, who was ruined by a fire, rebuilt his house with 2 small volumes of Cicero. At the restoration of letters, the researches of literary men were chiefly directed to this point. Every part of Europe and Greece was ransacked, and the glorious end considered, there was something sublime in this humble industry, which often recovered a lost author of antiquity and gave one more classic to the world. This occupation was carried on with enthusiasm, and a kind of mania possessed many, who exhausted their fortunes in distant voyages and profuse prices. In reading the correspondence of the learned Italians of these times, their adventures of manuscript hunting are very amusing, and their raptures, their congratulations, or at times their condolences, and even their censures, are all immoderate. The acquisition of a province would not have given so much satisfaction as the discovery of an author little known or not known at all. O great gain! O unexpected felicity! I entreat you, my Poggio, send me the manuscript as soon as possible, that I may see it before I die, exclaims Aretino in a letter overflowing with enthusiasm on Poggio's discovery of a copy of Quintilian. Some of the half-witted who joined in this great hunt were often thrown out, and some paid high for manuscripts not authentic. The knave played on the bungling amateur of manuscripts, whose credulity exceeded his purse. But even among the learned much ill blood was inflamed. He who had been most successful in acquiring manuscripts was envied by the less fortunate, and the glory of possessing a manuscript of Cicero seemed to approximate to that of being its author. It is curious to observe that in these vast importations into Italy of manuscripts from Asia, John Arispa, who brought many hundreds of Greek manuscripts, laments that he had chosen more profane than sacred writers, which circumstance he tells us was owing to the Greeks, who would not so easily part with theological works, but did not highly value profane writers. These manuscripts were discovered in the obscurest recesses of monasteries. They were not always imprisoned in libraries, but rotting in dark, unfrequented corners with rubbish. It required not less ingenuity to find out places where to grope in than to understand the value of the acquisition. An universal ignorance then prevailed in the knowledge of ancient writers. A scholar of those times gave the first rank among the Latin writers to one Valerius. Whether he meant Martial or Maximus is uncertain. He placed Plato and Tully among the poets, and imagined that Ennius and Statius were contemporaries. A library of 600 volumes was then considered as an extraordinary collection. Among those whose lives were devoted to this purpose, Poggio the Florentine stands distinguished, but he complains that his zeal was not assisted by the great. He found under a heap of rubbish in a decayed coffer in a tower belonging to the monastery of San Gallo the work of Quintilian. He is indignant at its forlorn situation. At least, he cries, it should have been preserved in the library of the monks, but I found it in teterrimo quondam et obscuro carcere, and to his great joy drew it out of its grave. The monks have been complimented as the preservers of literature, but by facts like the present their real affection may be doubted. The most valuable copy of Tacitus, of whom so much is wanting, was likewise discovered in a monastery of Westphalia. It is a curious circumstance in literary history that we should owe Tacitus to this single copy, for the Roman emperor of that name had copies of the works of his illustrious ancestor placed in all the libraries of the empire, and every year had 10 copies transcribed. But the Roman libraries seem to have been all destroyed, and the imperial protection availed nothing against the teeth of time. The original manuscript of Justinian's Pandects was discovered by the Pisans when they took a city in Calabria. That vast code of laws had been in a manner unknown from the time of that emperor. This curious book was brought to Pisa, and when Pisa was taken by the Florentines, was transferred to Florence, where it is still preserved. It sometimes happened that manuscripts were discovered in the last agonies of existence. Papirius Masson found in the house of a bookbinder of Lyons the works of Abegard. The mechanic was on the point of using the manuscripts to line the covers of his books. Footnote: Agobard was Archbishop of Lyons and one of the most learned men of the 9th century. He was born in 1779, raised to the prelacy in 1816, from which he was expelled by Louis le Débonnaire for espousing the cause of his son Lothaire. He fled to Italy, but was restored to his see in 838, dying in 840, when the Church canonized him. He was a strenuous churchman, but with enlightened views, and his style as an author is remarkable alike for its clearness and perfect simplicity. His works were unknown until discovered in the manner narrated above, and were published by the discoverer at Paris in 1603, the originals being bequeathed to the Royal Library at his death. On examination, several errors were found in this edition, and a new one was published in 1662, to which another treatise by Agobard was added. End of footnote. A page of the 2nd decade of Livy, it is said, was found by a man of letters in the parchment of his battledore while he was amusing himself in the country. He hastened to the maker of the battledore, but arrived too late. The man had finished the last page of Livy about a week before. Many works have undoubtedly perished in this manuscript state. By a petition of Dr. Dee to Queen Mary in the Cotton Library, it appears that Cicero's treatise De Republica was once extant in this country. Uwe observes that Petronius was probably entire in the days of John of Salisbury, who quotes fragments not now to be found in the remains of the Roman bard. Raimond Soranzo, a lawyer in the papal court, possessed 2 books of Cicero on glory, which he presented to Petrarch, who lent them to a poor aged man of letters, formerly his preceptor. Urged by extreme want, the old man pawned them, and returning home, died suddenly without having revealed where he had left them. They have never been recovered. Petrarch speaks of them with ecstasy and tells us that he had studied them perpetually. 2 centuries afterwards, this treatise on glory by Cicero was mentioned in a catalogue of books bequeathed to a monastery of nuns, but when inquired after, was missing. It is supposed that Petrus Alcinous, physician to that household, purloined it, and after transcribing as much of it as he could into his own writings, had destroyed the original. Alcinous, in his book De Exilio, the critics observed, had many splendid passages which stood isolated in his work and were quite above his genius. The beggar, or in this case the thief, was detected by mending his rags with patches of purple and gold. In this age of manuscript, there is reason to believe that when a man of letters accidentally obtained an unknown work, he did not make the fairest use of it, but cautiously concealed it from his contemporaries. Leonard Aretino, a distinguished scholar at the dawn of modern literature, having found a Greek manuscript of Procopius de Bello Gothico, translated it into Latin and published the work, but concealing the author's name, it passed as his own, till another manuscript of the same work being dug out of its grave, the fraud of Aretino was apparent. Barbossa, a bishop of Ugento, in 1649, has printed among his works a treatise obtained by one of his domestics, bringing in a fish rolled in a leaf of written paper, which his curiosity led him to examine. He was sufficiently interested to run out and search the fish market till he found the manuscript out of which it had been torn. He published it under the title De Officio Episcopi. Machiavelli acted more adroitly in a similar case. A manuscript of the Apothegms of the Ancients by Plutarch having fallen into his hands, he selected those which pleased him and put them into the mouth of his hero, Castruccio Castricani. In more recent times we might collect many curious anecdotes concerning manuscripts. Sir Robert Cotton, one day at his tailor's, discovered that the man was holding in his hand, ready to cut up for measures, an original Magna Charta, with all its appendages of seals and signatures. This anecdote is told by Colomies, who long resided in this country, and an original Magna Charta is preserved in the Cottonian Library, exhibiting marks of dilapidation. Cardinal Granvelle, footnote, the celebrated minister of Philip II, end of footnote, left behind him several chests filled with a prodigious quantity of letters written in different languages, commented, noted, and underlined by his own hand. These curious manuscripts after his death were left in a garret to the mercy of the rain and the rats. 5 or 6 of these chests the steward sold to the grocers. It was then that a discovery was made of this treasure. Several learned men occupied themselves in collecting sufficient of these literary relics to form 80 thick folios, consisting of original letters by all the crowned heads in Europe, with instructions for ambassadors and other state papers. A valuable secret history by Sir George Mackenzie, the King's advocate in Scotland, was rescued from a mass of waste paper sold to a grocer, who had the good sense to discriminate it, and communicated this curious memorial to Dr. Macree. The original, in the handwriting of its author, has been deposited in the Advocate's Library. There is an hiatus which contained the history of 6 years. This work excited inquiry after the rest of the manuscripts, which were found to be nothing more than the sweepings of an attorney's office. Montaigne's Journal of his Travels into Italy has been but recently published. A prebendary of Perigord, travelling through this province to make researches relative to its history, arrived at the ancient chateau of Montaigne in possession of a descendant of this great man. He inquired for the archives, if there had been any. He was shown an old worm-eaten coffer, which had long held papers untouched by the incurious generations of Montaigne. Stifled in clouds of dust, he drew out the original manuscript of the Travels of Montaigne. 2/3 of the work are in the handwriting of Montaigne, and the rest is written by a servant who always speaks of his master in the third person. But he must have written what Montaigne dictated, as the expressions and the egotisms are all Montaigne's. The bad writing and orthography made it almost unintelligible. They confirmed Montaigne's own observation that he was very negligent in the correction of his works. Our ancestors were great hiders of manuscripts. Dr. Dee's singular manuscripts were found in the secret drawer of a chest which have passed through many hands undiscovered, and that vast collection of state papers of Thurloe's, the secretary of Cromwell, which formed about 70 volumes in the original manuscripts, accidentally fell out of the false ceiling of some chambers in Lincoln's Inn. A considerable portion of Lady Mary Wortley Montagu's letters I discovered in the hands of an attorney. Family papers are often consigned to offices of lawyers, where many valuable manuscripts are buried. Posthumous publications of this kind are too frequently made from sordid motives. Discernment and taste would only be detrimental to the views of bulky publishers. Footnote: one of the most curious modern discoveries was that of the Fairfax papers and correspondence by the late J.N. Hughes of Winchester, who purchased at a sale at Leeds Castle, Kent, a box apparently filled with old coloured paving tiles. On removing the upper layers, he found a large mass of manuscripts of the time of the Civil Wars, evidently thus packed for concealment. They have since been published and add most valuable information to this interesting period of English history. End of footnote. End of section 8. Section 9 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. Sketches of Criticism. It may perhaps be some satisfaction to show the young writer that the most celebrated ancients have been as rudely subjected to the tyranny of criticism as the moderns. Detraction has ever poured the waters of bitterness. It was given out that Homer had stolen from anterior poets whatever was most remarkable in the Iliad and Odyssey. Nocrates even points out the source in the library at Memphis in a temple of Vulcan, which, according to him, the blind bard completely pillaged. Undoubtedly there were good poets before Homer. How absurd to conceive that an elaborate poem could be the first. We have indeed accounts of anterior poets, and apparently of epics, before Homer. Aelian notices Cyrus, who composed a poem on the siege of Troy, and Suidas a poem of Corinna's, from which it is said Homer greatly borrowed. Why did Plato so severely condemn the great bard and imitate him? Sophocles was brought to trial by his children as a lunatic, and some who censured the inequalities of this poet have also condemned the vanity of Pindar, the rough verses of Aeschylus, and Euripides for the conduct of his plots. Socrates, considered as the wisest and the most moral of men, Cicero treated as an usurer, and the pedant Athenaeus as illiterate. The latter points out as a Socratic folly our philosopher disserting on the nature of justice before his judges, who were so many thieves. The malignant buffoonery of Aristophanes treats him much worse, but he, as Jortin says, was a great wit, but a great rascal. Plato, who has been called by Clement of Alexandria the Moses of Athens, the philosopher of the Christians by Arnobius, and the god of philosophers by Cicero, Athenaeus accuses of envy, Theopompus of lying, Suidas of avarice, Aulus Gellius of robbery, Porphyry of incontinence, and Aristophanes of impiety. Aristotle, whose industry composed more than 400 volumes, has not been less spared by the critics. Diogenes Laertius, Cicero, and Plutarch have forgotten nothing that can tend to show his ignorance, his ambition, and his vanity. It has been said that Plato was so envious of the celebrity of Democritus that he proposed burning all his works, but that Amydus and Clinias prevented it by remonstrating that there were copies of them everywhere. And Aristotle was agitated by the same passion against all the philosophers his predecessors. Virgil is destitute of invention, if we are to give credit to Pliny, Carbilius, and Seneca. Caligula has absolutely denied him even mediocrity. Herennius has marked his faults, and Perilius Faustinus has furnished a thick volume with his plagiarisms. Even the author of his Apology has confessed that he has stolen from Homer his greatest beauties, from Apollonius Rhodius many of his pathetic passages, from Nicander hints for his Georgics, and this does not terminate the catalogue. Horace censures the coarse humour of Plautus, and Horace in his turn has been blamed for the free use he made of the Greek minor poets. The majority of the critics regard Pliny's natural history as only a heap of fables, and Pliny cannot bear with Diodorus and Vopiscus, and in one comprehensive criticism treats all the historians as narrators of fables. Livy has been reproached for his aversion to the Gauls, Dion for his hatred of the Republic, Velleius Paterculus for speaking too kindly of the vices of Tiberius, and Herodotus and Plutarch for their excessive partiality to their own country, while the latter has written an entire treatise on the malignity of Herodotus. Xenophon and Quintus Curtius have been considered rather as novelists than historians, and Tacitus has been censured for his audacity in pretending to discover political springs and secret causes of events. Dionysius of Halicarnassus has made an elaborate attack on Thucydides for the unskilful choice of his subject and his manner of treating it. Dionysius would have nothing written but what tended to the glory of his country and the pleasure of the reader. As if history were a song, adds Hobbes, who also shows a personal motive in this attack. The same Dionysius severely criticises the style of Xenophon, who, he says, in attempting to elevate his style, shows himself incapable of supporting it. Polybius has been blamed for his frequent introduction of reflections which interrupt the thread of his narrative, and Sallust has been blamed by Cato for indulging his own private passions and studiously concealing many of the glorious actions of Cicero. The Jewish historian Josephus is accused of not having designed his history for his own people so much as for the Greeks and Romans, whom he takes the utmost care never to offend. Josephus assumes a Roman name, Flavius, and, considering his nation as entirely subjugated, to make them appear dignified to their conquerors, alters what he himself calls the holy books. It is well known how widely he differs from the scriptural accounts. Some have said of Cicero that there is no connection, and, to adopt their own figures, no blood and nerves in what his admirers so warmly extol. Cold in his extemporaneous effusions, artificial in his exordiums, trifling in his strained raillery, and tiresome in his digressions. This is saying a good deal about Cicero. Quintilian does not spare Seneca, and Demosthenes, called by Cicero the Prince of Orators, has, according to Hermippus, more of art than of nature. To Demades his orations appear much too laboured. Others have thought him too dry, and if we may trust Aeschines, his language is by no means pure. The Attic Knights of Aulus Gellius and the Deipnosophists of Athenaeus, while they have been extolled by one party, have been degraded by another. They have been considered as botchers of rags and remnants. Their diligence has not been accompanied by judgment, and their taste inclined more to the frivolous than to the useful. Compilers, indeed, are liable to a hard fate, for little distinction is made in their ranks, a disagreeable situation in which honest Burton seems to have been placed, for he says of his work that some will cry out, quote, "This is a thing of mere industry, a collection without wit or invention, a very toy. So men are valued, their labours vilified by fellows of no worth themselves, as things of naught, who could not have done as much. Some understand too little, and some too much." End quote. Should we proceed with this list to our own country and to our own times, it might be curiously augmented, and show the world what men the critics are. But perhaps enough has been said to soothe irritated genius, and to shame fastidious criticism. I would beg the critics to remember the Earl of Roscommon writes in his preface to Horace's Art of Poetry that Horace owed his favour and his fortune to the character given to him by Virgil and Varus, that Fundanius and Pollio are still valued by what Horace says of them, and that in their golden age there was a good understanding among the ingenious, and those who were the most esteemed were the best natured. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. The Persecuted Learned. Those who have labored most zealously to instruct mankind have been those who have suffered most from ignorance, and the discoverers of new arts and sciences have hardly ever lived to see them accepted by the world. With a noble perception of his own genius, Lord Bacon, in his prophetic will, thus expresses himself: "For my name and memory I leave it to men's charitable speeches, and to foreign nations and the next ages." Before the times of Galileo and Harvey, the world believed in the stagnation of the blood and the diurnal immovability of the earth, and for denying these, the one was persecuted and the other ridiculed. The intelligence and the virtue of Socrates were punished with death. Anaxagoras, when he attempted to propagate a just notion of the Supreme Being, was dragged to prison. Aristotle, after a long series of persecution, swallowed poison. Heraclitus, tormented by his countrymen, broke off all intercourse with men. The great geometricians and chemists, as Gerbert, Roger Bacon, and Cornelius Agrippa, were abhorred as magicians. Pope Gerbert, as Bishop Otho gravely relates, obtained the pontificate by having given himself up entirely to the devil. Others suspected him, too, of holding an intercourse with demons, but this was indeed a devilish age. Virgilius, Bishop of Salzburg, having asserted that there existed antipodes, the Archbishop of Mentz declared him a heretic, and the abbot Trithemius, who was fond of improving steganography or the art of secret writing, having published several curious works on this subject, they were condemned as works full of diabolical mysteries, and Frederick II, Elector Palatine, ordered Trithemius's original work, which was in his library, to be publicly burnt. Galileo was condemned at Rome publicly to disavow sentiments, the truth of which must have been to him abundantly manifest. "Are these, then, my judges?" he exclaimed, in retiring from the inquisitors whose ignorance astonished him. He was imprisoned, and visited by Milton, who tells us he was then poor and old. The confessor of his widow, taking advantage of her piety, perused the manuscripts of this great philosopher, and destroys such as in his judgment were not fit to be known to the world. Gabriel Naudé, in his apology for those great men who have been accused of magic, has recorded a melancholy number of the most eminent scholars who have found that to have been successful in their studies was a success which harassed them with continual persecution, a prison or a grave. Cornelius Agrippa was compelled to fly his country and the enjoyment of a large income merely for having displayed a few philosophical experiments, which now every schoolboy can perform, but more particularly having attacked the then prevailing opinion that St. Anne had 3 husbands, he was obliged to fly from place to place. The people beheld him as an object of horror, and when he walked he found the streets empty at his approach. In those times it was a common opinion to suspect every great man of an intercourse with some familiar spirit. The favorite black dog of Agrippa was supposed to be a demon. When Urban Grandier, another victim to the age, was led to the stake, a large fly settled on his head. A monk who had heard that Beelzebub signifies in Hebrew the god of flies, reported that he saw this spirit come to take possession of him. M. de Langier, a French minister who employed many spies, was frequently accused of diabolical communication. Sixtus V, Marechal Faber, Roger Bacon, Cesar Borgia, his son Alexander VI, and others, like Socrates, had their diabolical attendant. Cardan was believed to be a magician. An able naturalist who happened to know something of the arcana of nature was immediately suspected of magic. Even the learned themselves, who had not applied to natural philosophy, seem to have acted with the same feelings as the most ignorant. For when Albert, usually called the Great, an epithet it has been said that he derived from his name, de Groot, constructed a curious piece of mechanism which sent forth distinct vocal sounds, Thomas Aquinas was so much terrified at it that he struck it with his staff, and to the mortification of Albert annihilated the curious labour of 30 years. Petrarch was less desirous of the laurel for the honour than for the hope of being sheltered by it from the thunder of the priests, by whom both he and his brother poets were continually threatened. They could not imagine a poet without supposing him to hold an intercourse with some demon. This was, as Abbé Resnel observes, having a most exalted idea of poetry, though a very bad one of poets. An anti-poetic Dominican was notorious for persecuting all verse-makers, whose power he attributed to the effects of heresy and magic. The lights of philosophy have dispersed all these accusations of magic, and have shown a dreadful chain of perjuries and conspiracies. Descartes was horribly persecuted in Holland when he first published his opinion. Vicius, a bigot of great influence at Utrecht, accused him of atheism, and had even projected in his mind to have this philosopher burnt at Utrecht in an extraordinary fire, which, kindled on an eminence, might be observed by the 7 provinces. Mr. Hallam has observed that the ordeal of fire was the great purifier of books and men. This persecution of science and genius lasted till the close of the 17th century. If the metaphysician stood a chance of being burnt as a heretic, the natural philosopher was not in less jeopardy as a magician, is an observation of the same writer, which sums up the whole. End of section 10. Section 11 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. Poverty of the Learned. Fortune has rarely condescended to be the companion of genius. Others find 100 byroads to her palace. But there is but one open, and that a very different one, for men of letters. Were we to erect an asylum for venerable genius, as we do for the brave and the helpless part of our citizens, it might be inscribed, an hospital for incurables. When even fame will not protect the man of genius from famine, charity ought. Nor should such an act be considered as a debt incurred by the helpless member, but a just tribute we pay in his person to genius itself. Even in these enlightened times, Many have lived in obscurity while their reputation was widely spread, and have perished in poverty while their works were enriching the booksellers. Of the heroes of modern literature, the accounts are as copious as they are sorrowful. Xylander sold his notes on Dion Cassius for a dinner. He tells us that at the age of 18 he studied to acquire glory, but at 25 he studied to get bread. Cervantes, the immortal genius of Spain, is supposed to have wanted food. Camões, the solitary pride of Portugal, deprived of the necessaries of life, perished in an hospital at Lisbon. This fact has been accidentally preserved in an entry in a copy of the first edition of the Lusiad in the possession of Lord Holland. It is a note written by a friar who must have been a witness of the dying scene of the poet, and probably received the volume which now preserves the sad memorial, and which recalled it to his mind from the hands of the unhappy poet. What a lamentable thing to see so great a genius so ill rewarded! I saw him die in an hospital in Lisbon, without having a sheet or shroud, una sana, to cover him, after having triumphed in the East Indies and sailed 5,500 leagues. What good advice for those who weary themselves night and day in study without profit! Camões, when some Fidalgo complained that he had not performed his promise in writing some verses for him, replied, "When I wrote verses I was young, had sufficient food, was a lover, and beloved by many friends and by the ladies. Then I felt poetical ardour. Now I have no spirits, no peace of mind. See there my Javanese, who asked me for 2 pieces to purchase firing, and I have them not to give him." The Portuguese, after his death, bestowed on the man of genius they had starved the appellation of great. Footnote: for some time previous to his death he was in so abject a state of poverty as to be dependent for subsistence upon the exertions of his faithful servant Antonio, a native of Java, whom he had brought with him from India, and who was accustomed to beg by night for the bread which was to save his unhappy master from perishing by want the next day. Camões, when death at last put an end to a life which misfortune and neglect had rendered insupportable, was denied the solace of having his faithful Antonio to close his eyes. He was aged only 55 when he breathed his last in the hospital. This event occurred in 1579, but so little regard was paid to the memory of this great man that the day or month on which he expired remains unknown. Adamson's Memoirs of Camões, 1820. End of footnote. Vondel, the Dutch Shakespeare, after composing a number of popular tragedies, lived in great poverty and died at 90 years of age. Then he had his coffin carried by 14 poets who, without his genius, probably partook of his wretchedness. The great Tasso was reduced to such a dilemma that he was obliged to borrow a crown for a week's subsistence. He alludes to his distress when entreating his cat to assist him during the night with the lustre of her eyes, non avendo cadele per iscrivere I suoi versi, having no candle to see to write his verses. When the liberality of Alfonso enabled Ariosto to build a small house, it seems that it was but ill furnished. When told that such a building was not fit for one who had raised so many fine palaces in his writings, he answered that the structure of words and that of stones was not the same thing. Che pervi la pietra e porvi le parole, non el immendessimo. At Ferrari this house is still shown. Parva sed apta, he calls it, but exults that it was paid for with his own money. This was in a moment of good humour, which he did not always enjoy, for in his satires he bitterly complains of the bondage of dependence and poverty. Little thought the poet that the Commune would order this small house to be purchased with their own funds, that it might be dedicated to his immortal memory. Cardinal Bentivoglio, the ornament of Italy and of literature, languished in his old age in the most distressful poverty, and having sold his palace to satisfy his creditors, left nothing behind him but his reputation. The learned Pomponius Laetus lived in such a state of poverty that his friend Platina, who wrote the Lives of the Popes and also a book of cookery, introduces him into the cookery book by a facetious observation that if Pomponius Laetus should be robbed of a couple of eggs, he would not have wherewithal to purchase 2 other eggs. The history of Aldrovandus is noble and pathetic. having expended a large fortune in forming his collections of natural history and employing the first artists in Europe, he was suffered to die in the hospital of that city, to whose fame he had eminently contributed. Du Ryer, a celebrated French poet, was constrained to write with rapidity and to live in the cottage of an obscure village. His bookseller bought his heroic verses for 100 souls, the 100 lines, and the smaller ones for 50 souls. What an interesting picture has a contemporary given of a visit to this poor and ingenious author. On a fine summer day we went to him at some distance from town. He received us with joy, talked to us of his numerous projects, and showed us several of his works. But what more interested us was that, though dreading to expose to us his poverty, he contrived to offer some refreshments. We seated ourselves under a white oak, the tablecloth was spread on the grass. His wife brought us some milk with fresh water and brown bread, and he picked a basket of cherries. He welcomed us with gaiety, but we could not take leave of this amiable man, now grown old, without tears. To see him so ill-treated by fortune, and to have nothing left but literary honor. Vaugelas, the most polished writer of the French language, who devoted 30 years to his translation of Quintus Curtius, a circumstance which modern translators can have no conception of, died possessed of nothing valuable but his precious manuscripts. This ingenious scholar left his corpse to the surgeons for the benefit of his creditors. Louis XIV honored Racine and Boileau with a private monthly audience. One day the king asked what there was new in the literary world. Racine answered that he had seen a melancholy spectacle in the house of Corneille, whom he found dying, deprived even of a little broth. The king preserved a profound silence and sent the dying poet a sum of money. Dryden, for less than £300, sold Tonson 10,000 verses, as may be seen by the agreement. Purchas, who in the reign of our first James had spent his life in compiling his Relation of the World, when he gave it to the public for the reward of his labours, was thrown into prison at the suit of his printer. Yet this was the book which he informs Charles I in his dedication his father read every night with great profit and satisfaction. The Marquis of Worcester, in a petition to Parliament in the reign of Charles II, offered to publish the 100 processes and machines enumerated in his very curious Centenary of Inventions, on condition that money should be granted to extricate him from the difficulties in which he had involved himself by the prosecution of useful discoveries. The petition does not appear to have been attended to. Many of these admirable inventions were lost. The steam engine and the telegraph may be traced among them. It appears by the Harleian manuscript 7524 that Rushworth, the author of the historical collections, passed the last years of his life in jail, where indeed he died. After the Restoration, when he presented to the king several of the Privy Council's books which he had preserved from ruin, he received for his only reward the thanks of his majesty. Reimer, the collector of the Foedera, must have been sadly reduced by the following letter I found addressed by Peter Leneve Neroy to the Earl of Oxford. I am desired by Mr. Reimer, historiographer, to lay before your lordship the circumstances of his affairs. He was forced some years back to part with all his choice printed books to subsist himself, and now he says he must be forced for subsistence to sell all his manuscript collections to the best bidder, without your lordship will be pleased to buy them for the Queen's library. They are 50 volumes in folio of public affairs, which he hath collected but not printed. The price he asks is £500. Simon Ockley, a learned student in Oriental literature, addresses a letter to the same Earl, in which he paints his distresses in glowing colours. After having devoted his life to Asiatic researches, then very uncommon, he had the mortification of dating his preface to his great work from Cambridge Castle, where he was confined for debt, and with an air of triumph feels a martyr's enthusiasm in the cause for which he perishes. He published his first volume of the History of the Saracens in 1708, and ardently pursuing his Oriental studies, published his second 10 years afterwards without any patronage. Alluding to the encouragement necessary to bestow on youth to remove the obstacles to such studies, he observes that young men will hardly come in on the prospect of finding leisure in a prison to transcribe those papers for the press, which they have collected with indefatigable labour, and oftentimes at the expense of their rest and all the other conveniences of life, for the service of the public. No, though I were to assure them from my own experience that I have enjoyed more true liberty, more happy leisure, more solid repose in 6 months here than in thrice the same number of years before. Evil is the condition of that historian who undertakes to write the lives of others before he knows how to live himself. Not that I speak thus as if I thought I had any just cause to be angry with the world. I did always, in my judgment, give the possession of wisdom the preference to that of riches. Spenser, the child of fancy, languished out his life in misery. Lord Burleigh, says Granger, who it is said prevented the Queen giving him £100, seems to have thought the lowest clerk in his office a more deserving person. Mr. Malone attempts to show that Spenser had a small pension, but the poet's querulous verses must not be forgotten. Full little knowest thou that hast not tried what hell it is in suing long to bide. To lose good days, to waste long nights, and as he feelingly exclaims, to fawn, to crouch, to wait, to ride, to run, to speed, to give, to want, to be undone. How affecting is the death of Sydenham, who had devoted his life to a laborious version of Plato. He died in a sponging house, and it was his death which appears to have given rise to the Literary Fund for the relief of distressed authors. Footnote: this melancholy event happened in 1788, 15 years after the original projector of the Literary Fund, Mr. David Williams, had endeavoured to establish it. It appears that Mr. Floyer Sydenham was arrested for a small debt. He never spoke after being arrested, and sunk under the pressure of his calamity. This is the published record of the event by the officers of the present fund, and these simple words are sufficiently indicative of the harrowing nature of the catastrophe. It was strongly felt that Mr. Williams' hopeful plan of preventing a second act so fatal should be encouraged. A small literary club took the initiative and subscribed a few guineas to pay for such advertisements as were necessary to keep the intended objects of the founder before the public and solicit its aid. 2 years afterwards a committee was formed. Another 2 years saw it take position among the established institutions of the country. In 1818 it obtained a royal charter. In its career it has relieved upwards of 1,300 applicants and devoted to that purpose £47,725. End of footnote. Who will pursue important labours when they read these anecdotes? Dr. Edmund Castell spent a great part of his life in compiling the lexicon Heptagleton, on which he bestowed incredible pains and expended on it no less than £12,000, broke his constitution, and exhausted his fortune. At length it was printed, but the copies remained unsold on his hands. He exhibits a curious picture of literary labour in his preface. As for myself, I have been unceasingly occupied for such a number of years in this mass, Molandino he calls them, that day seemed as it were a holiday in which I have not laboured so much as 16 or 18 hours in these enlarging lexicons and polyglot Bibles. The sage resided in a little cottage while he supplied the world with their most agreeable novels, and appears to have derived the sources of his existence in his old age from the filial exertions of an excellent son, who was an actor of some genius. I wish, however, that every man of letters could apply to himself the epitaph of this delightful writer. Sous ce tombeau gît le sage, abattu par le ciseau de la parque importune. S'il ne fut pas ami de la fortune, il fut toujours ami de la vertu. Many years after this article had been written, I published Calamities of Authors, confining myself to those of our own country. The catalogue is incomplete, but far too numerous. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Lazlo Beauregard. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. Imprisonment of the Learned. Imprisonment has not always disturbed the man of letters in the progress of his studies, but has unquestionably greatly promoted them. In prison, Boethius composed his work on the Consolations of Philosophy, and Grotius wrote his Commentary on St. Matthew with other works. The detail of his allotment of time to different studies during his confinement is very instructive. Buchanan, in the dungeon of a monastery in Portugal, composed his excellent Paraphrases of the Psalms of David. Cervantes composed the most agreeable book in the Spanish language during his captivity in Barbary. Fleta, a well-known law production, was written by a person confined in the Fleet for debt. The name of the place, though not that of the author, has been preserved. And another work, Fleta Minor, or The Laws of Art and Nature in Knowing the Bodies of Metals, etc., by Sir John Pettus, 1683, received its title from the circumstance of his having translated it from the German during his confinement in this prison. Louis XII, when Duke of Orleans, was long imprisoned in the Tower of Bourges. Applying himself to his studies, which he had hitherto neglected, he became, in consequence, an enlightened monarch. Margaret, Queen of Henry IV, King of France, confined in the Louvre, pursued very warmly the studies of elegant literature, and composed a very skilful apology for the irregularities of her conduct. Sir Walter Raleigh's unfinished History of the World, which leaves us to regret that later ages had not been celebrated by his eloquence, was the fruits of 11 years of imprisonment. It was written for the use of Prince Henry, as he and Dollington, who also wrote aphorisms for the same prince, have told us. The prince looked over the manuscript. Of Raleigh, it is observed, to employ the language of Hume, they were struck with the extensive genius of the man, who, being educated amidst naval and military enterprises, had surpassed, in the pursuits of literature, even those of the most recluse and sedentary lives. And they admired his unbroken magnanimity, which, at his age and under his circumstances, could engage him to undertake and execute so great a work as his History of the World. He was assisted in this great work by the learning of several eminent persons, a circumstance which has not been usually noticed. The plan of the Henriade was sketched, and the greater part composed, by Voltaire during his imprisonment in the Bastille, and the Pilgrim's Progress of Bunyan was performed in the circuit of a prison's walls. Howell, the author of Familiar Letters, wrote the chief part of them and almost all his other works during his long confinement in the Fleet prison. He employed his fertile pen for subsistence, and in all his books we find much entertainment. Lydiat, while confined in the King's Bench for debt, wrote his Annotations on the Parian Chronicle, which were first published by Prideaux. He was the learned scholar alluded to by Johnson, an allusion not known to Boswell and others. The learned Selden, committed to prison for his attacks on the divine right of tithes and the king's prerogative, prepared during his confinement his History of Eadmer, enriched by his notes. Cardinal Polignac formed the design of refuting the arguments of the skeptics which Bayle had been renewing in his dictionary, but his public occupations hindered him. 2 exiles at length fortunately gave him the leisure, and the Anti-Lucretius is the fruit of the court disgraces of its author. Furet, when imprisoned in the Bastille, was permitted only to have Bayle for his companion. His dictionary was always before him, and his principles were got by heart. To this circumstance we owe his works, animated by all the powers of skepticism. Sir William Davenant finished his poem of Gondibert during his confinement by the rebels in Carisbrooke Castle. George Withers dedicates his Shepherd's Hunting to his friends, my visitants in the Marshalsea, these eclogues having been printed in his imprisonment. Footnote: Withers, throughout these unique eclogues, which are supposed to narrate the discourses of friendly shepherds who visit him, pent within the jaws of strict imprisonment, a forlorn shepherd void of all the means, whereon man's common hope in danger leads, is still upheld by the same consciousness of rectitude which inspired Sir Richard Lovelace in his better-known address to Althea from prison. Withers's poem was published before Lovelace was born. A few lines from Withers will display this similarity. Speaking of his enemies, he says, "They may do much, but when they have done all, only my body they may bring in thrall. And 'tis not that, my Willie, 'tis my mind's more precious freedom I so weigh. 1,000 ways they may my body bind, in 1,000 thralls, but ne'er my mind betray. And hence it is that I contentment find, and bear with patience this my load away. I'm still myself, and that I'd rather be, than to be lord of all these downs in fee." End footnote. Defoe, confined in Newgate for a political pamphlet, began his Review, a periodical paper, which was extended to 9 thick volumes in quarto, and it has been supposed served as the model of the celebrated Papers of Steel. Wickford's curious work, On Ambassadors, is dated from his prison, where he had been confined for state affairs. He softened the rigor of those heavy hours by several historical works. One of the most interesting facts of this kind is the fate of an Italian scholar of the name of Maggi. Early addicted to the study of the sciences, and particularly to the mathematics and military architecture, he successfully defended Famagusta, besieged by the Turks, by inventing machines which destroyed their works. When that city was taken in 1571, they pillaged his library and carried him away in chains. Now a slave, after his daily labors, he amused a great part of his nights by literary compositions. De Tintinabulus, on bells, a treatise still read by the curious, was actually composed by him when a slave in Turkey, without any other resource than the erudition of his own memory, and the genius of which adversity could not deprive him. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. Amusements of the Learned. Among the Jesuits, it was a standing rule of the order that after an application to study for 2 hours, the mind of the student should be unbent by some relaxation, however trifling. When Petavius was employed in his Dogmata Theologica, a work of the most profound and extensive erudition, the great recreation of the learned father was, at the end of every second hour, to twirl his chair for 5 minutes. After protracted study, Spinoza would mix with the family party where he lodged, and join in the most trivial conversations, or unbend his mind by setting spiders to fight each other. He observed their combats with so much interest that he was often seized with immoderate fits of laughter. A continuity of labor deadens the soul, observed Seneca in closing his treatise on the tranquillity of the soul, and the mind must unbend itself by certain amusements. Socrates did not blush to play with children. Cato, over his bottle, found an alleviation from the fatigues of government, a circumstance, Seneca says in his manner, which rather gives honor to this defect than the defect dishonors Cato. Some men of letters portioned out their day between repose and labor. Asinius Pollio would not suffer any business to occupy him beyond a stated hour. After that time he would not allow any letter to be opened, that his hours of recreation might not be interrupted by unforeseen labors. In the Senate, after the 10th hour, it was not allowed to make any new motion. Tycho Brahe diverted himself with polishing glasses for all kinds of spectacles, and making mathematical instruments, an employment too closely connected with his studies to be deemed an amusement. Dandilly, the translator of Josephus, after 7 or 8 hours of study every day, amused himself in cultivating trees. Barclay, the author of the Argenis, in his leisure hours was a florist. Balzac amused himself with a collection of crayon portraits. Pairisi found his amusement amongst his medals and antiquarian curiosities, the Abbé de Marolles with his prints, and Politian in singing airs to his lute. Descartes passed his afternoons in the conversation of a few friends, and in cultivating a little garden. In the morning, occupied by the system of the world, he relaxed his profound speculations by rearing delicate flowers. Conrad ab Uffenbach, a learned German, recreated his mind, after severe studies, with a collection of prints of eminent persons, methodically arranged. He retained this ardour of the Grangerite to his last days. Roholt wandered from shop to shop to observe the mechanic's labour. Count Caylus passed his mornings in the studios of artists, and his evenings in writing his numerous works on art. This was the true life of an amateur. Grenville Sharp, amidst the severity of his studies, found a social relaxation in the amusement of a barge on the Thames, which was well known to the circle of his friends. There was festive hospitality with musical delight. It was resorted to by men of the most eminent talents and rank. His little voyages to Putney, to Kew, and to Richmond, and the literary intercourse they produced, were singularly happy ones. The history of his amusements cannot be told without adding to the dignity of his character, observes Prince Hoare in the life of this great philanthropist. Some have found amusement in composing treatises on odd subjects. Seneca wrote a burlesque narrative of Claudian's death. Pierius Valerianus has written an eulogium on beards, and we've had a learned one recently with due gravity and pleasantry entitled Éloge de Perruque. Holstein has written an eulogium on the north wind, Heinsius on the ass, Menage, the transmigration of the parasitical pedant to a parrot, and also the petition of the dictionaries. Erasmus composed to amuse himself when travelling his panegyric on Moria, or Folly, which, authorized by the pun, he dedicated to Sir Thomas More. Sallengre, who would amuse himself like Erasmus, wrote, in imitation of his work, a panegyric on Ebriety. He says that he is willing to be thought as drunken a man as Erasmus was a foolish one. Synesius composed a Greek panegyric on baldness. These burlesques were brought into great vogue by Erasmus's Moriae Encomium. It seems, Johnson observes in his life of Sir Thomas Browne, to have been in all ages the pride of art to show how it could exalt the low and amplify the little. To this ambition, perhaps, we owe the frogs of Homer, the gnat and the bees of Virgil, the butterfly of Spenser, the shadow of Walrus, and the quincunx of Browne. Cardinal de Richelieu, amongst all his great occupations, found a recreation in violent exercises, and he was once discovered jumping with his servant to try who could reach the highest side of a wall. De Grammont, observing the cardinal to be jealous of his powers, offered to jump with him, and in the true spirit of a courtier, having made some efforts which nearly reached the cardinal's, confessed the cardinal surpassed him. This was jumping like a politician, and by this means he is said to have ingratiated himself with the minister. The great Samuel Clarke was fond of robust exercise, and this profound logician has been found leaping over tables and chairs. Once perceiving a pedantic fellow, he said, "Now we must desist, for a fool is coming in." Footnote: the same anecdote is related of Dr. Johnson, who once being at a club where other literary men were indulging in jests, upon the entry of a new visitor, exclaimed, "Let us be grave, here is a fool coming." End of footnote. An eminent French lawyer, confined by his business to a Parisian life, amused himself with collecting from the classics all the passages which relate to a country life. The collection was published after his death. Contemplative men seem to be fond of amusements which accord with their habits. The thoughtful game of chess and the tranquil delight of angling have been favourite recreations with the studious. Paley had himself painted with a rod and line in his hand, a strange characteristic for the author of natural theology. Sir Henry Wotton called angling idle time not idly spent. We may suppose that his meditations and his amusements were carried on at the same moment. The amusements of the great D'Aguesseau, Chancellor of France, consisted in an interchange of studies. His relaxations were all the varieties of literature. Le changement de l'étude est mon seul délassement, said this great man, and in the age of the passions his only passion was study. Seneca has observed on amusements proper for literary men that, in regard to robust exercises, it is not decent to see a man of letters exult in the strength of his arm or the breadth of his back. Such amusements diminish the activity of the mind. Too much fatigue exhausts the animal spirits, as too much food blunts the finer faculties. But elsewhere he allows his philosopher an occasional slight inebriation, an amusement which was very prevalent among our poets formerly, when they exclaimed, "Fetch me Ben Jonson's skull, and fill it with sack, rich as the same he drank, when the whole pack of jolly sisters pledged, and did agree it was no sin to be as drunk as he." Seneca concludes admirably, "Whatever be the amusements you choose, return not slowly from those of the body to the mind. Exercise the latter night and day. The mind is nourished at a cheap rate. Neither cold nor heat, nor age itself can interrupt this exercise. Give, therefore, all your cares to a possession which ameliorates even in its old age." An ingenious writer has observed that a garden just accommodates itself to the perambulations of a scholar, who would perhaps rather wish his walks abridged than extended. There is a good characteristic account of the mode in which the literati may take exercise in Pope's letters. "I, like a poor squirrel, am continually in motion indeed, but it is but a cage of 3 foot. My little excursions are like those of a shopkeeper, who walks every day a mile or 2 before his own door, but minds his business all the while. A turn or 2 in a garden will often very happily close a fine period, mature an unripened thought, and raise up fresh associations, whenever the mind, like the body, becomes rigid, by preserving the same posture. Buffon often quitted the old tower he studied in, which was placed in the midst of his garden, for a walk in it." Evelyn loved books and a garden. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Bulbasaur. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. Portraits of Authors. With the ancients, it was undoubtedly a custom to place the portraits of authors before their works. Marshall's 186th epigram of his 14th book is a mere play on words concerning a little volume containing the works of Virgil, and which had his portrait prefixed to it. The volume and the characters must have been very diminutive. Quam brevis immensum cepit membrana maronum, ipsius vultus prima tabella gerit. Marshall is not the only writer who takes notice of the ancients prefixing portraits to the works of authors. Seneca, in his 9th chapter on the tranquillity of the soul, complains of many of the luxurious great, who, like so many of our own collectors, possessed libraries as they did their estates and equipages. It is melancholy to observe how the portraits of men of genius and the works of their divine intelligence are used only as the luxury and the ornaments of walls. Pliny has nearly the same observation in Book 35, Chapter 2. He remarks that the custom was rather modern in his time, and attributes to Asinius Pollio the honor of having introduced it into Rome. In consecrating a library with the portraits of our illustrious authors, he has formed, if I may so express myself, a republic of the intellectual powers of men. To the richness of book treasures, Asinius Pollio had associated a new source of pleasure by placing the statues of their authors amidst them, inspiring the minds of the spectators even by their eyes. A taste for collecting portraits or busts was warmly pursued in the happier periods of Rome, for the celebrated Atticus, in a work he published of illustrious Romans, made it more delightful by ornamenting it with the portraits of those great men, and the learned Varro, in his biography of 700 celebrated men, by giving the world their true features and their physiognomy in some manner, aliquo modo imaginibus is Pliny's expression, showed that even their persons should not entirely be annihilated. They indeed, adds Pliny, form a spectacle which the gods themselves might contemplate. For if the gods sent those heroes to the earth, it is Varro who secured their immortality, and has so multiplied and distributed them in all places, that we may carry them about us, place them wherever we choose, and fix our eyes on them with perpetual admiration. A spectacle that every day becomes more varied and interesting as new heroes appear, and as works of this kind are spread abroad. But as printing was unknown to the ancients, though stamping and impression was daily practiced, and, in fact, they possessed the art of printing without being aware of it, how were these portraits of Varro so easily propagated? Footnote: impressions have been taken from plates engraved by the ancient Egyptians, and one of these, printed by the ordinary rolling press, was exhibited at the Great Manchester Exhibition, 1857, it being for all practical purposes similar to those executed in the present day. End of footnote. If copied with a pen, their correctness was in some danger, and their diffusion must have been very confined and slow. Perhaps they were outlines. This passage of Pliny excites curiosity difficult to satisfy. I have in vain inquired of several scholars, particularly of the late Grecian Dr. Burney. A collection of the portraits of illustrious characters affords not only a source of entertainment and curiosity, but displays the different modes or habits of the time. And in settling our floating ideas upon the true features of famous persons, they also fix the chronological particulars of their birth, age, death, sometimes with short characters of them, besides the names of painter and engraver. It is thus a single print, by the hand of a skilful artist, may become a varied banquet. To this Granger adds that in a collection of engraved portraits the contents of many galleries are reduced into the narrow compass of a few volumes, and the portraits of eminent persons, who distinguish themselves through a long succession of ages, may be turned over in a few hours. Another advantage, Granger continues, attending such an assemblage is that the methodical arrangement has a surprising effect upon the memory. We see the celebrated contemporaries of every age almost at one view, and the mind is insensibly led to the history of that period. I may add to these an important circumstance, which is the power that such a collection will have in awakening genius. A skilful preceptor will presently perceive the true bent of the temper of his pupil by his being struck with a Blake or a Boyle, a Hyde or a Milton. A circumstance in the life of Cicero confirms this observation. Atticus had a gallery adorned with the images or portraits of the great men of Rome, under each of which he had severally described their principal acts and honors, in a few concise verses of his own composition. It was by the contemplation of two of these portraits, the ancient Brutus and a venerable relative in one picture, that Cicero seems to have incited Brutus, by the example of these his great ancestors, to dissolve the tyranny of Caesar. General Fairfax made a collection of engraved portraits of warriors. A story much in favor of portrait collectors is that of the Athenian courtesan who, in the midst of a riotous banquet with her lovers, accidentally casting her eyes on the portrait of a philosopher that hung opposite to her seat, the happy character of temperance and virtue struck her with so lively an image of her own unworthiness that she suddenly retreated forever from the scene of debauchery. The Orientalists have felt the same charm in their pictured memorials, for the imperial Akbar, says Mr. Forbes in his Oriental Memoirs, employed artists to make portraits of all the principal Amras and officers in his court. They were bound together in a thick volume, wherein, as the Ain Akbari, or the Institutes of Akbar, expresses it, the past are kept in lively remembrance, and the present are ensured immortality. Leonard Aretin, when young and in prison, found a portrait of Petrarch on which his eyes were perpetually fixed, and this sort of contemplation inflamed the desire of imitating this great man. Buffon hung the portrait of Newton before his writing table. On this subject, Tacitus sublimely expresses himself at the close of his admired biography of Agricola. I do not mean to censure the custom of preserving in brass or marble the shape and stature of eminent men, but busts and statues, like their originals, are frail and perishable. The soul is formed of finer elements. Its inward form is not to be expressed by the hand of an artist with unconscious matter. Our manners and our morals may in some degree trace the resemblance. All of Agricola that gained our love and raised our admiration still subsists, and ever will subsist, preserved in the minds of men, the register of ages, and the records of fame. What is more agreeable to the curiosity of the mind and the eye than the portraits of great characters? An old philosopher, whom Marville invited to see a collection of landscapes by a celebrated artist, replied, "Landscapes I prefer seeing in the country itself, but I am fond of contemplating the pictures of illustrious men." This opinion has some truth. Lord Orford preferred an interesting portrait to either landscape or historical painting. A landscape, however excellent in its distributions of wood and water and buildings, leaves not one trace in the memory. Historical painting is perpetually false in a variety of ways, in the costume, the grouping, the portraits, and is nothing more than fabulous painting, but a real portrait is truth itself, and calls up so many collateral ideas as to fill an intelligent mind more than any other species. Marville justly reprehends the fastidious feelings of those ingenious men who have resisted the solicitations of the artist to sit for their portraits. In them it is sometimes as much pride as it is vanity in those who are less difficult in this respect. Of Gray, Fielding, and Akenside, we have no heads for which they sat, a circumstance regretted by their admirers and by physiognomists. To an arranged collection of portraits we owe several interesting works. Granger's justly esteemed volumes originated in such a collection. Perrault's Eloges of the illustrious men of the 17th century were drawn up to accompany the engraved portraits of the most celebrated characters of the age, which a fervent love of the fine arts and literature had engraved as an elegant tribute to the fame of those great men. They are confined to his nation as grangers to ours. The parent of this race of books may perhaps be the eulogiums of Paulus Jovius, which originated in a beautiful cabinet whose situation he has described with all its amenity. Paulus Jovius had a country house in an insular situation of a most romantic aspect. Built on the ruins of the Villa of Pliny, in his time the foundations were still to be traced. When the surrounding lake was calm, in its lucid bosom were still viewed sculptured marbles, the trunks of columns, and the fragments of those pyramids which had once adorned the residence of the friend of Trajan. Jovius was an enthusiast of literary leisure, an historian with the imagination of a poet, a Christian prelate nourished on the sweet fictions of pagan mythology. His pen colors like a pencil. He paints rapturously his gardens bathed by the waters of the lake, the shade and freshness of his woods, his green hills, his sparkling fountains, the deep silence and the calm of solitude. He describes a statue raised in his gardens to nature. In his hall an Apollo presided with his lyre, and the Muses with their attributes. His library was guarded by Mercury, and an apartment devoted to the three Graces was embellished by Doric columns and paintings of the most pleasing kind. Such was the interior. Without, the pure and transparent lake spread its broad mirror or rolled its voluminous windings by banks richly covered with olives and laurels, and in the distance towns, promontories, hills rising in an amphitheatre blushing with vines, and the elevations of the Alps covered with woods and pasturage and sprinkled with herds and flocks. In the center of this enchanting habitation stood the cabinet, where Paulus Jovius had collected, at great cost, the portraits of celebrated men of the 14th and 2 succeeding centuries. The daily view of them animated his mind to compose their eulogiums. These are still curious, both for the facts they preserve and the happy conciseness with which Jovius delineates a character. He had collected these portraits as others form a collection of natural history, and he pursued in their characters what others do in their experiments. One caution in collecting portraits must not be forgotten. It respects their authenticity. We have too many supposititious heads and ideal personages. Conrad ab Offenbach, who seems to have been the first collector who projected a methodical arrangement, condemned those spurious portraits which were fit only for the amusement of children. The painter does not always give a correct likeness, or the engraver misses it in his copy. Goldsmith was a short, thick man with wan features and a vulgar appearance, but looks tall and fashionable in a bagwig. Bale's portrait does not resemble him, as one of his friends writes. Rousseau, in his Montereau cap, is in the same predicament. Winkelmann's portrait does not preserve the striking physiognomy of the man, and in the last edition a new one is substituted. The faithful Virtue refused to engrave for Houbraken's set because they did not authenticate their originals, and some of these are spurious, as that of Ben Jonson, Sir Edward Coke, and others. Busts are not so liable to these accidents. It is to be regretted that men of genius have not been careful to transmit their own portraits to their admirers. It forms a part of their character. A false delicacy has interfered. Erasmus did not like to have his own diminutive person sent down to posterity, but Holbein was always affectionately painting his friend. Montesquieu once sat to Dacier, the medalist, after repeated denials won over by the ingenious argument of the artist. "Do you not think," said Dacier, "that there is as much pride in refusing my offer as in accepting it?" End of section 14.
Section 15 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. Destruction of Books. The literary treasures of antiquity have suffered from the malice of men as well as that of time. It is remarkable that conquerors, in the moment of victory or in the unsparing devastation of their rage, have not been satisfied with destroying men, but have even carried their vengeance to books. The Persians, from hatred of the religion of the Phoenicians and the Egyptians, destroyed their books, of which Eusebius notices a great number. A Grecian library at Cnidus was burnt by the sect of Hippocrates because the Cnidians refused to follow the doctrines of their master. If the followers of Hippocrates formed the majority, was it not very unorthodox in the Cnidians to prefer taking physic their own way? But faction has often annihilated books. The Romans burnt the books of the Jews, of the Christians, and the philosophers. The Jews burnt the books of the Christians and the pagans, and the Christians burnt the books of the pagans and the Jews. The greater part of the books of Origen and other heretics were continually burnt by the orthodox party. Gibbon pathetically describes the empty library of Alexandria after the Christians had destroyed it. The valuable library of Alexandria was pillaged or destroyed, and near 20 years afterwards the appearance of the empty shelves excited the regret and indignation of every spectator whose mind was not totally darkened by religious prejudice. The compositions of ancient genius, so many of which have irretrievably perished, might surely have been accepted from the wreck of idolatry for the amusement and instruction of succeeding ages, and either the zeal or avarice of the archbishop might have been satiated with the richest spoils which were the rewards of his victory. The pathetic narrative of Nicetas Choniates of the ravages committed by the Christians of the 13th century in Constantinople was fraudulently suppressed in the printed editions. It has been preserved by Dr. Clarke, who observes that the Turks have committed fewer injuries to the works of art than the barbarous Christians of that age. The reading of the Jewish Talmud has been forbidden by various edicts of the Emperor Justinian, of many of the French and Spanish kings, and numbers of popes. All the copies were ordered to be burnt. The intrepid perseverance of the Jews themselves preserved that work from annihilation. In 1569, 12,000 copies were thrown into the flames at Cremona. John Reuchlin interfered to stop this universal destruction of Talmuds, for which he became hated by the monks and condemned by the Elector of Mentz. But appealing to Rome, the prosecution was stopped, and the traditions of the Jews were considered as not necessary to be destroyed. Conquerors at first destroy with the rashest zeal the national records of the conquered people. Hence it is that the Irish people deplore the irreparable losses of their most ancient national memorials, which their invaders have been too successful in annihilating. The same event occurred in the conquest of Mexico, and the interesting history of the New World must ever remain imperfect in consequence of the unfortunate success of the first missionaries. Clavigero, the most authentic historian of Mexico, continually laments this affecting loss. Everything in that country had been painted, and painters abounded there as scribes in Europe. The first missionaries, suspicious that superstition was mixed with all their paintings, attacked the chief school of these artists, and collecting in the marketplace a little mountain of these precious records, they set fire to it, and buried in the ashes the memory of many interesting events. Afterwards, sensible of their error, they tried to collect information from the mouths of the Indians, but the Indians were indignantly silent. When they attempted to collect the remains of these painted histories, the patriotic Mexican usually buried in concealment the fragmentary records of his country. The story of the Caliph Omar proclaiming throughout the kingdom at the taking of Alexandria that the Koran contained everything which was useful to believe and to know, and therefore he commanded that all the books in the Alexandrian library should be distributed to the masters of the baths, amounting to 4,000, to be used in heating their stoves during a period of 6 months, modern paradox would attempt to deny. But the tale would not be singular even were it true. It perfectly suits the character of a bigot, a barbarian, and a blockhead. A similar event happened in Persia, when Abdullah, who in the 3rd century of the Mohammedan era governed Khorasan, was presented at Nishapur with a manuscript which was shown as a literary curiosity, he asked the title of it. It was the tale of Wamak and Uzra, composed by the great poet Nashirwan. On this, Abdullah observed that those of his country and faith had nothing to do with any other book than the Koran, and all Persian manuscripts found within the circle of his government, as the works of idolaters, were to be burnt. Much of the most ancient poetry of the Persians perished by this fanatical edict. When Buddha was taken by the Turks, a cardinal offered a vast sum to redeem the great library founded by Matthew Corvini, a literary monarch of Hungary. It was rich in Greek and Hebrew lore and the classics of antiquity. 30 amanuenses had been employed in copying manuscripts and illuminating them by the finest art. The barbarians destroyed most of the books in tearing away their splendid covers and their silver bosses. An Hungarian soldier picked up a book as a prize. It proved to be the Ethiopics of Heliodorus, from which the first edition was printed in 1534. Cardinal Ximenes seems to have retaliated a little on the Saracens, for at the taking of Granada he condemned to the flames 5,000 Korans. The following anecdote respecting a Spanish missal called Saint Isidore's is not incurious. Hard fighting saved it from destruction. In the Moorish wars, all these missals had been destroyed, excepting those in the city of Toledo. There, in 6 churches, the Christians were allowed the free exercise of their religion. When the Moors were expelled several centuries afterwards from Toledo, Alphonsus VI ordered the Roman Missal to be used in those churches, but the people of Toledo insisted on having their own, as revised by Saint Isidore. It seemed to them that Alphonsus was more tyrannical than the Turks. The contest between the Roman and the Toletan missals came to that height, that at length it was determined to decide their fate by single combat. The champion of the Toletan missal fell by one blow the night of the Roman missal. Alphonsus still considered this battle as merely the effect of the heavy arm of the doughty Toletan, and ordered a fast to be proclaimed and a great fire to be prepared, into which, after his majesty and the people had joined in prayer for heavenly assistance in this ordeal, both the rivals, not the men but the missals, were thrown into the flames. Again Saint Isidore's missal triumphed, and this iron book was then allowed to be orthodox by Alphonsus, and the good people of Toledo were allowed to say their prayers as they had long been used to do. However, the copies of this missal at length became very scarce, for now, when no one opposed the reading of Saint Isidore's missal, none cared to use it. Cardinal Ximenes found it so difficult to obtain a copy that he printed a large impression and built a chapel consecrated to Saint Isidore, that this service might be daily chanted as it had been by the ancient Christians. The works of the ancients were frequently destroyed at the instigation of the monks. They appear sometimes to have mutilated them, for passages have not come down to us which once evidently existed, and occasionally their interpolations and other forgeries formed a destruction in a new shape by additions to the originals. They were indefatigable in erasing the best works of the most eminent Greek and Latin authors, in order to transcribe their ridiculous lives of saints on the obliterated vellum. One of the books of Livy is in the Vatican most painfully defaced by some pious father for the purpose of writing on it some missal or psalter, and there have been recently others discovered in the same state. Inflamed with the blindest zeal against everything pagan, Pope Gregory VII ordered that the library of the Palatine Apollo, a treasury of literature formed by successive emperors, should be committed to the flames. He issued this order under the notion of confining the attention of the clergy to the Holy Scriptures. From that time, all ancient learning which was not sanctioned by the authority of the Church has been emphatically distinguished as profane in opposition to sacred. This pope is said to have burnt the works of Varro, the learned Roman, that St. Austin should escape from the charge of plagiarism, being deeply indebted to Varro for much of his great work, The City of God. The Jesuits sent by the Emperor Ferdinand to proscribe Lutheranism from Bohemia converted that flourishing kingdom comparatively into a desert. Convinced that an enlightened people could never be long subservient to a tyrant, they struck one fatal blow at the national literature. Every book they condemned was destroyed, even those of antiquity. The annals of the nation were forbidden to be read, and writers were not permitted even to compose on subjects of Bohemian literature. The mother tongue was held out as a mark of vulgar obscurity, and domiciliary visits were made for the purpose of inspecting the libraries of the Bohemians. With their books and their language, they lost their national character and their independence. The destruction of libraries in the reign of Henry VIII at the dissolution of the monasteries is wept over by John Bale. Those who purchased the religious houses took the libraries as part of the booty with which they scoured their furniture, or sold the books as waste paper, or sent them abroad in shiploads to foreign bookbinders. Footnote: Henry gave a commission to the famous antiquary John Leland to examine the libraries of the suppressed religious houses and preserve such as concerned history. Though Leland, after his search, told the king he had conserved many good authors, the which otherwise had been like to have perished to the no small incommodity of good letters. He owns to the ruthless destruction of all such as were connected with the doctrine of a rout of Roman bishops. Strype consequently notes with great sorrow that many ancient manuscripts and writings of learned British and Saxon authors were lost. Libraries were sold by mercenary men for anything they could get in that confusion and devastation of religious houses. Bale, the antiquary, makes mention of a merchant that bought 2 noble libraries about these times for 40 shillings, the books whereof served him for no other use but for waste paper, and that he had been 10 years consuming them, and yet there remained still store enough for as many years more. Vast quantities and numbers of these books vanished with the monks and friars from their monasteries, were conveyed away and carried beyond seas to booksellers there, by whole shipladings, and a great many more were used in shops and kitchens. End of footnote. The fear of destruction induced many to hide manuscripts underground and in old walls. At the Reformation, popular rage exhausted itself on illuminated books or manuscripts that had red letters in the title page. Any work that was decorated was sure to be thrown into the flames as a superstitious one. Red letters and embellished figures were sure marks of being papistical and diabolical. We still find such volumes mutilated of their gilt letters and elegant initials. Many have been found underground, having been forgotten. What escaped the flames were obliterated by the damp. Such is the deplorable fate of books during a persecution. The Puritans burned everything they found which bore the vestige of popish origin. We have on record many curious accounts of their pious depredations, of their maiming images and erasing pictures. The heroic expeditions of one Dowsing are journalized by himself, a fanatical Quixote, to whose intrepid arm many of our noseless saints, sculptured on our cathedrals, owe their misfortunes. The following are some details from the diary of this redoubtable Goth during his rage for reformation. His entries are expressed with a laconic conciseness, and it would seem with a little dry humour. At Sunbury we break down 10 mighty great angels in glass. At Barham break down the 12 apostles in the chancel, and 6 superstitious pictures more there, and 8 in the church, one a lamb with a cross on the back, and digged down the steps and took up 4 superstitious inscriptions in brass, etc. Lady Bruce's house, the chapel, a picture of God the Father, of the Trinity, of Christ, the Holy Ghost, and the cloven tongues, which we gave orders to take down, and the lady promised to do it. At another place they break 600 superstitious pictures, 8 Holy Ghosts, and 3 of the Son, and in this manner he and his deputies scoured 150 parishes. It has been humorously conjectured that from this ruthless devastator originated the phrase "to give a dousing." Bishop Hall saved the windows of his chapel at Norwich from destruction by taking out the heads of the figures, and this accounts for the many faces in church windows which we see supplied by white glass. In the various civil wars in our country, numerous libraries have suffered both in manuscripts and printed books. I dare maintain, says Fuller, that the wars betwixt York and Lancaster, which lasted 60 years, were not so destructive as our modern wars in 6 years. He alludes to the parliamentary feuds in the reign of Charles I, for during the former their differences agreed in the same religion, impressing them with reverence to all allowed muniments, whilst our civil wars, founded in faction and variety of pretended religions, exposed all naked church records a prey to armed violence, a sad vacuum, which will be sensible in our English history. When it was proposed to the great Gustavus of Sweden to destroy the palace of the Dukes of Bavaria, that hero nobly refused, observing, "Let us not copy the example of our unlettered ancestors, who, by waging war against every production of genius, have rendered the name of Goth universally proverbial of the rudest state of barbarity." Even the civilization of the 18th century could not preserve from the destructive fury of an infuriated mob in the most polished city of Europe the valuable manuscripts of the great Earl of Mansfield, which were madly consigned to the flames during the riots of 1780, as those of Dr. Priestley were consumed by the mob at Birmingham. In the year 1599, the Hall of the Stationers underwent as great a purgation as was carried on in Don Quixote's library. Warton gives a list of the best writers who were ordered for immediate conflagration by the prelates Whitgift and Bancroft, urged by the puritanical and Calvinistic factions. Like thieves and outlaws, they were ordered to be taken wheresoever they may be found. It was also decreed that no satires or epigrams should be printed for the future. No plays were to be printed without the inspection and permission of the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Bishop of London, nor any English histories, I suppose novels and romances, without the sanction of the Privy Council. Any pieces of this nature unlicensed, or now at large and wandering abroad, were to be diligently sought, recalled, and delivered over to the ecclesiastical arm at London House. At a later period, and by an opposite party, among other extravagant motions made in Parliament, one was to destroy the records in the Tower, and to settle the nation on a new foundation. The very same principle was attempted to be acted on in the French Revolution by the true sans-culottes. With us, Sir Matthew Hale showed the weakness of the project, and while he drew on his side all sober persons, stopped even the mouths of the frantic people themselves. To descend to the losses incurred by individuals whose names ought to have served as an amulet to charm away the demons of literary destruction. One of the most interesting is the fate of Aristotle's library. He who by a Greek term was first saluted as a collector of books. His works have come down to us accidentally, but not without irreparable injuries, and with no slight suspicion respecting their authenticity. The story is told by Strabo in his 13th book. The books of Aristotle came from his scholar Theophrastus to Neleus, whose posterity, an illiterate race, kept them locked up without using them, buried in the earth. Apellion, a curious collector, purchased them, but finding the manuscripts injured by age and moisture, conjecturally supplied their deficiencies. It is impossible to know how far Apellion has corrupted and obscured the text, but the mischief did not end here. When Sylla, at the taking of Athens, brought them to Rome, he consigned them to the care of Turannio, a grammarian, who employed scribes to copy them. He suffered them to pass through his hands without correction, and took great freedoms with them. The words of Strabo are strong. Ibique tyrannionem grammaticam ius usum atque ut fama est, inter sedici aut invertici. He gives it indeed as a report, but the fact seems confirmed by the state in which we find these works. Averroes declared that he read Aristotle 40 times over before he succeeded in perfectly understanding him. He pretends he did at the 41st time, and to prove this has published 5 folios of commentary. We have lost much valuable literature by the illiberal or malignant descendants of learned and ingenious persons. Many of Lady Mary Wortley Montagu's letters have been destroyed, I am informed, by her daughter, who imagined that the family honours were lowered by the addition of those of literature. Some of her best letters recently published were found buried in an old trunk. It would have mortified her ladyship's daughter to have heard that her mother was the Sévigné of Britain. At the death of the learned Pierresque, a chamber in his house filled with letters from the most eminent scholars of the age was discovered. The learned in Europe had addressed Pierresque in their difficulties, who was hence called the Attorney General of the Republic of Letters. The niggardly niece, although repeatedly entreated to permit them to be published, preferred to use these learned epistles occasionally to light her fires. Footnote. One of the most disastrous of these losses to the admirers of the old drama occurred through the neglect of a collector, John Warburton, Somerset Herald at Arms, who died 1759, and who had many of these early plays in manuscript. They were left carelessly in a corner, and during his absence his cook used them for culinary purposes as waste paper. The list published of his losses is, however, not quite accurate, as one or more escaped or were mislaid by this careless man, for Massinger's tragedy, The Tyrant, stated to have been so destroyed, was found among his books and sold at his sale in 1759. Another play by the same author, Believe as You List, was discovered among some papers from Garrick's library in 1844. And was printed by the Percy Society, 1849. It appears to be the very manuscript copy seen and described by Cibber and Chetwood. End of footnote. The manuscripts of Leonardo da Vinci have equally suffered from his relatives. When a curious collector discovered some, he generously brought them to a descendant of the great painter, who coldly observed that he had a great deal more in the garret, which had lain there for many years, if the rats had not destroyed them. Nothing which this great artist wrote but showed an inventive genius. Menage observes on a friend having had his library destroyed by fire, in which several valuable manuscripts had perished, that such a loss is one of the greatest misfortunes that can happen to a man of letters. This gentleman afterwards consoled himself by composing a little treatise, De Bibliothecae Incendio, It must have been sufficiently curious. Even in the present day, men of letters are subject to similar misfortunes, for though the fire offices will insure books, they will not allow authors to value their own manuscripts. A fire in the Cottonian library shriveled and destroyed many Anglo-Saxon manuscripts, a loss now irreparable. The antiquary is doomed to spell hard and hardly at the baked fragments that crumble in his hand. Footnote: one of these shriveled volumes is preserved in a case in our British Museum. The leaves have been twisted and drawn almost into a solid ball by the action of fire. Some few of the charred manuscripts have been admirably restored of late years by judicious pressure, and inlaying the damaged leaves in solid margins. The fire occurred while the collection was temporarily placed in Ashburnham House, Little Dean's Yard, Westminster, in October 1731. From the report published by a committee of the House of Commons soon after, it appears that the original number of volumes was 958, of which are lost, burnt, or entirely spoiled 114, and damaged so as to be defective 98. End of footnote. Meninsky's famous Persian dictionary met with a sad fate. Its excessive rarity is owing to the siege of Vienna by the Turks. A bomb fell on the author's house and consumed the principal part of his indefatigable labors. There are few sets of this high-priced work which do not bear evident proofs of the bomb, while many parts are stained with the water sent to quench the flames. The sufferings of an author for the loss of his manuscripts strongly appear in the case of Anthony Urseus, a great scholar of the 15th century. The loss of his papers seems immediately to have been followed by madness. At Forli he had an apartment in the palace and had prepared an important work for publication. His room was dark, and he generally wrote by lamplight. Having gone out, he left the lamp burning. The papers soon kindled, and his library was reduced to ashes. As soon as he heard the news, he ran furiously to the palace, and knocking his head violently against the gate, uttered this blasphemous language: Jesus Christ, what great crime have I done? Who of those who believed in you have I ever treated so cruelly? Hear what I am saying, for I am in earnest and am resolved. If by chance I should be so weak as to address myself to you at the point of death, don't hear me, for I will not be with you, but prefer hell and its eternity of torments. To which, by the by, he gave little credit. Those who heard these ravings vainly tried to console him. He quitted the town and lived frantically wandering about the woods. Ben Jonson's execration on Vulcan was composed on a like occasion. The fruits of 20 years' study were consumed in one short hour. Our literature suffered, for among some works of imagination there were many philosophical collections, a commentary on the Poetics, a complete critical grammar, a life of Henry V, his journey into Scotland, with all his adventures in that poetical pilgrimage, and a poem on the ladies of Great Britain. What a catalogue of losses! Castelvetro, the Italian commentator on Aristotle, having heard that his house was on fire, ran through the streets exclaiming to the people, alla poetica, to the poetic, to the poetic. He was then writing his commentary on the Poetics of Aristotle. Several men of letters have been known to have risen from their deathbed to destroy their manuscripts. So solicitous have they been not to venture their posthumous reputation in the hands of undiscerning friends. Colardo, the elegant versifier of Pope's Epistle of Eloisa to Abelard, had not yet destroyed what he had written of a translation of Tasso. At the approach of death, he recollected his unfinished labour. He knew that his friends would not have the courage to annihilate one of his works. This was reserved for him. Dying, he raised himself, and as if animated by an honourable action, he dragged himself along, and with trembling hands seized his papers, and consumed them in one sacrifice. I recollect another instance of a man of letters of our own country who acted the same part. He had passed his life in constant study, and it was observed that he had written several folio volumes, which his modest fears would not permit him to expose to the eye even of his critical friends. He promised to leave his labours to posterity, and he seemed sometimes, with a glow on his countenance, to exult that they would not be unworthy of their acceptance. At his death his sensibility took the alarm. He had the folios brought to his bed. No one could open them, for they were closely locked. At the sight of his favourite and mysterious labours he paused. He seemed disturbed in his mind, while he felt at every moment his strength decaying. Suddenly he raised his feeble hands by an effort of firm resolve, burnt his papers, and smiled as the greedy Vulcan licked up every page. The task exhausted his remaining strength, and he soon afterwards expired. The late Mrs. Inchbald had written her life in several volumes. On her deathbed, from a motive perhaps of too much delicacy to admit of any argument, she requested a friend to cut them into pieces before her eyes, not having sufficient strength left herself to perform this funereal office. These are instances of what may be called the heroism of authors. The Republic of Letters has suffered irreparable losses by shipwrecks. Guarino Veronese, one of those learned Italians who travelled through Greece for the recovery of manuscripts, had his perseverance repaid by the acquisition of many valuable works. On his return to Italy he was shipwrecked and lost his treasures. So poignant was his grief on this occasion that, according to the relation of one of his countrymen, his hair turned suddenly white. About the year 1700, Huda, an opulent burgomaster of Middelburg, animated solely by literary curiosity, went to China to instruct himself in the language and in whatever was remarkable in this singular people. He acquired the skill of a Mandarin in that difficult language, nor did the form of his Dutch face undeceive the physiognomists of China. He succeeded to the dignity of a Mandarin. He travelled through the provinces under this character, and returned to Europe with a collection of observations, the cherished labour of 30 years, and all these were sunk in the bottomless sea. The great Pinellian library, after the death of its illustrious possessor, filled 3 vessels to be conveyed to Naples. Pursued by corsairs, one of the vessels was taken, but the pirates, finding nothing on board but books, they threw them all into the sea. Such was the fate of a great portion of this famous library. Footnote: Giovincenzo Pinelli was descended from a noble Genoese family and born at Naples in 1535. At the age of 23 he removed to Padua, then noted for its learning, and here he devoted his time and fortune to literary and scientific pursuits. There was scarcely a branch of knowledge that he did not cultivate, and at his death in 1601 he left a noble library behind him. But the Senate of Venice, ever fearful that an undue knowledge of its proceedings should be made public, set their seal upon his collection of manuscripts, and took away more than 200 volumes, which related in some degree to its affairs. The rest of the books were packed to go to Naples, where his heirs resided. The printed books are stated to have filled 116 chests, and the manuscripts were contained in 14 others. 3 ships were freighted with them. One fell into the hands of corsairs, and the contents were destroyed, as stated in the text. Some of the books scattered on the beach at Fermo were purchased by the bishop there. The other shiploads were ultimately obtained by Cardinal Borromeo and added to his library. End of footnote. National libraries have often perished at sea from the circumstance of conquerors transporting them into their own kingdoms. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. Some Notices of Lost Works. Although it is the opinion of some critics that our literary losses do not amount to the extent which others imagine, they are, however, much greater than they allow. Our severest losses are felt in the historical province, and particularly in the earliest records, which might not have been the least interesting to philosophical curiosity. The history of Phoenicia by Sanchoniathon, supposed to be a contemporary with Solomon, now consists of only a few valuable fragments preserved by Eusebius. The same ill fortune attends Manetho's history of Egypt and Berusso's history of Chaldea. The histories of these most ancient nations, however veiled in fables, would have presented to the philosopher singular objects of contemplation. Of the history of Polybios, which once contained 40 books, we have now only 5. Of the historical library of Diodorus Siculus, 15 books only remain out of 40, and half of the Roman antiquities of Dionysius Halicarnassensis has perished. Of the 80 books of the history of Dion Cassius, 25 only remain. The present opening book of Ammianus Marcellinus is entitled the 14th. Livy's history consisted of 140 books, and we only possess 35 of that pleasing historian. What a treasure has been lost in the 30 books of Tacitus! Little more than 4 remain. Murphy elegantly observes that the reign of Titus, the delight of humankind, is totally lost, and Domitian has escaped the vengeance of the historian's pen. Yet Tacitus in fragments is still the colossal torso of history. Velleius Paterculus, of whom a fragment only has reached us, we owe to a single copy, no other having ever been discovered, and which has occasioned the text of this historian to remain incurably corrupt. Taste and criticism have certainly incurred an irreparable loss in that treatise on the causes of the corruption of eloquence by Quintilian, which he has himself noticed with so much satisfaction in his Institutes. Petrarch declares that in his youth he had seen the works of Varro and the second Decad of Livy, but all his endeavours to recover them were fruitless. These are only some of the most known losses, but in reading contemporary writers we are perpetually discovering many important ones. We have lost 2 precious works in ancient biography. Varro wrote the lives of 700 illustrious Romans, and Atticus, the friend of Cicero, composed another on the acts of the great men among the Romans. When we consider that these writers lived familiarly with the finest geniuses of their times, and were opulent, hospitable, and lovers of the fine arts, their biography and their portraits, which are said to have accompanied them, are felt as an irreparable loss to literature. I suspect likewise we have had great losses of which we are not always aware, for in that curious letter in which the younger Pliny describes in so interesting a manner the sublime industry, for it seems sublime by its magnitude, of his uncle, [Footnote: Book 3, Letter 5, Melmoth's translation.] It appears that his Natural History, that vast register of the wisdom and the credulity of the ancients, was not his only great labour, for among his other works was a history in 20 books, which has entirely perished. We discover also the works of writers, which, by the accounts of them, appear to have equalled in genius those which have descended to us. Pliny has feelingly described a poet of whom he tells us, "His works are never out of my hands, and whether I sit down to write anything myself, or to revise what I have already wrote, or am in a disposition to amuse myself, I constantly take up this agreeable author, and as often as I do so, he is still new." [Footnote: Book 1, Letter 16.] He had before compared this poet to Catullus, and, in a critic of so fine a taste as Pliny, to have cherished so constant an intercourse with the writings of this author, indicates high powers. Instances of this kind frequently occur. Who does not regret the loss of the Anticato of Caesar? The losses which the poetical world has sustained are sufficiently known by those who are conversant with the few invaluable fragments of Menander, who might have interested us perhaps more than Homer, for he was evidently the domestic poet, and the lyre he touched was formed of the strings of the human heart. He was the painter of passions, and the historian of the manners. The opinion of Quintilian is confirmed by the golden fragments preserved for the English reader in the elegant versions of Cumberland. Even of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, who each wrote about 100 dramas, 7 only have been preserved of Aeschylus and of Sophocles, and 19 of Euripides. Of the 130 comedies of Plautus, we only inherit 20 imperfect ones. The remainder of Ovid's Fasti has never been recovered. I believe that a philosopher would consent to lose any poet to regain an historian. Nor is this unjust, for some future poet may arise to supply the vacant place of a lost poet, but it is not so with the historian. Fancy may be supplied, but truth, once lost in the annals of mankind, leaves a chasm never to be filled. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. Quodlibets are scholastic disquisitions. The scholastic questions were called questiones quodlibeteci, and they were generally so ridiculous that we have retained the word quodlibet in our vernacular style to express anything ridiculously subtle, something which comes at length to be distinguished into nothingness, with all the rash dexterity of wit. The history of the scholastic philosophy furnishes an instructive theme. It enters into the history of the human mind, and fills a niche in our literary annals. The works of the scholastics, with the debates of these quodlibetarians, at once show the greatness and the littleness of the human intellect. For though they often degenerate into incredible absurdities, those who have examined the works of Thomas Aquinas and Duns Scotus have confessed their admiration of the Herculean texture of brain which they exhausted in demolishing their aerial fabrics. The following is a slight sketch of the school divinity. The Christian doctrines of the primitive age of the gospel were adapted to the simple comprehension of the multitude. Metaphysical subtleties were not even employed by the fathers, of whom several are eloquent. The homilies explained by an obvious interpretation some scriptural point, or inferred by artless illustration some moral doctrine. When the Arabians became the only learned people, and their empire extended over the greater part of the known world, they impressed their own genius on those nations with whom they were allied as friends, or reverenced as masters.
The Arabian genius was fond of abstruse studies. It was highly metaphysical and mathematical, for the fine arts their religion did not permit them to cultivate. And the first knowledge which modern Europe obtained of Euclid and Aristotle was through the medium of Latin translations of Arabic versions.
The Christians in the West received their first lessons from the Arabians in the East, and Aristotle, with his Arabic commentaries, was enthroned in the schools of Christendom. Then burst forth from the dark cave of metaphysics a numerous and ugly spawn of monstrous sects, unnatural children of the same foul mother, who never met but for mutual destruction. Religion became what is called the study of theology, and they all attempted to reduce the worship of God into a system, and the creed into a thesis. Every point relating to religion was debated through an endless chain of infinite questions, incomprehensible distinctions, with differences mediate and immediate, the concrete and the abstract, a perpetual civil war carried on against common sense in all the Aristotelian severity. There existed a rage for Aristotle, and Melanchthon complains that in sacred assemblies the ethics of Aristotle were read to the people instead of the gospel. Aristotle was placed ahead of St. Paul, and St. Thomas Aquinas in his works distinguishes him by the title of the philosopher, inferring doubtless that no other man could possibly be a philosopher who disagreed with Aristotle. Of the blind rights paid to Aristotle, the anecdotes of the nominalists and realists are noticed in the article Literary Controversy in this work. Had their subtle questions and perpetual wranglings only been addressed to the metaphysician in his closet, and had nothing but strokes of the pen occurred, the scholastic divinity would only have formed an episode in a calm narrative of literary history. But it has claims to be registered in political annals, from the numerous persecutions and tragical events with which they too long perplexed their followers, and disturbed the repose of Europe. The Tomas, the Scotus, the Occamites, and many others soared into the regions of mysticism. Peter Lombard had laboriously compiled, after the celebrated Abelard's Introduction to Divinity, his 4 books of sentences from the writings of the Fathers, and for this he is called the Master of Sentences. These sentences, on which we have so many commentaries, are a collection of passages from the Fathers, the real or apparent contradiction of whom he endeavors to reconcile. But his successors were not satisfied to be mere commentators on these sentences, which they now only made use of as a row of pegs to hang on their fine-spun metaphysical cobwebs. At length they collected all these quodlibetical questions into enormous volumes, under terrifying form for those who have seen them, of Summaries of Divinity. They contrived, by their chimerical speculations, to question the plainest truths, to wrest the simple meaning of the Holy Scriptures, and give some appearance of truth to the most ridiculous and monstrous opinions. One of the subtle questions which agitated the world in the 10th century, relating to dialectics, was concerning universals, as, for example, man, horse, dog, etc., signifying not this or that in particular, but all in general. They distinguish universals, or what we call abstract terms, by the genera and species rerum, and they never could decide whether these were substances or names. That is, whether the abstract idea we form of a horse was not really a being as much as the horse we ride. All this and some congenial points respecting the origin of our ideas, and what ideas were, and whether we really had an idea of a thing before we discovered the thing itself. In a word, what they called universals, and the essence of universals. All of this nonsense, on which they at length proceeded to accusations of heresy, and for which many learned men were excommunicated, stoned, and what not, the whole was derived from the reveries of Plato, Aristotle, and Zeno, about the nature of ideas, than which subjects to the present day no discussion ever degenerated into such insanity. A modern metaphysician infers that we have no ideas at all. Of the scholastic divines, the most illustrious was St. Thomas Aquinas, styled the Angelical Doctor. 17 folio volumes not only testify his industry, but even his genius. He was a great man, busied all his life with making the charades of metaphysics. My learned friend Sharon Turner has favored me with a notice of his great work, his Sum of All Theology, Summa Totius Theologiae, Paris, 1615. It is a metaphysical-logical treatise, or the most abstruse metaphysics of theology. It occupies above 1,250 folio pages, of very small close print in double columns. It may be worth noticing that to this work are appended 19 folio pages of double columns of errata, and about 200 of additional index. The whole is thrown into an Aristotelian form. The difficulties or questions are proposed first, and the answers are then appended. There are 168 articles on love, 358 on angels, 200 on the soul, 85 on demons, 151 on the intellect, 134 on law, 3 on cantamenia, 237 on sins, 17 on virginity, and others on a variety of topics. The scholastic tree is covered with prodigal foliage, but is barren of fruit. And when the scholastics employed themselves in solving the deepest mysteries, their philosophy became nothing more than an instrument in the hands of the Roman pontiff. Aquinas has composed 358 articles on angels, of which a few of the heads have been culled for the reader. He treats of angels, their substance, orders, offices, natures, habits, etc., as if he himself had been an old, experienced angel. Angels were not before the world. Angels might have been before the world. Angels were created by God. They were created immediately by Him. They were created in the empyrean sky. They were created in grace. They were created in imperfect beatitude. After a severe chain of reasoning, he shows that angels are incorporeal compared to us, but corporeal compared to God. An angel is composed of action and potentiality. The more superior he is, he has the less potentiality. They have not matter properly. Every angel differs from another angel in species. An angel is of the same species as a soul. Angels have not naturally a body united to them. They may assume bodies, but they do not want to assume bodies for themselves, but for us. Bodies assumed by angels are of thick air. The bodies they assume have not the natural virtues which they show, nor the operations of life, but those which are common to inanimate things. An angel may be the same with a body. In the same body there are the soul formerly giving being and operating natural operations, and the angel operating supernatural operations. Angels administer and govern every corporeal creature. God, an angel, and the soul are not contained in space, but contain it. Many angels cannot be in the same space. The motion of an angel in space is nothing else than different contacts of different successive places. The motion of an angel is a succession of his different operations. His motion may be continuous and discontinuous as he will. The continuous motion of an angel is necessary through every medium, but may be discontinuous without a medium. The velocity of the motion of an angel is not according to the quantity of his strength, but according to his will. The motion of the illumination of an angel is threefold, or circular, straight, and oblique. In this account of the motion of an angel, we are reminded of the beautiful description of Milton, who marks it by a continuous motion, smooth sliding, without step. The reader desirous of being merry with Aquinas' angels may find them in Martinus Scriblerus in chapter 7, who inquires if angels pass from one extreme to another without going through the middle, and if angels know things more clearly in a morning. How many angels can dance on the point of a very fine needle without jostling one another? All the questions in Aquinas are answered with a subtlety of distinction more difficult to comprehend and remember than any problems in Euclid. And perhaps a few of the best might still be selected for youth as curious exercises of the understanding. However, a great part of these peculiar productions are loaded with the most trifling, irreverent, and even scandalous discussions. Even Aquinas could gravely debate whether Christ was not an hermaphrodite, whether there are excrements in paradise, whether the pious at the resurrection will rise with their bowels. Others again debated whether the angel Gabriel appeared to the Virgin Mary in the shape of a serpent, of a dove, of a man, or of a woman. Did he seem to be young or old? In what dress was he? Was his garment white or of two colors? Was his linen clean or foul? Did he appear in the morning, noon, or evening? What was the color of the Virgin Mary's hair? Was she acquainted with the mechanic and liberal arts? Had she a thorough knowledge of the book of sentences and all it contains? That is Peter Lombard's compilation from the works of the Fathers, written 1200 years after her death. But these are only trifling matters. They also agitated whether when during her conception the Virgin was seated, Christ too was seated, and whether she lay down, Christ also lay down. The following question was a favorite topic for discussion, and the acutest logicians never resolved it. When a hog is carried to market with a rope tied about his neck, which is held at the other end by a man, whether is the hog carried to market by the rope or the man?
Footnote. Jorton's Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Volume 5, page 17. End of footnote.
In the 10th century, after long and ineffectual controversy about the real presence of Christ in the sacrament, they at length universally agreed to sign a peace. This mutual forbearance must not, however, be ascribed to the prudence and virtue of those times. It was mere ignorance and incapacity of reasoning which kept the peace and deterred them from entering into debates to which they at length found themselves unequal. Lord Lyttelton, in his Life of Henry II, laments the unhappy effects of the scholastic philosophy on the progress of the human mind. The minds of men were turned from classical studies to the subtleties of school divinity, which Rome encouraged as more profitable for the maintenance of her doctrines. It was a great misfortune to religion and to learning that men of such acute understandings as Abelard and Lombard, who might have done much to reform the errors of the Church and to restore science in Europe, should have depraved both by applying their admirable parts to weave those cobwebs of sophistry, and to confound the clear simplicity of evangelical truths by a false philosophy and a captious logic. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anusha Iyer. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. Fame contemned. All men are fond of glory, and even those philosophers who write against that noble passion prefix their names to their own works. It is worthy of observation that the authors of 2 religious books, universally received, have concealed their names from the world. The Imitation of Christ is attributed, without any authority, to Thomas A. Kempis, and the author of The Whole Duty of Man still remains undiscovered. Millions of their books have been dispersed in the Christian world. To have revealed their names would have given them as much worldly fame as any moralist has obtained, but they contemned it. Their religion was raised above all worldly passions. Some profane writers, indeed, have also concealed their names to great works, but their motives were of a very different cast. End of section 18. Section 19 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anusha Iyer. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. The Six Follies of Science. Nothing is so capable of disordering the intellects as an intense application to any one of these 6 things: the quadrature of the circle, the multiplication of the cube, the perpetual motion, the philosophical stone, magic, and judicial astrology. It is proper, however, Fontenelle remarks, to apply one's self to these inquiries, because we find, as we proceed, many valuable discoveries of which we were before ignorant. The same thought Cowley has applied in an address to his mistress thus: Although I think thou never wilt be found, yet am resolved to search for thee. The search itself rewards the pains. So though the chemist his great secret miss, for neither it in art nor nature is, yet things well worth his toil he gains, and does his charge and labour pay, with good unsought experiments by the way. The same thought is in Donne. Perhaps Cowley did not suspect that he was an imitator. Fontenelle could not have read either. He struck out the thought by his own reflection. Glauber searched long and deeply for the philosopher's stone, which though he did not find, yet in his researches he discovered a very useful purging salt, which bears his name. Maupertuis observes on the philosophical stone that we cannot prove the impossibility of obtaining it, but we can easily see the folly of those who employ their time and money in seeking for it. This price is too great to counterbalance the little probability of succeeding in it. However, it is still a bantling of modern chemistry, who has nodded very affectionately on it. Of the perpetual motion, he shows the impossibility, in the sense in which it is generally received. On the quadrature of the circle, he says he cannot decide if this problem be resolvable or not, but he observes that it is very useless to search for it any more, since we have arrived by approximation to such a point of accuracy that on a large circle, such as the orbit which the earth describes round the sun, the geometrician will not mistake by the thickness of a hair. The quadrature of the circle is still, however, a favourite game with some visionaries, and several are still imagining that they have discovered the perpetual motion. The Italians nickname them matto perpetuo. And Becker tells us of the fate of one Hartmann, of Leipzig, who was in such despair at having passed his life so vainly in studying the perpetual motion, that at length he hanged himself. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. Imitators. Some writers, usually pedants, imagine that they can supply, by the labours of industry, the deficiencies of nature. Paulus Manutius frequently spent a month in writing a single letter. He affected to imitate Cicero. But although he painfully attained to something of the elegance of his style, destitute of the native graces of unaffected composition, he was one of those whom Erasmus bantered in his Ciceronianus, as so slavishly devoted to Cicero's style that they ridiculously employed the utmost precautions when they were seized by a Ciceronian fit. The Nosoponus of Erasmus tells of his devotion to Cicero, of his 3 indexes to all his words, and his never writing but in the dead of night, employing months upon a few lines, and his religious veneration for words, with his total indifference about the sense. Lebrun, a Jesuit, was a singular instance of such unhappy imitation. He was a Latin poet, and his themes were religious. He formed the extravagant project of substituting a religious Virgil and Ovid merely by adapting his works to their titles. His Christian Virgil consists, like the pagan Virgil, of eclogues, Georgics, and of an epic of 12 books, with this difference, that devotional subjects are substituted for fabulous ones. His epic is the Ignatiad, or the Pilgrimage of St. Ignatius. His Christian Ovid is in the same taste. Everything wears a new face. His epistles are pious ones. The Fasti are the 6 days of the creation. The Elegies are the 6 lamentations of Jeremiah. A poem on the love of God is substituted for the art of love, and the history of some conversions supplies the place of the metamorphosis. This Jesuit would, no doubt, have approved of a family Shakespeare. A poet of a far different character, the elegant Sanazarius, has done much the same thing in his poem De Partu Virginis. The same servile imitation of ancient taste appears. It professes to celebrate the birth of Christ, yet his name is not once mentioned in it. The Virgin herself is styled Spes Deorum, the hope of the gods. The Incarnation is predicted by Proteus. The Virgin, instead of consulting the sacred writings, reads the Sibylline oracles. Her attendants are Dryads, Nereids, etc. This monstrous mixture of polytheism with the mysteries of Christianity appears in everything he had about him. In a chapel at one of his country seats, he had 2 statues placed at his tomb, Apollo and Minerva. Catholic piety found no difficulty in the present case, as well as in innumerable others of the same kind, to inscribe the statue of Apollo with the name of David, and that of Minerva with the female one of Judith. Seneca, in his 114th epistle, gives a curious literary anecdote of the sort of imitation by which an inferior mind becomes the monkey of an original writer. At Rome, when Sallust was the fashionable writer, short sentences, uncommon words, and an obscure brevity were affected as so many elegances. Arruntius, who wrote the history of the Punic Wars, painfully labored to imitate Sallust. Expressions which are rare in Sallust are frequent in Arruntius, and, of course, without the motive that induced Sallust to adopt them. What rose naturally under the pen of the great historian, the minor one must have run after with ridiculous anxiety. Seneca adds several instances of the servile affectation of Arruntius, which seem much like those we once had of Jonson, by the undiscerning herd of his apes. One cannot but smile at these imitators. We have abounded with them. In the days of Churchill, every month produced an effusion which tolerably imitated his slovenly versification, his coarse invective, and his careless mediocrity. But the genius remained with the English Juvenal. Sterne had his countless multitude, and in Fielding's time Tom Jones produced more bastards in wit than the author could ever suspect. To such literary echoes the reply of Philip of Macedon, to one who prided himself on imitating the notes of the nightingale, may be applied. I prefer the nightingale herself. Even the most successful of this imitating tribe must be doomed to share the fate of Silius Italicus in his cold imitation of Virgil, and Cawthorne in his empty harmony of Pope. To all these imitators I must apply an Arabian anecdote. Ibn Said, one of Muhammad's amanuensis, when writing what the Prophet dictated, cried out by way of admiration, "Blessed be God, the best creator." Muhammad approved of the expression, and desired him to write those words down as part of the inspired passage. The consequence was that Ibn Said began to think himself as great a prophet as his master, and took upon himself to imitate the Koran according to his fancy. But the imitator got himself into trouble, and only escaped with life by falling on his knees and solemnly swearing he would never again imitate the Koran, for which he was sensible God had never created him. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Majlinger. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. Cicero's Puns. I should, says Menage, have received great pleasure to have conversed with Cicero, had I lived in his time. He must have been a man very agreeable in conversation, since even Caesar carefully collected his bon mots. Cicero has boasted of the great actions he has done for his country, because there is no vanity in exulting in the performance of our duties. But he has not boasted that he was the most eloquent orator of his age, though he certainly was, because nothing is more disgusting than to exult in our intellectual powers. Whatever were the bon mots of Cicero, of which few have come down to us, it is certain that Cicero was an inveterate punster, and he seems to have been more ready with them than with repartees. He said to a senator, who was the son of a tailor, Rem acu tetigisti. You have touched it sharply. Acu means sharpness, as well as the point of a needle. To the son of a cook, ego quoque tibi jure favebo. The ancients pronounced coque and quoque, C-O-C-E, and Q-U-O-Q-U-E, like coque, which alludes to the Latin coccus, cook, besides the ambiguity of jure, which applies to broth or law, jus. A Sicilian suspected of being a Jew attempted to get the cause of Verus into his own hands. Cicero, who knew that he was a creature of the great culprit, opposed him, observing, "What has a Jew to do with swine's flesh?" The Romans called a boar-pig Verus. I regret to afford a respectable authority for forensic puns. However, to have degraded his adversaries by such petty personalities only proves that Cicero's taste was not exquisite. There is something very original in Montaigne's censure of Cicero. Cotton's translation is admirable. Boldly to confess the truth, his way of writing, and that of all other long-winded authors, appears to me very tedious. For his preface, definitions, divisions, and etymologies take up the greatest part of his work. Whatever there is of life and marrow is smothered and lost in the preparation. When I have spent an hour in reading him, which is a great deal for me, and recollect what I have thence extracted of juice and substance, for the most part, I find nothing but wind, for he is not yet come to the arguments that serve to his purpose, and the reasons that should properly help to loose the knot I would untie. For me, who only desired to become more wise, not more learned or eloquent, these logical or Aristotelian disquisitions of poets are of no use. I look for good and solid reasons at the first dash. I am for discourses that give the first charge into the heart of the doubt, his languish about the subject, and delay our expectation. Those are proper for the schools, for the bar, and for the pulpit, where we have leisure to nod, and may awake a quarter of an hour after, time enough to find again the thread of the discourse. It is necessary to speak after this manner to judges, whom a man has a design, right or wrong, to incline to favour his cause, to children and common people, to whom a man must say all he can. I would not have an author make it his business to render me attentive, or that he should call out 50 times, "Oh yes," as the clerks and heralds do. As to Cicero, I am of the common opinion that, learning excepted, he had no great natural parts. He was a good citizen, of an affable nature. As all fat heavy men, gras and gaucheur are the words in the original, meaning perhaps broad jokers, for Cicero was not fat, such as he was usually are, but given to ease, and had a mighty share of vanity and ambition. Neither do I know how to excuse him for thinking his poetry fit to be published. 'Tis no great imperfection to write ill verses, but it is an imperfection not to be able to judge how unworthy bad verses were of the glory of his name. For what concerns his eloquence, that is totally out of comparison, and I believe will never be equalled. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Reichert. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. Prefaces. A preface, being the entrance to a book, should invite by its beauty. An elegant porch announces the splendor of the interior. I have observed that ordinary readers skip over these little elaborate compositions. The ladies consider them as so many pages lost, which might better be employed in the addition of a picturesque scene, or a tender letter to their novels. For my part, I always gather amusement from a preface, be it awkwardly or skilfully written. For dullness or impertinence may raise a laugh for a page or two. A preface is frequently a superior composition to the work itself, for long before the days of Jenson, it had been a custom for many authors to solicit for this department of their work the ornamental contribution of a man of genius. Cicero tells his friend Atticus that he had a volume of prefaces or introductions always ready by him to be used as circumstances required. These must have been like our periodical essays. A good preface is as essential to put the reader into good humour as a good prologue is to a play, or a fine symphony to an opera, containing something analogous to the work itself, so that we may feel its want as a desire not elsewhere to be gratified. The Italians call the preface la salsa del libro, the sauce of the book, and if well seasoned it creates an appetite in the reader to devour the book itself. A preface badly composed prejudices the reader against the work. Authors are not equally fortunate in these little introductions. Some can compose volumes more skilfully than prefaces, and others can finish a preface who could never be capable of finishing a book. On a very elegant preface prefixed to an ill-written book, it was observed that they ought never have come together, but a sarcastic wit remarked that he considered such marriages were allowable, for they were not of kin. In prefaces, an affected haughtiness or an affected humility are alike despicable. There is a deficient dignity in Robertson's, but the haughtiness is now to our purpose. This is called by the French la morgue littéraire, the surly pomposity of literature. It is sometimes used by writers who have succeeded in their first work, while the failure of their subsequent productions appears to have given them a literary hypochondriasm. Dr. Armstrong, after his classical poem, never shook hands cordially with the public for not relishing his barren labours. In the preface to his lively Sketches, he tells us, quote, "He could give them much bolder strokes as well as more delicate touches, but that he dreads the danger of writing too well, and feels the value of his own labour too sensibly to bestow it upon the mobility." End quote. This is pure milk compared to the gall in the preface to his poems. There he tells us, quote, "that at last he has taken the trouble to collect them. What he has destroyed would probably enough have been better received by the great majority of readers, but he has always most heartily despised their opinion." End quote. These prefaces remind one of the Prologi Galeati, prefaces with a helmet, as St. Jerome entitles the one to his version of the Scriptures. These armed prefaces were formerly very common in the age of literary controversy, for half the business of an author consisted then either in replying or anticipating a reply to the attacks of his opponent. Prefaces ought to be dated, as these become, after a series of editions, leading and useful circumstances in literary history. Fuller, with quaint humour, observes on indexes, quote, "An index is a necessary implement, and no impediment of a book, except in the same sense wherein the carriages of an army are termed impedimenta. Without this, a large author is but a labyrinth without a clue to direct the reader therein. I confess there is a lazy kind of learning which is only indical, when scholars, like adders which only bite the horse's heels, nibble but at the tables, which are calces librorum, neglecting the body of the book. But though the idle deserve no crutches, let not a staff be used by them, but on them. Pity it is the weary should be denied the benefit thereof, and industrious scholars prohibited the accommodation of an index, most used by those who most pretend to condemn it. End quote. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. Early Printing. There is some probability that this art originated in China, where it was practiced long before it was known in Europe. Some European traveler might have imported the hint. Footnote: China is the stronghold where antiquarian controversy rests. Beaten in affixing the origin of any art elsewhere, the controversialist enshrines himself within the Great Wall, and is allowed to repose in peace. Opponents, like Arabs, give up the chase when these gates close, though possibly with as little reason as the children of the desert evince when they quietly succumb to any slight defense. End of footnote. That the Romans did not practice the art of printing cannot but excite our astonishment, since they actually used it, unconscious of their rich possession. I have seen Roman stereotypes, or immovable printing types, with which they stamped their pottery. Footnote: They are small square blocks of metal, with the name in raised letters within a border, precisely similar to those used by the modern printer. Sometimes the stamp was round, or in the shape of a foot or hand, with the potter's name in the center. They were in constant use for impressing the clay works, which supplied the wants of a Roman household. The list of potter's marks found upon fragments discovered in London alone amounts to several hundreds. End of footnote. How in daily practicing the art, though confined to this object, it did not occur to so ingenious a people to print their literary works, is not easily to be accounted for. Did the wise and grave Senate dread those inconveniences which attend its indiscriminate use? Or perhaps they did not care to deprive so large a body of scribes of their business. Not a hint of the art itself appears in their writings. When first the art of printing was discovered, they only made use of one side of a leaf. They had not yet found out the expedient of impressing the other. Afterwards they thought of pasting the blank sides, which made them appear like one leaf. Their blocks were made of soft woods, and their letters were carved, but frequently breaking. The expense and trouble of carving and gluing new letters suggested our movable types, which have produced an almost miraculous celerity in this art. The modern stereotype, consisting of entire pages and solid blocks of metal, and not being liable to break like the soft wood at first used, has been profitably employed for works which require to be frequently reprinted. Printing in carved blocks of wood must have greatly retarded the progress of universal knowledge, for one set of types could only have produced one work, whereas it now serves for hundreds. When their editions were intended to be curious, they omitted to print the initial letter of a chapter. They left that blank space to be painted or illuminated, to the fancy of the purchaser. Several ancient volumes of these early times have been found, where these letters are wanting, as they neglected to have them painted. The initial carved letter, which is generally a fine wood cut, among our printed books, is evidently a remains or imitation of these ornaments. Footnote: Another reason for the omission of a great initial is given. There is difficulty in obtaining such enriched letters by engraving as were used in manuscripts, and there was at this time a large number of professional scribes, whose interests were in some degree considered by the printer. Hence we find in early books a large space left to be filled in by the hand of the scribe, with the proper letter indicated by a small type letter placed in the midst. The famous Psalter, printed by Faust and Schoeffer at Mentz in 1497, is the first book having large initial letters printed in red and blue inks, in imitation of the handiwork of the old calligraphers. Among the very earliest books printed, which were religious, the Poor Man's Bible has wooden cuts in a coarse style, without the least shadowing or crossing of strokes, and these they inelegantly daubed over with broad colours, which they termed illuminating, and sold at a cheap rate to those who could not afford to purchase costly missals elegantly written and painted on vellum. Specimens of these rude efforts of illuminated prints may be seen in Strutt's Dictionary of Engravers. The Bodleian Library possesses the originals. The British Museum now possesses a remarkably fine series of these early works. They originated in the large sheet woodcuts, or broadsides, representing saints, or scenes from saintly legends, used by the clergy as presents to the peasantry or pilgrims to certain shrines, a custom retained upon the continent to the present time, such cuts exhibiting little advance in art since the days of their origin, being almost as rude, and daubed in a similar way with coarse colour. One ancient cut of this kind in the British Museum, representing the Saviour brought before Pilate, resembles in style the pen drawings in manuscripts of the 14th century. Another exhibits the 7 stages of human life, with the wheel of fortune in the centre. Another is an emblematic representation of the Tower of Sapience, each stone formed of some mental qualification. When books were formed, a large series of such cuts included pictures and type in each page, and in one piece. The so-called Poor Man's Bible, as evidently erroneous term for it, the invention of a bibliographer of the last century, was one of these, and consists of a series of pictures from Scripture history, with brief explanations. It was most probably preceded by the block books known as the Apocalypse of St. John, the Cantico Canticorum, and the Ars Memoranda. In the productions of early printing may be distinguished the various splendid editions of primers or prayer books. These were embellished with cuts finished in a most elegant taste. Many of them were grotesque or obscene. In one of them an angel is represented crowning the Virgin Mary, and God the Father himself assisting at the ceremony. Sometimes St. Michael is overcoming Satan, and sometimes St. Anthony is attacked by various devils of most clumsy forms, not of the grotesque and limber family of Callot. Printing was gradually practised throughout Europe from the year 1440 to 1500. Caxton and his successor, Wynkyn de Worde, were our own earliest printers. Caxton was a wealthy merchant, who, in 1464, being sent by Edward IV to negotiate a commercial treaty with the Duke of Burgundy, returned to his country with this invaluable art. Notwithstanding his mercantile habits, he possessed a literary taste, and his first work was a translation from a French historical miscellany. This was Raoul Lefebvre's Recueil des Histoires de Troyes, a fanciful compilation of adventures, in which the heroes of antiquity performed the parts of the Pré-Chevalier of the Middle Ages. It was ended in the holy city of Cologne in September 1471. The first book printed by him in England was The Game and Play of the Chess, in March 1474. It is a fanciful moralization of the game, abounding with quaint old legends and stories. The tradition of the Devil and Dr. Faustus was said to have been derived from the odd circumstance in which the Bibles of the first printer, Fust, appeared to the world. But if Dr. Faustus and Faustus the printer are two different persons, the tradition becomes suspicious, though, in some respects, it has a foundation in truth. When Fust had discovered this new art, and printed off a considerable number of copies of the Bible, to imitate those which were commonly sold as manuscripts. He undertook the sale of them at Paris. It was his interest to conceal this discovery, and to pass off his printed copies for manuscripts. But, enabled to sell his Bibles at 60 crowns, while the other scribes demanded 500, this raised universal astonishment, and still more when he produced copies as fast as they were wanted, and even lowered his price. The uniformity of the copies increased the wonder. Informations were given in to the magistrates against him as a magician, and in searching his lodgings, a great number of copies were found. The red ink, and Fust's red ink is peculiarly brilliant, which embellished his copies, was said to be his blood, and it was solemnly adjudged that he was in league with the infernals. Fust at length was obliged, to save himself from a bonfire, to reveal his art to the Parliament of Paris, who discharged him from all prosecution in consideration of the wonderful invention. When the art of printing was established, it became the glory of the learned to be correctors of the press to eminent printers. Physicians, lawyers, and bishops themselves occupied this department. The printers then added frequently to their names those of the correctors of the press, and editions were then valued according to the abilities of the corrector. The prices of books in these times were considered as an object worthy of the animadversions of the highest powers. This anxiety in favor of the studious appears from a privilege of Pope Leo X to Aldus Mautius for printing Varro, dated 1553, signed Cardinal Bembo. Aldus is exhorted to put a moderate price on the work, lest the Pope should withdraw his privilege and accord it to others. Robert Stephens, one of the early printers, surpassed in correctness those who exercised the same profession. Footnote: Robert Stephens was the most celebrated of a family renowned through several generations in the history of printing. The first of the dynasty, Henry Estienne, who in the spirit of the age Latinized his name, was born in Paris in 1470, and commenced printing there at the beginning of the 16th century. His three sons, Francis, Robert, and Charles, were all renowned printers and scholars. Robert the most celebrated for the correctness and beauty of his work. His Latin Bible of 1532 made for him a great reputation, and he was appointed printer to Francis I. A new edition of his Bible, in 1545, brought him into trouble with the formidable doctors of the Sorbonne, and he ultimately left Paris for Geneva, where he set up a printing office, which soon became famous. He died in 1559. He was the author of some learned works, and a printer whose labors in the noble art have never been excelled. He left two sons, Henry and Robert, also remarkable as learned printers, and they both had sons who followed the same pursuits. There is not one of this large family without honorable recognition for labor and knowledge, and in their wives and daughters they found learned assistants. Chalmers says, quote, "They were at once the ornament and reproach of the age in which they lived. They were all men of great learning, all extensive benefactors to literature, and all persecuted or unfortunate." End quote. End of footnote. To render his editions immaculate, he hung up the proofs in public places, and generally recompensed those who were so fortunate as to detect any errata. Plantin, though a learned man, is more famous as a printer. His printing office was one of the wonders of Europe. This grand building was the chief ornament of the city of Antwerp. Magnificent in its structure, it presented to the spectator a countless number of presses, characters of all figures and all sizes, matrices to cast letters, and all other printing materials, which Ballet assures us amounted to immense sums. Footnote: Plantin's office is still existing in Antwerp, and is one of the most interesting places in that interesting city. It is so carefully preserved that its quadrangle was assigned to the soldiery in the last great revolution, to prevent any hostile incursion and damage. It is a lonely building, in which the old office, with its presses and printing material, still remains as when deserted by the last workmen. The sheets of the last books printed there are still lying on the tables, and in the presses and drawers are hundreds of the woodcuts and copper plates used by Plantin for the books that made his office renowned throughout Europe. In the quadrangle are busts of himself and his successors, the Morels, and the scholars who were connected with them. Plantin's own room seems to want only his presence to perfect the scene. The furniture and fittings, the quaint decoration, leads the imagination insensibly back to the days of Charles V. End of footnote. In Italy, the three Monitui were more solicitous of correctness in illustrations than of the beauty of their printing. They were ambitious of the character of the scholar, not of the printer. It is much to be regretted that our publishers are not literary men, able to form their own critical decisions. Among the learned printers, formerly a book was valued because it came from the presses of an Aldus or a Stevens, and even in our own time, the names of Bauer and Dodsley sanctioned the work. Pelisson, in his History of the French Academy, mentions that Camusat was selected as their bookseller, from his reputation for publishing only valuable works. Quote, "He was a man of some literature and good sense, and rarely printed an indifferent work, and when we were young, I recollect that we were always made it a rule to purchase his publications. His name was a test of the goodness of the work." End quote. A publisher of this character would be of the greatest utility to the literary world. At home, he would induce a number of ingenious men to become authors, for it would be honorable to be inscribed in his catalogue, and it would be a direction for the continental reader. So valuable a union of learning and printing did not unfortunately last. The printers of the 17th century became less charmed with glory than with gain. Their correctors and their letters evinced as little delicacy of choice. The invention of what is now called the italic letter in printing was made by Aldus Manutius, to whom learning owes much. He observed the many inconveniences resulting from the vast number of abbreviations, which were then so frequent among the printers, that a book was difficult to understand. A treatise was actually written on the art of reading a printed book, and this addressed to the learned. He contrived an expedient by which these abbreviations might be entirely got rid of, and yet books suffer little increase in bulk. This he effected by introducing what is now called the italic letter, though it formerly was distinguished by the name of the inventor, and called the Aldine. End of section 23. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 24 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. Errata. Besides the ordinary errata which happen in printing a work, others have been purposely committed, that the errata may contain what is not permitted to appear in the body of the work. Wherever the Inquisition had any power, particularly at Rome, it was not allowed to employ the word fatum or fata in any book. An author desirous of using the latter word adroitly invented this scheme. He had printed in his book facta, and in the errata he put, "For facta read fata." Scarron has done the same thing on another occasion. He has composed some verses, at the head of which he had placed his dedication, "A Guillemette, chienne de ma sœur." But having a quarrel with his sister, he maliciously put into the errata, instead of chienne de ma sœur, read ma chienne de sœur. Lully, at the close of a bad prologue, said the word fin du prologue was an erratum, it should have been fi du prologue. In a book there was printed Le Docte Morel. A wag put into the errata, for Le Docte Morel read Le Docteur Morel. This Morel was not the first docteur, not docte. When a fanatic published a mystical work full of unintelligible raptures, and which he entitled Les Délices de l'Esprit, it was proposed to print in his errata, for délices, read délire. The author of an idle and imperfect book ended with the usual phrase of cetera desiderantur,
One altered it, non desiderantur sed desunt. The rest is wanting, but not wanted. At the close of a silly book, the author as usual printed the word finis. A wit put this among the errata, with this pointed couplet: Finis, an error or a lie, my friend. In writing foolish books there is no end. In the year 1561 was printed a work entitled The Anatomy of the Mass. It is a thin octavo of 172 pages, and it is accompanied by an errata of 15 pages. The editor, a pious monk, informs us that a very serious reason induced him to undertake this task. For it is, says he, to forestall the artifices of Satan. He supposes that the devil, to ruin the fruit of his work, employed two very malicious frauds. The first, before it was printed, by drenching the manuscript in a kennel, and having reduced it to a most pitiable state, rendered several parts illegible. The second, in obliging the printers to commit such numerous blunders, never yet equalled in so small a work. To combat this double machination of Satan, he was obliged carefully to re-peruse the work, and to form this singular list of the blunders of printers under the influence of Satan. All this he relates in an advertisement prefixed to the errata. A furious controversy raged between two famous scholars from a very laughable but accidental erratum, and threatened serious consequences to one of the parties. Flavigny wrote 2 letters criticizing rather freely a polyglot Bible edited by Abraham Echelensis. As this learned editor had sometimes censured the labors of a friend of Flavigny, this latter applied to him the 3rd and 5th verses of the 7th chapter of St. Matthew, which he printed in Latin. Verse 3, Quid vides festucam in oculo fratris tui, et trabem in oculo tuo non vides? Verse 5, Egitse primum trabem de oculo tuo, et tunc videbis egitsere festucam de oculo fratris tui. Echelensis opens his reply by accusing Flavigny of an enormous crime committed in this passage, attempting to correct the sacred text of the evangelist, and daring to reject a word, while he supplied its place by another as impious as obscene. This crime, exaggerated with all the virulence of an angry declaimer, closes with a dreadful accusation. Flavigny's morals are attacked, and his reputation overturned by a horrid imputation. Yet all this terrible reproach is only founded on an erratum. The whole arose from the printer having negligently suffered the first letter of the word oculo to have dropped from the form, when he happened to touch a line with his finger which did not stand straight. He published another letter to do away the imputation of Echelensis, but 30 years afterwards his rage against the negligent printer was not extinguished. The wits were always reminding him of it. Of all literary blunders, none equalled that of the edition of the Vulgate by Sixtus V. His Holiness carefully superintended every sheet as it passed through the press, and to the amazement of the world the work remained without a rival. It swarmed with errata. A multitude of scraps were printed to paste over the erroneous passages, in order to give the true text. The book makes a whimsical appearance with these patches, and the heretics exulted in this demonstration of papal infallibility. The copies were called in, and violent attempts made to suppress it. A few still remain for the raptures of the biblical collectors. Not long ago, the Bible of Sixtus V fetched above 60 guineas, not too much for a mere book of blunders. The world was highly amused at the bull of the editorial pope, prefixed to the first volume, which excommunicates all printers who in reprinting the work should make any alteration in the text. In the version of the epistles of St. Paul into the Ethiopic language, which proved to be full of errors, the editors allege a good-humoured reason. They who printed the work could not read, and we could not print. They helped us, and we helped them, as the blind helps the blind. A printer's widow in Germany, while a new edition of the Bible was printing at her house, one night took an opportunity of stealing into the office to alter that sentence of subjection to her husband, pronounced upon Eve in Genesis chapter 3, verse 16. She took out the 2 first letters of the word Herr, and substituted na in their place, thus altering the sentence from, and he shall be thy Lord, Herr, to, and he shall be thy fool, Narr. It is said her life paid for this intentional erratum, and that some secreted copies of this edition have been bought up at enormous prices. We have an edition of the Bible known by the name of the Vinegar Bible, from the erratum in the title to the 20th chapter of St. Luke, in which Parable of the Vineyard is printed Parable of the Vinegar. It was printed in 1717 at the Clarendon Press. We have had another where Thou shalt commit adultery was printed, omitting the negation, which occasioned the Archbishop to lay one of the heaviest penalties on the company of stationers that was ever recorded in the annals of literary history. Footnote. It abounded with other errors, and was so rigidly suppressed that a well-known collector was 30 years endeavouring ineffectually to obtain a copy. One has recently been added to the British Museum collection. End of footnote. Herbert Croft used to complain of the incorrectness of our English classics as reprinted by the booksellers. It is evident some stupid printer often changes a whole text intentionally. The fine description by Akenside of the Pantheon, severely great, not being understood by the blockhead, was printed serenely great. Swift's own edition of the City Shower has Old Achy's Throb. Aches is 2 syllables, but modern printers, who had lost the right pronunciation, have aches as 1 syllable, and then to complete the metre have foisted in aches will throb. Thus, what the poet and the linguist wished to preserve is altered and finally lost. Footnote. A good example occurs in Hudibras, Part 3, Canto 2, line 407, where persons are mentioned who can by their pangs and aches find all turns and changes of the wind. The rhythm here demands the dissyllable aches, as used by the older writers. Shakespeare particularly, who, in his Tempest, makes Prospero threaten Caliban, "If thou neglectest or dost unwillingly what I command, I'll rack thee with old cramps, fill all thy bones with aches, make thee roar, that beasts shall tremble at thy din." John Kemble was aware of the necessity of using this word in this instance as a dissyllable, but it was so unusual to his audiences that it excited ridicule, and during the O.P. row a medal was struck representing him as manager, enduring the din of cat-calls, trumpets, and rattles, and exclaiming, "Oh, my head aches!" End of footnote. It appears by a calculation made by the printer of Stevens' edition of Shakespeare that every octavo page of that work, text and notes, contains 2,680 distinct pieces of metal, which in a sheet amount to 42,880, the misplacing of any one of which would inevitably cause a blunder. With this curious fact before us, the accurate state of our printing in general is to be admired, and errata ought more freely to be pardoned than the fastidious minuteness of the insect eye of certain critics has allowed. Whether such a miracle as an immaculate edition of a classical author does exist, I have never learnt, but an attempt has been made to obtain this glorious singularity, and was as nearly realized as is perhaps possible in the magnificent edition of Os Lusiadas of Camoens, by Dom José Souza in 1817. This amateur spared no prodigality of cost and labour, and flattered himself that by the assistance of Didot not a single typographical error should be found in that splendid volume. But an error was afterwards discovered in some of the copies, occasioned by one of the letters in the word Lusitano having got misplaced during the working of one of the sheets. It must be confessed that this was an accident or misfortune rather than an erratum. One of the most remarkable complaints on errata is that of Edward Lee, appended to his curious treatise on Religion and Learning. It consists of 2 folio pages, in a very minute character, and exhibits an incalculable number of printers' blunders. "We have not," said he, "Plantin nor Stevens among us, and it is no easy task to specify the chiefest errata. False interpunctions there are too many. Here a letter wanting, there a letter too much, a syllable too much, one letter for another, words parted where they should be joined, words joined which should be severed, words misplaced, chronological mistakes, etc. This unfortunate folio was printed in 1656. Are we to infer, by such frequent complaints of the authors of that day, that either they did not receive proofs from the printers, or that the printers never attended to the corrected proofs? Each single erratum seems to have been felt as a stab to the literary feelings of the poor author. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Majlinger. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. Patrons. Authors have too frequently received ill treatment, even from those to whom they dedicated their works. Some who felt hurt at the shameless treatment of such mock Mecenases have observed that no writer should dedicate his work but to his friends, as was practised by the ancients, who usually addressed those who had solicited their labours, or animated their progress. Theodosius Gaza had no other recompense for having inscribed to Sixtus IV his translation of the book of Aristotle on the nature of animals, than the price of the binding, which this charitable father of the Church munificently bestowed upon him. Theocritus fills his idylliums with loud complaints of the neglect of his patrons, and Tasso was as little successful in his dedications. Ariosto, in presenting his Orlando Furioso to the Cardinal d'Este, was gratified with the bitter sarcasm of "Dove diavolo avete pigliato tante coglioniere?" Where the devil have you found all this nonsense? When the French historian Dupleix, whose pen was indeed fertile, presented his book to the Duke d'Epernon, this Maecenas, turning to the Pope's nuncio, who was present, very coarsely exclaimed, "Que Dieu dit, ce monsieur a un flux enragé, il chie un livre toutes les lunes." Thomson, the ardent author of the Seasons, having extravagantly praised a person of rank, who afterwards appeared to be undeserving of eulogiums, properly employed his pen in a solemn recantation of his era. A very different conduct from that of Dupleix, who always spoke highly of Queen Margaret of France for a little place he held in her household, but after her death, when the place became extinct, spoke of her with all the freedom of satire. Such is too often the character of some of the literati, who only dare to reveal the truth when they have no interest to conceal it. Poor Mickle, to whom we are indebted for so beautiful a version of Camoens' Lusiad, having dedicated his work, the continued labour of 5 years, to the Duke of Buccleuch, had the mortification to find, by the discovery of a friend, that he had kept it in his possession 3 weeks before he could collect sufficient intellectual desire to cut open the pages. The neglect of this nobleman reduced the poet to a state of despondency. This patron was a political economist, the pupil of Adam Smith. It is pleasing to add, in contrast with this frigid Scotch patron, that when Mickle went to Lisbon, where his translation had long preceded his visit, he found the Prince of Portugal waiting on the quay to be the first to receive the translator of his great national poem, and during a residence of 6 months, Mickle was warmly regarded by every Portuguese nobleman. "Every man believes," writes Dr. Johnson to Baretti, "that mistresses are unfaithful, and patrons are capricious. But he accepts his own mistress and his own patron." A patron is sometimes oddly obtained. Benserade attached himself to Cardinal Mazarin, but his friendship produced nothing but civility. The poet every day indulged his easy and charming vein of amatory and panegyrical poetry, while all the world read and admired his verses. One evening the cardinal, in conversation with the king, described his mode of life when he was at the papal court. He loved the sciences, but his chief occupation was the belles lettres, composing little pieces of poetry. He said that he was then at the court of Rome what Benserade was now in that of France. Some hours afterwards, the friends of the poet related to him the conversation of the cardinal. He quitted them abruptly, and ran to the apartment of his eminence, knocking with all his force, that he might be certain of being heard. The cardinal had just gone to bed, but he incessantly clamoured, demanding entrance. They were compelled to open the door. He ran to his eminence, fell upon his knees, almost pulled off the sheets of the bed in rapture, imploring in 1,000 pardons for thus disturbing him, but such was his joy in what he had just heard, which he repeated, that he could not refrain from immediately giving vent to his gratitude and his pride, to have been compared to his eminence for his poetical talents. Had the door not been immediately opened, he should have expired. He was not rich, it was true, but he should now die contented. The cardinal was pleased with his ardour, and probably never suspected his flattery, and the next week our new actor was pensioned. On Cardinal Richelieu, another of his patrons, he gratefully made this epitaph: Si giste, oui giste, par la mort bleue, le cardinal de Richelieu, est ce qui cause mon ennui, ma pension avec lui. Here lies agad, 'tis very true, the illustrious Cardinal Richelieu. My grief is genuine, void of whim. Alas, my pension lies with him. Lebrun, the great French artist, painted himself holding in his hand the portrait of his earliest patron. In this accompaniment, the artist may be said to have portrayed the features of his soul. If genius has too often complained of its patrons, has it not also often overvalued their protection? End of section 25.
Section 26 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Jatkowski. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. Poets, Philosophers, and Artists, made by accident. Accident has frequently occasioned the most eminent geniuses to display their power. It was at Rome, said Gibbon, on the 15th of October, 1764, as I sat musing amidst the ruins of the Capitol, while the barefooted friars were singing vespers in the temple of Jupiter, that the idea of writing the decline and fall of the city first started to my mind. Father Malebranche, having completed his studies in philosophy and theology without any other intention than devoting himself to some religious order, little expected the celebrity his works acquired for him. Loitering in an idle hour in the shop of a bookseller, and turning over a parcel of books, L'Homme Descartes fell into his hands. Having dipped into parts, he read with such delight that the palpitations of his heart compelled him to lay the volume down. It was this circumstance that produced those profound contemplations which made him the Plato of his age. Cowley became a poet by accident. In his mother's apartment he found, when very young, Spenser's Faerie Queene, and by a continual study of poetry he became so enchanted by the muse that he grew irrecoverably a poet. Sir Joshua Reynolds had the first fondness for his art excited by the perusal of Richardson's treatise. Vaucanson displayed an uncommon genius for mechanics. His taste was first determined by an accident when young. He frequently attended his mother to the residence of her confessor, and while she wept with repentance, he wept with weariness. In the state of disagreeable vacation, says Helvetius, he was struck with the uniform motion of the pendulum of the clock in the hall. His curiosity was roused. He approached the clock case and studied its mechanism. What he could not discover he guessed at. He then projected a similar machine, and gradually his genius produced a clock. Encouraged by this first success, he proceeded in his various attempts, and the genius, which thus could form a clock, in time formed a fluting automaton. Accident determined the taste of Molière for the stage. His grandfather loved the theatre, and frequently carried him there. The young man lived in dissipation. The father, observing it, asked in anger if his son was to be made an actor. "Would to God," replied the grandfather, "he were as good an actor as Monrousse." The word struck young Molière. He took a disgust to his tapestry trade, and it is to this circumstance France owes her greatest comic writer. Corneille loved. He made verses for his mistress, became a poet, and composed Melite, and afterwards his other celebrated works.
The discreet Rouenet had else remained a lawyer. We owe the great discovery of Newton to a very trivial accident. When a student at Cambridge, he had retired during the time of the plague into the country. As he was reading under an apple tree, one of the fruit fell, and struck him a smart blow on the head. When he observed the smallness of the apple, he was surprised at the force of the stroke. This led him to consider the accelerating motion of falling bodies, from whence he deduced the principle of gravity, and laid the foundation of his philosophy. Ignatius Loyola was a Spanish gentleman. He was dangerously wounded at the siege of Pamplona. Having heated his imagination by reading the lives of the saints during his illness, instead of a romance, he conceived a strong ambition to be the founder of a religious order, whence originated the celebrated society of the Jesuits. Rousseau found his eccentric powers first awakened by the advertisements of the singular annual subject which the Academy of Dijon proposed for that year, in which he wrote his celebrated declamation against the arts and sciences, a circumstance which decided his future literary efforts. La Fontaine, at the age of 22, had not taken any profession or devoted himself to any pursuit. Having accidentally heard some verses of Malherbe, he felt a sudden impulse which directed his future life. He immediately bought a Malherbe and was so exquisitely delighted with this poet that, after passing the nights in treasuring his verses in his memory, he would run in the daytime to the woods, where, concealing himself, he would recite his verses to the surrounding dryads. Flamsteed was an astronomer by accident. He was taken from school on account of his illness, when Sacrobosco's book De Sphera having been lent to him, he was so pleased with it that he immediately began a course of astronomic studies. Pennant's first propensity to natural history was the pleasure he received from an accidental perusal of Willoughby's work on birds. The same accident of finding on the table of his professor Reaumur's History of Insects, which he read more than he attended to the lecture, and, having been refused the loan, gave such an instant turn to the mind of Bonnet that he hastened to obtain a copy. After many difficulties in procuring this costly work, its possession gave an unalterable direction to his future life. The naturalist indeed lost the use of his sight by his devotion to the microscope. Dr. Franklin attributes the cast of his genius to a similar accident. I found a work of Defoe's entitled An Essay on Projects, from which perhaps I derived impressions that have since influenced some of the principal events of my life. I shall add the incident which occasioned Roger Ascham to write his Schoolmaster, one of the few works among our elder writers which we still read with pleasure. At a dinner given by Sir William Cecil at his apartment at Windsor, a number of ingenious men were invited. Secretary Cecil communicated the news of the morning, that several scholars at Eton had run away on account of their master's severity, which he condemned as a great error in the education of youth. Sir William Petre maintained the contrary. Severe in his own temper, he pleaded warmly in defense of hard flogging. Dr. Wooton, in softer tones, sided with his secretary. Sir John Mason, adopting no side, bantered both. Mr. Haydon seconded the hard-hearted Sir William Petre, and induced as an evidence that the best schoolmaster then in England was the hardest flogger. Then was it that Mr. Ascham indignantly exclaimed that if such a schoolmaster had an able scholar, it was owing to the boy's genius and not the preceptor's rod? Secretary Cecil and others were pleased with Ascham's notions. Sir Richard Sackville was silent. But when Ascham after dinner went to the Queen to read one of the orations of Demosthenes, he took them aside and frankly told him that, though he had taken no part in the debate, he would not have been absent from that conversation for a great deal, that he knew to his cost the truth that Ascham had supported, for it was the perpetual flogging of such a schoolmaster that had given him an unconquerable aversion to study, and as he wished to remedy this defect in his own children, he earnestly exhorted Ascham to write his observations on so interesting a topic. Such was the circumstance which produced the admirable treatise of Roger Ascham. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Majlinger. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Disraeli. Inequalities of Genius. Singular inequalities are observable in the labors of genius, and particularly in those which admit great enthusiasm, as in poetry, in painting, and in music. Faultless mediocrity industry can preserve in one continued degree, but excellence, the daring and the happy, can only be attained by human faculties, by starts. Our poets who possess the greatest genius, with perhaps the least industry, have at the same time the most splendid and the worst passages of poetry. Shakespeare and Dryden are at once the greatest and the least of our poets. With some, their great fault consists in having none. Carraccio sarcastically said of Tintoret, "Ho veduto il Tintoretto ora è uguale a Tiziano, ora menore del Tintoretto." I have seen Tintoret now equal to Titian, and now less than Tintoret. Trublet justly observes, "The more there are beauties and great beauties in a work, I am the less surprised to find faults and great faults. When you say of a work that it has many faults, that decides nothing, and I do not know by this whether it is execrable or excellent. You tell me of another that it is without any faults. If your account be just, it is certain the work cannot be excellent. It was observed of one pleader that he knew more than he said, and of another that he said more than he knew." Lucian happily describes the works of those who abound with the most luxuriant language, void of ideas. He calls their unmeaning verbosity anemone words, for anemones are flowers, which, however brilliant, only please the eye, leaving no fragrance. Pratt, who was a writer of flowing but nugatory verses, was compared to the daisy, a flower indeed common enough, and without odour. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Disraeli. Geographical Style. There are many sciences, says Menage, on which we cannot indeed compose in a florid or elegant diction, such as geography, music, algebra, geometry, etc. When Atticus requested Cicero to write on geography, the latter excused himself, observing that its scenes were more adapted to please the eye than susceptible of the embellishments of style. However, in these kind of sciences we may lend an ornament to their dryness by introducing occasionally some elegant allusion, or noticing some incident suggested by the object. Thus, when we notice some inconsiderable place, for instance Woodstock, we may recall attention to the residence of Chaucer, the parent of our poetry, or the romantic labyrinth of Rosamond, or as in An Autumn on the Rhine, at Ingelheim. At the view of an old palace built by Charlemagne, the traveller adds with 100 columns brought from Rome. And further, it was the scene of the romantic amours of that monarch's fair daughter, Ibertha, with Ingenhard his secretary. And viewing the Gothic ruins on the banks of the Rhine, he noticed them as having been the haunts of those illustrious chevaliers voleurs, whose chivalry consisted in pillaging the merchants in towns, till in the 13th century a citizen of Mayence persuaded the merchants of more than 100 towns to form a league against these little princes and counts. The origin of the famous Rhenish League, which contributed so much to the commerce of Europe. This kind of erudition gives an interest to topography by associating in our memory great events and personages with the localities. The same principle of composition may be carried with the happiest effect into some dry investigations, though the profound antiquary may not approve of these sports of wit or fancy. Dr. Arbuthnot, in his Tables of Ancient Coins, Weights, and Measures, a topic extremely barren of amusement, takes every opportunity of enlivening the dullness of his task. Even in these mathematical calculations he betrays his wit, and observes that the polite Augustus, the emperor of the world, had neither any glass in his windows nor a shirt to his back. Those uses of glass and linen, indeed, were not known in his time. Our physician is not less curious and facetious in the account of the fees which the Roman physicians received. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. Legends. Those ecclesiastical histories entitled Legends are said to have originated in the following circumstance. Before colleges were established in the monasteries where the schools were held, the professors in rhetoric frequently gave their pupils the life of some saint for a trial of their talent at amplification. The students, at a loss to furnish out their pages, invented most of these wonderful adventures. Giordano observes that the Christians used to collect out of Ovid, Livy, and other pagan poets and historians the miracles and portents to be found there, and accommodated them to their own monks and saints. The good fathers of that age, whose simplicity was not inferior to their devotion, were so delighted with these flowers of rhetoric that they were induced to make a collection of these miraculous compositions, not imagining that at some distant period they would become matters of faith. Yet, when James de Voragine, Peter Nadal, and Peter Ribadeneira wrote the lives of the saints, they sought for their materials in the libraries of the monasteries, and awakening from the dust these manuscripts of amplification, imagined they made an invaluable present to the world, by laying before them these voluminous absurdities. The people received these pious fictions with all imaginable simplicity, and as these are adorned by a number of cuts, the miracles were perfectly intelligible to their eyes. Tillemont, Fleury, Baillet, Launoy, and Bollandus cleared away much of the rubbish. The enviable title of Golden Legend, by which James de Voragine called his work, has been disputed. Iron or lead might more aptly describe its character. When the world began to be more critical in their reading, the monks gave a graver turn to their narratives, and became penurious of their absurdities. The faithful Catholic contends that the line of tradition has been preserved unbroken, notwithstanding that the originals were lost in the general wreck of literature from the barbarians, or came down in a most imperfect state. Baronius has given the lives of many apocryphal saints, for instance of a Saint Kenoris, whom he calls a martyr of Antioch. But it appears that Baronius, having read in Chrysostom this word, which signifies a couple or pair, he mistook it for the name of a saint, and contrived to give the most authentic biography of a saint who never existed. Footnote. See the article on Literary Blunders in this volume for the history of similar inventions, particularly the legend of Saint Ursula and the 11,000 virgins, and the discovery of certain Saint Vaillar. End of footnote. The Catholics confess this sort of blunder is not uncommon, but then it is only fools who laugh. As a specimen of the happier inventions, one is given, embellished by the diction of Gibbon. Among the insipid legends of ecclesiastical history, I am tempted to distinguish the memorable fable of the 7 Sleepers, whose imaginary date corresponds with the reign of the younger Theodosius, and the conquest of Africa by the Vandals. When the Emperor Decius persecuted the Christians, 7 noble youths of Ephesus concealed themselves in a spacious cavern on the side of an adjacent mountain, where they were doomed to perish by the tyrant, who gave orders that the entrance should be firmly secured with a pile of stones. They immediately fell into a deep slumber, which was miraculously prolonged, without injuring the powers of life, during a period of 187 years. At the end of that time, the slaves of Adolius, to whom the inheritance of the mountain had descended, removed the stones to supply materials for some rustic edifice. The light of the sun darted into the cavern, and the 7 sleepers were permitted to awake. After a slumber, as they thought, of a few hours, they were pressed by the calls of hunger, and resolved that Jamblichus, one of their number, should secretly return to the city to purchase bread for the use of his companions. The youth, if we may still employ that appellation, could no longer recognize the once familiar aspect of his native country, and his surprise was increased by the appearance of a large cross, triumphantly erected over the principal gate of Ephesus. His singular dress and obsolete language confounded the baker, to whom he offered an ancient medal of Decius as the current coin of the empire, and Jamblichus, on the suspicion of a secret treasure, was dragged before the judge. Their mutual inquiries produced the amazing discovery that 2 centuries were almost elapsed since Jamblichus and his friends had escaped from the rage of a pagan tyrant. The bishop of Ephesus, the clergy, the magistrates, the people, and, it is said, the Emperor Theodosius himself, hastened to visit the cavern of the 7 sleepers, who bestowed their benediction, related their story, and at the same instant peaceably expired. This popular tale Mahomet learned when he drove his camels to the fairs of Syria, and he has introduced it as a divine revelation into the Koran. The same story has been adopted and adorned by the nations from Bengal to Africa, who profess the Mahometan religion. The too curious reader may perhaps require other specimens of the more unlucky inventions of this golden legend, as characteristic of a certain class of minds. The philosopher will condemn these grotesque fictions. These monks imagined that holiness was often proportioned to a saint's filthiness. St. Ignatius, say they, delighted to appear abroad with old dirty shoes. He never used a comb, but let his hair clot, and religiously abstained from paring his nails. One saint attained to such piety as to have near 300 patches on his breeches, which after his death were hung up in public as an incentive to imitation. St. Francis discovered by certain experience that the devils were frightened away by such kinds of breeches, but were animated by clean clothing to tempt and seduce the wearers, and one of their heroes declares that the purest souls are in the dirtiest bodies. On this they tell a story which may not be very agreeable to fastidious delicacy. Brother Juniper was a gentleman perfectly pious on this principle. Indeed, so great was his merit in this species of mortification, that a brother declared he could always nose Brother Juniper when within a mile of the monastery, provided the wind was at the due point. Once, when the blessed Juniper, for he was no saint, was a guest, his host, proud of the honour of entertaining so pious a personage, the intimate friend of St. Francis, provided an excellent bed and the finest sheets. Brother Juniper abhorred such luxury, and this too evidently appeared after his sudden departure in the morning, unknown to his kind host. The great Juniper did this, says his biographer, having told us what he did, not so much from his habitual inclinations, for which he was so justly celebrated, as from his excessive piety, and as much as he could to mortify worldly pride, and to show how a true saint despised clean sheets. In the life of St. Francis we find, among other grotesque miracles, that he preached a sermon in a desert, but he soon collected an immense audience. The birds shrilly warbled to every sentence, and stretched out their necks, opened their beaks, and when he finished, dispersed with a holy rapture into 4 companies to report his sermon to all the birds in the universe. A grasshopper remained a week with St. Francis during the absence of the Virgin Mary, and pittered on his head. He grew so companionable with a nightingale that when a nest of swallows began to babble, he hushed them by desiring them not to tittle-tattle of their sister the nightingale. Attacked by a wolf with only the sign manual of the cross, he held a long dialogue with his rabid assailant, till the wolf, meek as a lapdog, stretched his paws in the hands of the saint, followed him through towns, and became half a Christian. This same St. Francis had such a detestation of the good things of this world that he would never suffer his followers to touch money. A friar, having placed in a window some money collected at the altar, he desired him to take it in his mouth and throw it on the dung of an ass. St. Philip Nerius was such a lover of poverty that he frequently prayed that God would bring him to that state as to stand in need of a penny, and find nobody that would give him one. But St. Macaire was so shocked at having killed a louse that he endured 7 years of penitence among the thorns and briars of a forest, a circumstance which seems to have reached Molière, who gives this stroke to the character of his Tartuffe. Il s'en put à pêcher la moindre bagatelle, jusque-là qu'il se vint, l'autre jour, s'accuser d'avoir pris une puce en faisant sa prière, et de l'avoir tuée avec trop de colère. I give a miraculous incident respecting 2 pious maidens. The night of the Nativity of Christ, after the first Mass, they both retired into a solitary spot of their nunnery till the second Mass was rung. One asked the other, "Why do you want 2 cushions when I have only one?" The other replied, "I would place it between us for the child Jesus. As the Evangelist says, where there are 2 or 3 persons assembled, I am in the midst of them." This being done, they sat down, feeling a most lively pleasure at their fancy, and there they remained, from the Nativity of Christ to that of John the Baptist. But this great interval of time passed with these saintly maidens as 2 hours would appear to others. The abbess and nuns were alarmed at their absence, for no one could give any account of them. In the eve of St. John, a cowherd, passing by them, beheld a beautiful child seated on a cushion between this pair of runaway nuns. He hastened to the abbess with news of these stray sheep. She came and beheld this lovely child playfully seated between these nymphs. They, with blushing countenances, inquired if the second bell had already rung. Both parties were equally astonished to find our young devotees had been there from the Nativity of Jesus to that of St. John. The abbess inquired about the child who sat between them. They solemnly declared they saw no child between them, and persisted in their story. Such is one of these miracles of the Golden Legend, which a wicked wit might comment on and see nothing extraordinary in the whole story. The 2 nuns might be missing between the nativities, and be found at last with a child seated between them. They might not choose to account either for their absence or their child. The only touch of miracle is that they asseverated. They saw no child. That, I confess, is a little child too much. The Lives of the Saints by Alban Butler is the most sensible history of these legends. Ribadeneira's Lives of the Saints exhibit more of the legendary spirit, for wanting judgment and not faith, he is more voluminous in his details. The antiquary may collect much curious philosophical information concerning the manners of the times from these singular narratives. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. The Port Royal Society. Every lover of letters has heard of this learned society, which contributed so greatly to establish in France a taste for just reasoning, simplicity of style, and philosophical method. Their logic, or the art of thinking, for its lucid, accurate, and diversified matter, is still an admirable work, notwithstanding the writers had to emancipate themselves from the barbarism of the scholastic logic. It was the conjoint labor of Arnaud and Nicole. Europe has benefited by the labors of these learned men, but not many have attended to the origin and dissolution of this literary society. In the year 1637, Lemaitre, a celebrated advocate, resigned the bar and the honour of being conseiller d'État, which his uncommon merit had obtained him, though then only 28 years of age. His brother de Séricourt, who had followed the military profession, quitted it at the same time. Consecrating themselves to the service of religion, they retired into a small house near the Port Royal of Paris, where they were joined by their brothers de Sacy, de Saint-Elme, and de Valmont. Arnaud, one of their most illustrious associates, was induced to enter into the Jansenist controversy, and then it was that they encountered the powerful persecution of the Jesuits. Constrained to remove from that spot, they fixed their residence at a few leagues from Paris and called it Port Royal des Champs. Footnote: the early history of the house is not given quite clearly and correctly in the text. The old foundation of Cistercians, named Port Royal des Champs, was situated in the valley of Chevreuse, near Versailles, and founded in 1204 by Bishop Eudes of Paris. It was in the reign of Louis XIII that Madame Arnaud, the mother of the then abbess, hearing that the sisterhood suffered from the damp situation of their convent and its confined space, purchased a house as an infirmary for its sick members in the Faubourg Saint-Jacques, and called it the Port Royal de Paris to distinguish it from the older foundation. End of footnote. These illustrious recluses were joined by many distinguished persons who gave up their parks and houses to be appropriated to their schools, and this community was called the Society of Port Royal. Here were no rules, no vows, no constitution, and no cells formed. Prayer and study and manual labor were their only occupations. They applied themselves to the education of youth, and raised up little academies in the neighborhood, where the members of Port Royal, the most illustrious names of literary France, presided. None considered his birth entitled him to any exemption from their public offices, relieving the poor and attending on the sick, and employing themselves in their farms and gardens. They were carpenters, ploughmen, gardeners, and vine dressers, as if they had practiced nothing else. They studied physic and surgery and law. In truth, it seems that, from religious motives, these learned men attempted to form a community of primitive Christianity. The Duchess of Longueville, once a political chief, sacrificed her ambition on the altar of Port Royal, enlarged the monastic enclosure with spacious gardens and orchards, built a noble house, and often retreated to its seclusion. The learned D'Andilly, the translator of Josephus, after his studious hours, resorted to the cultivation of fruit trees, and the fruit of Port Royal became celebrated for its size and flavor. Presents were sent to the Queen Mother of France, Anne of Austria, and Cardinal Mazarin, who used to call it fruits bénis. It appears that families of rank, affluence, and piety, who did not wish entirely to give up their avocations in the world, built themselves country houses in the valley of Port Royal, in order to enjoy the society of its religious and literary inhabitants. In the solitudes of Port Royal, Racine received his education, and on his deathbed desired to be buried in its cemetery at the feet of his master Hamon. Arnaud, persecuted and dying in a foreign country, still cast his lingering looks on this beloved retreat, and left the society his heart, which was there inurned. The Duchess of Longueville, a princess of the blood royal, was, during her life, the powerful patroness of these solitary and religious men, but her death in 1679 was the fatal stroke which dispersed them forever. The envy and the fears of the Jesuits, and their rancour against Arnaud, who with such ability had exposed their designs, occasioned the destruction of the Port Royal Society. Exinanite usque ad fundamentum in ea. Annihilate it to its very foundations. Such are the terms of the Jesuitic decree. The Jesuits had long called the little schools of Port Royal the hotbeds of heresy. The Jesuits obtained by their intrigues an order from government to dissolve that virtuous society. They razed the buildings and plowed up the very foundation. They exhausted their hatred even on the stones, and profaned even the sanctuary of the dead. The corpses were torn out of their graves, and dogs were suffered to contend for the rags of their shrouds. The memory of that asylum of innocence and learning was still kept alive by those who collected the engravings representing the place by Mademoiselle Hortemel. The police, under Jesuitic influence, at length seized on the plates in the cabinet of the fair artist. Caustic was the retort, courteous which Arnaud gave the Jesuits. I do not fear your pen, but its knife. These were men whom the love of retirement had united to cultivate literature in the midst of solitude, of peace, and of piety. Alike occupied on sacred as on profane writers, their writings fixed the French language. The example of these solitaries shows how retirement is favorable to penetrate into the sanctuary of the Muses. An interesting anecdote is related of Arnaud on the occasion of the dissolution of this society. The dispersion of these great men and their young scholars was lamented by every one but their enemies. Many persons of the highest rank participated in their sorrows. The excellent Arnaud, in that moment, was as closely pursued as if he had been a felon. It was then the Duchess of Longueville concealed Arnaud in an obscure lodging, who assumed the dress of a layman, wearing a sword and full-bottomed wig. Arnaud was attacked by a fever, and in the course of conversation with his physician, he inquired after news. They talk of a new book of the Port Royal, replied the doctor, ascribed to Arnaud or to Sacy, but I do not believe it comes from Sacy. He does not write so well. How, sir? Exclaimed the philosopher, forgetting his sword and wig. Believe me, my nephew writes better than I do. The physician eyed his patient with amazement. He hastened to the Duchess and told her, the malady of the gentleman you sent me to is not very serious, provided you do not suffer him to see any one, and insist on his holding his tongue. The Duchess, alarmed, immediately had Arnaud conveyed to her palace. She concealed him in an apartment, and persisted to attend him herself. Ask, she said, what you want of the servant, but it shall be myself who shall bring it to you. How honourable is it to the female character that, in many similar occurrences, their fortitude has proved to be equal to their sensibility. But the Duchess of Longueville contemplated in Arnaud a model of human fortitude which martyrs never excelled. His remarkable reply to Nicole when they were hunted from place to place should never be forgotten. Arnaud wished Nicole to assist him in a new work. When the latter observed, we are now old. Is it not time to rest? Rest, returned Arnaud, have we not all eternity to rest in? The whole of the Arnaud family were the most extraordinary instance of that hereditary character which is continued through certain families. Here it was a sublime and perhaps singular union of learning with religion. The Arnauds, Sacy, Pascal, Tillemont, with other illustrious names to whom literary Europe will owe perpetual obligations, combined the life of the monastery with that of the library. End of section 30. Section 31 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. The Progress of Old Age in New Studies. Of the pleasures derivable from the cultivation of the arts, sciences, and literature, time will not abate the growing passion. For old men still cherish an affection and feel a youthful enthusiasm in those pursuits when all others have ceased to interest. Dr. Reid, to his last day, retained a most active curiosity in his various studies, and particularly in the revolutions of modern chemistry. In advanced life we may resume our former studies with a new pleasure, and in old age we may enjoy them with the same relish with which more youthful students commence. Adam Smith observed to Dugald Stewart that of all the amusements of old age, the most grateful and soothing is a renewal of acquaintance with the favourite studies and favourite authors of youth. A remark, adds Stewart, which in his own case seemed to be more particularly exemplified while he was reperusing with the enthusiasm of a student the tragic poets of ancient Greece. I have heard him repeat the observation more than once while Sophocles and Euripides lay open on his table. Socrates learnt to play on musical instruments in his old age. Cato at 80 thought proper to learn Greek, and Plutarch, almost as late in his life, Latin. Theophrastus began his admirable work on the characters of men at the extreme age of 90. He only terminated his literary labours by his death. Ronsard, one of the fathers of French poetry, applied himself late to study. His acute genius and ardent application rivaled those poetic models which he admired, and Boccaccio was 35 years of age when he commenced his studies in polite literature. The great Arnauld retained the vigour of his genius and the command of his pen to the age of 82, and was still the great Arnauld. Sir Henry Spelman neglected the sciences in his youth, but cultivated them at 50 years of age. His early years were chiefly passed in farming, which greatly diverted him from his studies, but a remarkable disappointment respecting a contested estate disgusted him with these rustic occupations. Resolved to attach himself to regular studies and literary society, he sold his farms and became the most learned antiquary and lawyer. Colbert, the famous French minister, almost at 60, returned to his Latin and law studies. Dr. Johnson applied himself to the Dutch language but a few years before his death. The Marquis de Saint-Aulaire, at the age of 70, began to court the Muses, and they crowned him with their freshest flowers. The verses of this French Anacreon are full of fire, delicacy, and sweetness. Chaucer's Canterbury Tales were the composition of his latest years. They were begun in his 54th year and finished in his 61st. Ludovico Monaldesco, at the extraordinary age of 115, wrote the memoirs of his times, a singular exertion noticed by Voltaire, who himself is one of the most remarkable instances of the progress of age in new studies. The most delightful of autobiographies for artists is that of Benvenuto Cellini, a work of great originality, which was not begun till the clock of his age had struck 58. Coenhert began at 40 to learn the Latin and Greek languages, of which he became a master. Several students who afterwards distinguished themselves have commenced as late in life their literary pursuits. Ogilby, the translator of Homer and Virgil, knew little of Latin or Greek till he was past 50, and Franklin's philosophical pursuits began when he had nearly reached his 50th year. Our Corso, a great lawyer, being asked why he began the study of the law so late, answered, beginning it late, he should master it the sooner. Dryden's complete works form the largest body of poetry from the pen of a single writer in the English language, yet he gave no public testimony of poetic abilities till his 27th year. In his 68th year he proposed to translate the whole Iliad, and his most pleasing productions were written in his old age. Michelangelo preserved his creative genius even in extreme old age. There is a device said to be invented by him, of an old man represented in a go-cart, with an hourglass upon it, the inscription Ancora imparo, yet I am learning. We have a literary curiosity in a favourite treatise with Erasmus and men of letters of that period, De Ratione Studii, by Joachim Stirk, otherwise Fortius de Ringelberg. The enthusiasm of the writer often carries him to the verge of ridicule, but something must be conceded to his peculiar situation and feelings, for Baillet tells us that this method of studying had been formed entirely from his own practical knowledge and hard experience. At a late period of life he had commenced his studies, and at length he imagined that he had discovered a more perpendicular mode of ascending the hill of science than by its usual circuitous windings. His work has been compared to the sounding of a trumpet. Ménage, in his Anti-Baillet, has a very curious apology for writing verses in his old age, by showing how many poets amused themselves notwithstanding their grey hairs, and wrote sonnets or epigrams at 90. La Casa, in one of his letters, humorously said, Io credo ch'io faro sonetti venti cinque anni o 30 pioce io sarò morto. I think I may make sonnets 25 or perhaps 30 years after I shall be dead. Petau tells us that he wrote verses to solace the evils of old age. Petavius Iyer cantabit veteris quaeran solatia morbi. Malherbe declares the honours of genius were his, yet young, je les possédais jeune et les possède encore à la fin de mes jours. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anusha, Iyer. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. Spanish Poetry. Pere Bouhours observes that the Spanish poets display an extravagant imagination, which is by no means destitute of esprit, shall we say wit, but which evinces little taste or judgment. Their verses are much in the style of our Cowley, trivial points, monstrous metaphors, and quaint conceits. It is evident that the Spanish poets imported this taste from the time of Marino in Italy. But the warmth of the Spanish climate appears to have redoubled it, and to have blown the kindled sparks of chimerical fancy to the heat of a Vulcanian forge. Lopez de Vega, in describing an afflicted shepherdess in one of his pastorals, who is represented weeping near the seaside, says that the sea joyfully advances to gather her tears, and that, having enclosed them in shells, it converts them into pearls. Y el mar como envidioso a tierra por las lágrimas salía, y alegre de cogerlas, las guarda en conchas y convierte en perlas. Villegas addresses a stream. Thou who runnest over sands of gold, with feet of silver, more elegant than are Shakespeare's, thy silver skin laced with thy golden blood, which possibly he may not have written. Villegas monstrously exclaims, touch my breast, if you doubt the power of Lydia's eyes. You will find it turned to ashes. Again, thou art so great that thou canst only imitate thyself with thy own greatness. Much like our none but himself can be his parallel. Gongora, whom the Spaniards once greatly admired and distinguished by the epithet of the wonderful, abounds with these conceits. He imagines that a nightingale, who enchantingly varied her notes and sang in different manners, had 100,000 other nightingales in her breast, which alternately sang through her throat. Con diferencia tal, con gracia tanta, aquel ruiseñor llora, que sospecho, que tiene otros 100,000 dentro del pecho, que alterno su dolor por su garganta. Of a young and beautiful lady he says that she has but a few years of life, but many ages of beauty. Muchos siglos de hermosura, en pocos años de edad. Many ages of beauty is a false thought, for beauty becomes not more beautiful from its age. It would be only a superannuated beauty. A face of 2 or 3 ages old could have but few charms. In one of his odes, he addresses the river of Madrid by the title of the Duke of Streams and the Viscount of Rivers. Manzanares, Manzanares, os que en todo el aguatismo estois duque de arroyos y vizconde de los ríos. He did not venture to call it a Spanish grandee, for in fact it is but a shallow and dirty stream, and as Quevedo wittily informs us, Manzanares is reduced, during the summer season, to the melancholy condition of the wicked rich man, who asks for water in the depths of hell. Though so small, this stream, in the time of a flood, spreads itself over the neighbouring fields. For this reason, Philip II built a bridge 1100 feet long. A Spaniard passing it one day, when it was perfectly dry, observing this superb bridge, archly remarked, that it would be proper that the bridge should be sold to purchase water. Es menester vender la puente para comprar agua. The following elegant translation of a Spanish madrigal of the kind here criticized I found in a newspaper, but it is evidently by a master hand. On the green margin of the land, where Guadalhorce winds his way, my lady lay, with golden key sleep's gentle hand had closed her eyes so bright, her eyes, two suns of light, and bade his balmy dews her rosy cheeks suffuse. The river god in slumber saw her laid, he raised his dripping head, with weeds overspread, clad in his watery robes approached the maid, and with cold kiss, like death, drank the rich perfume of the maiden's breath. The maiden felt that icy kiss. Her suns unclosed, their flame full and unclouded on the intruder came. Amazed the intruder felt his frothy body melt, and heard the radiance on his bosom hiss, and, forced in blind confusion to retire, leapt in the water to escape the fire. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. Saint Evremond. The portrait of Saint Evremond is delineated by his own hand. In his day it was a literary fashion for writers to give their own portraits, a fashion that seems to have passed over into our country, for Farquhar has drawn his own character in a letter to a lady. Others of our writers have given these self-miniatures. Such painters are, no doubt, great flatterers, and it is rather their ingenuity than their truth which we admire in these cabinet pictures. I am a philosopher, as far removed from superstition as from impiety, a voluptuary, who has not less abhorrence of debauchery than inclination for pleasure, a man who has never known want nor abundance. I occupy that station of life which is contemned by those who possess everything, envied by those who have nothing, and only relished by those who make their felicity consist in the exercise of their reason. Young, I hated dissipation, convinced that man must possess wealth to provide for the comforts of a long life. Old, I disliked economy, as I believe that we need not greatly dread want, when we have but a short time to be miserable. I am satisfied with what nature has done for me, nor do I repine at fortune. I do not seek in men what they have of evil, that I may censure. I only discover what they have ridiculous, that I may be amused. I feel a pleasure in detecting their follies. I should feel a greater in communicating my discoveries did not my prudence restrain me. Life is too short, according to my ideas, to read all kinds of books, and to load our memories with an endless number of things at the cost of our judgment. I do not attach myself to the observations of scientific men to acquire science, but to the most rational, that I may strengthen my reason. Sometimes I seek for more delicate minds, that my taste may imbibe their delicacy; sometimes for the gayer, that I may enrich my genius with their gaiety; and, although I constantly read, I make it less my occupation than my pleasure. In religion and in friendship I have only to paint myself such as I am; in friendship more tender than a philosopher, and in religion as constant and as sincere as a youth who has more simplicity than experience. My piety is composed more of justice and charity than of penitence. I rest my confidence on God, and hope everything from his benevolence. In the bosom of Providence I find my repose and my felicity. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Reichert. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. Men of Genius Deficient in Conversation. The student or the artist who may shine a luminary of learning and of genius in his works is found, not rarely, to lie obscured beneath a heavy cloud in colloquial discourse. If you love the man of letters, seek him in the privacies of his study. It is in the hour of confidence and tranquillity that his genius shall elicit a ray of intelligence more fervid than the labours of polished composition. The great Peter Corneille, whose genius resembled that of our Shakespeare, and who has so forcibly expressed the sublime sentiments of the hero, had nothing in his exterior that indicated his genius. His conversation was so insipid that it never failed of wearying. Nature, who had lavished on him the gifts of genius, had forgotten to blend with them her more ordinary ones. He did not even speak correctly that language of which he was such a master. When his friends represented to him how much more he might please by not disdaining to correct these trivial errors, he would smile and say, "I am not the less Peter Corneille." Descartes, whose habits were formed in solitude and meditation, was silent in mixed company. It was said that he had conceived his intellectual wealth from nature in solid bars, but not in current coin. Or as Addison expressed the same idea by comparing himself to a banker who possessed the wealth of his friends at home, though he carried none of it in his pocket. Or as that judicious moralist Nicole of the Port Royal Society said of a scintillant wit, quote, "He conquers me in the drawing-room, but he surrenders to me at discretion on the staircase." End quote. Such may say, with Themistocles, when asked to play on a lute, quote, "I cannot fiddle, but I can make a little village a great city." End quote. The deficiencies of Addison in conversation are well known. He preserved a rigid silence among strangers. But if he was silent, it was the silence of meditation. How often, at that moment, he laboured at some future spectator. Mediocrity can talk, but it is for genius to observe. The cynical Mandeville compared Addison, after having passed an evening in his company, to, quote, "a silent parson in a tie-wig." End quote. Virgil was heavy in conversation, and resembled more an ordinary man than an enchanting poet. La Fontaine, says La Bruyère, appeared coarse, heavy, and stupid. He could not speak or describe what he had just seen, but when he wrote, he was a model of poetry. "It is very easy," said a humorous observer on La Fontaine, "to be a man of wit, or a fool. But to be both, and that too in the extreme degree, is indeed admirable, and only to be found in him." This observation applies to that fine natural genius, Goldsmith. Chaucer was more facetious in his tales than in his conversation, and the Countess of Pembroke used to rally him by saying that his silence was more agreeable to her than his conversation. Isocrates, celebrated for his beautiful oratorical compositions, was of so timid a disposition that he never ventured to speak in public. He compared himself to the whetstone, which will not cut, but enables other things to do so, for his productions served as models to other orators. Vaucanson was said to be as much a machine as any he had made. Dryden says of himself, quote, "My conversation is slow and dull, my humour saturnine and reserved. In short, I am none of those who endeavour to break jests in company or make repartees." End quote. Footnote. The same is reported of Butler, and it is said that Charles II declared he could not believe him to be the author of Hudibras, that witty poem being such a contradiction to his heavy manners. End of footnote. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anusha Iyer. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. Vida. What a consolation for an aged parent to see his child, by the efforts of his own merits, attain from the humblest obscurity to distinguished eminence! What a transport for the man of sensibility to return to the obscure dwelling of his parent, and to embrace him, adorned with public honours! Poor Vida was deprived of this satisfaction, but he is placed higher in our esteem by the present anecdote than even by that classic composition which rivals the art of poetry of his great master. Jerome Vida, after having long served 2 popes, at length attained to the episcopacy. Arrayed in the robes of his new dignity, he prepared to visit his aged parents, and felicitated himself with the raptures which the old couple would feel in embracing their son as their bishop. When he arrived at their village, he learnt that it was but a few days since they were no more. His sensibilities were exquisitely pained. The muse dictated some elegiac verse, and in the solemn pathos deplored the death and the disappointment of his parents. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. Chapter 36. The Scudéries. Bienheureux Scudérie, dont la fertile plume peut tous les mois sans peine enfanter un volume. Boileau has written this couplet on the Scudéries, the brother and sister, both famous in their day for composing romances, which they sometimes extended to 10 or 12 volumes. It was the favourite literature of that period, as novels are now. Our nobility not unfrequently condescended to translate these voluminous compositions. The diminutive size of our modern novels is undoubtedly an improvement, but in resembling the size of primers, it were to be wished that their contents had also resembled their inoffensive pages. Our great-grandmothers were incommoded with overgrown folios, and instead of finishing the eventful history of 2 lovers at 1 or 2 sittings, it was sometimes 6 months, including Sundays, before they could get quit of their Clelias, their Cyruses, and Partenissas. Mademoiselle Scudéry had composed 90 volumes. She had even finished another romance, which she would not give the public, whose taste, she perceived, no more relished this kind of works. She was one of those unfortunate authors who, living to more than 90 years of age, survive their own celebrity. She had her panegyrists in her day. Ménage observes, "What a pleasing description has Mademoiselle Scudéry made in her Cyrus of the little court at Rambouillet. 1,000 things in the romances of this learned lady render them inestimable. She has drawn from the ancients their happiest passages, and has even improved upon them. Like the prince in the fable, whatever she touches becomes gold. We may read her works with great profit, if we possess a correct taste and love instruction. Those who censure their length only show the littleness of their judgment, as if Homer and Virgil were to be despised because many of their books were filled with episodes and incidents that necessarily retard the conclusion. It does not require much penetration to observe that Cyrus and Clelia are a species of the epic poem. The epic must embrace a number of events to suspend the course of the narrative, which only taking in a part of the life of the hero would terminate too soon to display the skill of the poet. Without this artifice, the charm of uniting the greater part of the episodes to the principal subject of the romance would be lost. Mademoiselle de Scudéry has so well treated them, and so aptly introduced a variety of beautiful passages, that nothing in this kind is comparable to her productions. Some expressions and certain turns have become somewhat obsolete, all the rest will last forever, and outlive the criticisms they have undergone. Ménage has here certainly uttered a false prophecy. The curious only look over her romances. They contain doubtless many beautiful inventions. The misfortune is that time and patience are rare requisites for the enjoyment of these Iliads in prose. The misfortune of her having written too abundantly has occasioned an unjust contempt, said a French critic. We confess there are many heavy and tedious passages in her voluminous romances, but if we consider that in the Clélia and the Artamene are to be found inimitable delicate touches, and many splendid parts which would do honour to some of our living writers, we must acknowledge that the great defects of all her works arise from her not writing in an age when taste had reached the acme of cultivation. Such is her erudition that the French place her next to the celebrated Madame Dacier. Her works, containing many secret intrigues of the court and city, her readers must have keenly relished on their early publication. Her Artamene, or the Great Cyrus, and principally her Clélia, are representations of what then passed at the court of France. The map of the kingdom of tenderness in Clélia appeared at the time as one of the happiest inventions. This once celebrated map is an allegory which distinguishes the different kinds of tenderness, which are reduced to esteem, gratitude, and inclination. The map represents 3 rivers which have these 3 names, and on which are situated 3 towns called tenderness. Tenderness on inclination, tenderness on esteem, and tenderness on gratitude. Pleasing Attentions, or Petit Soin, is a village very beautifully situated. Mademoiselle de Scudéry was extremely proud of this little allegorical map, and had a terrible controversy with another writer about its originality. Georges Scudéry, her brother, and inferior in genius, had a striking singularity of character. He was one of the most complete votaries to the universal divinity, vanity. With a heated imagination, entirely destitute of judgment, his military character was continually exhibiting itself by that peaceful instrument of the pen, so that he exhibits a most amusing contrast of ardent feelings in a cool situation. Not liberally endowed with genius, but abounding with its semblance in the fire of eccentric gasconade, no man has portrayed his own character with a bolder colouring than himself in his numerous prefaces and addresses. Surrounded by 1,000 self-illusions of the most sublime class, everything that related to himself had an Homeric grandeur of conception. In an epistle to the Duke of Montmorency, Scudéry says, "I will learn to write with my left hand, that my right hand may more nobly be devoted to your service," and alluding to his pen, Plume declares, "He comes from a family who never used one, but to stick in their heads." When he solicits small favours from the great, he assures them, "that princes must not think him importunate, and that his writings are merely inspired by his own individual interest. No," he exclaims, "I am studious only of your glory, while I am careless of my own fortune." And indeed, to do him justice, he acted up to these romantic feelings. After he had published his epic of Alaric, Christina of Sweden proposed to honour him with a chain of gold of the value of 500 pounds, provided he would expunge from his epic the eulogiums he bestowed on the Count of Gardy, whom she had disgraced. The epical soul of Scudéry magnanimously scorned the bribe, and replied that, if the chain of gold should be as weighty as that chain mentioned in the history of the Incas, I will never destroy any altar on which I have sacrificed. Proud of his boasted nobility and erratic life, he thus addresses the reader: "You will lightly pass over any faults in my work, if you reflect that I have employed the greater part of my life in seeing the finest parts of Europe, and that I have passed more days in the camp than in the library. I have used more matches to light my musket than to light my candles. I know better to arrange columns in the field than those on paper, and to square battalions better than to round periods." In his first publication he began his literary career perfectly in character, by a challenge to his critics. He is the author of 16 plays, chiefly heroic tragedies, children who all bear the features of their father. He first introduced in his L'Amour tyrannique a strict observance of the Aristotelian unities of time and place, and the necessity and advantages of this regulation are insisted on, which only shows that Aristotle's art goes but little to the composition of a pathetic tragedy. In his last drama, Arminius, he extravagantly scatters his panegyrics on its 15 predecessors, but of the present one he has the most exalted notion. It is the quintessence of Scudéry. An ingenious critic calls it "the downfall of mediocrity." It is amusing to listen to this blazing preface. At length, reader, nothing remains for me but to mention the great Arminius, which I now present to you, and by which I have resolved to close my long and laborious course. It is indeed my masterpiece, and the most finished work that ever came from my pen. For whether we examine the fable, the manners, the sentiments, or the versification, it is certain that I never performed anything so just, so great, nor more beautiful, and if my labours could ever deserve a crown, I would claim it for this work. The actions of this singular personage were in unison with his writings. He gives a pompous description of a most unimportant government which he obtained near Marseilles, but all the grandeur existed only in our author's heated imagination. Bachaumont and de la Chapelle describe it in their playful Voyage. Mais il faut vous parler du fort, qui, sans doute, est une merveille. C'est Notre-Dame de la Garde. Gouvernement commode et beau, à qui suffit pour toute garde un Suisse avec sa hallebarde peint sur la porte du château. A fort very commodiously guarded, only requiring one sentinel with his halberd, painted on the door. In a poem on his disgust with the world, he tells us how intimate he has been with princes. Europe has known him through all her provinces. He ventured everything in 1,000 combats. L'on me vit obéir, l'on me vit commander, et mon poil tout poudreux a blanchi sous les armes. Il est peu de beaux-arts où je ne sois instruit. En prose et en vers, mon nom fit quelque bruit, et par plus d'un chemin, je parvins à la gloire. Imitated. Princes were proud my friendship to proclaim, and Europe gazed wherever her hero came. I grasped the laurels of heroic strife, the 1,000 perils of a soldier's life. Obedient in the ranks each toilful day, though heroes soon command, they first obey. 'Twas not for me too long a time to yield, born for a chieftain in the tented field. Around my plumed helm, my silvery hair hung like an honored wreath of age and care. The finer arts have charmed my studious hours, versed in their mysteries, skilful in their powers. In verse and prose my equal genius glowed, pursuing glory by no single road. Such was the vain Georges Scudéry, whose heart, however, was warm. Poverty could never degrade him, adversity never broke down his magnanimous spirit. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. De la Rochefoucauld. The maxims of this noble author are in the hands of everyone. To those who choose to derive every motive and every action from the solitary principle of self-love, they are inestimable. They form one continued satire on human nature, but they are not reconcilable to the feelings of the man of better sympathies, or to him who passes through life with the firm integrity of virtue. Even at court we find a Sully, a Majlinger, and a Clarendon, as well as a Rochefoucauld and a Chesterfield. The Duke de la Rochefoucauld, says Segrais, had not studied, but he was endowed with a wonderful degree of discernment, and knew the world perfectly well. This afforded him opportunities of making reflections, and reducing into maxims those discoveries which he had made in the heart of man, of which he displayed an admirable knowledge. It is perhaps worthy of observation that this celebrated French duke could never summon resolution, at his election, to address the Academy. Although chosen a member, he never entered, for such was his timidity, that he could not face an audience and deliver the usual compliment on his introduction, he whose courage, whose birth, and whose genius were alike distinguished. The fact is, as appears by Madame de Sévigné, that Rochefoucauld lived a close domestic life. There must be at least as much theoretical as practical knowledge in the opinions of such a retired philosopher. Chesterfield, our English Rochefoucauld, we are also informed, possessed an admirable knowledge of the heart of man, and he too has drawn a similar picture of human nature. These are two noble authors whose chief studies seem to have been made in courts. May it not be possible, allowing these authors not to have written a sentence of apocrypha, that the fault lies not so much in human nature, as in the satellites of power breathing their corrupt atmosphere. End of section 37. Section 38 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. Prior's Hans Carvel. Were we to investigate the genealogy of our best modern stories, we should often discover the illegitimacy of our favourites, and retrace them frequently to the East. My well-read friend Dowse had collected materials for such a work. The genealogies of tales would have gratified the curious in literature. The story of the Ring of Hans Carvel is of very ancient standing, as are most of the tales of this kind. Menage says that Poggius, who died in 1459, has the merit of its invention, but I suspect he only related a very popular story. Rabelais, who has given it in his peculiar manner, changed its original name of Philelphus to that of Hans Carvel. This title is likewise in the 11th of Les Cent Nouvelles Nouvelles, collected in 1461 for the amusement of Louis XI when Dauphin, and living in solitude. Ariosto has borrowed it at the end of his fifth satire, but has fairly appropriated it by his pleasant manner. In a collection of novels at Lyons in 1555, it is introduced into the 11th novel. Gelio Malespini has it again in page 288 of the second part of his 200 novels, printed at Venice in 1609. Fontaine has prettily set it off, and an anonymous writer has composed it in Latin anacreontic verses, and at length our Prior has given it with equal gaiety and freedom. After Ariosto, La Fontaine, and Prior, let us hear of it no more. Yet this has been done, in a manner, however, which here cannot be told. Voltaire has a curious essay to show that most of our best modern stories and plots originally belong to the Eastern nations, a fact which has been made more evident by recent researches. The Amphitryon of Molière was an imitation of Plautus, who borrowed it from the Greeks, and they took it from the Indians. It is given by Dow in his History of Hindustan. In Captain Scott's Tales and Anecdotes from Arabian Writers, we are surprised at finding so many of our favourites very ancient Orientalists. The Ephesian Matron, versified by La Fontaine, was borrowed from the Italians. It is to be found in Petronius, and Petronius had it from the Greeks. But where did the Greeks find it? In the Arabian Tales. And from whence did the Arabian fabulists borrow it? From the Chinese. It is found in Du Halde, who collected it from the versions of the Jesuits. End of section 38. Section 39 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1, by Isaac Disraeli. The Student in the Metropolis. A man of letters, more intent on the acquisitions of literature than on the intrigues of politics, or the speculations of commerce, may find a deeper solitude in a populous metropolis than in the seclusion of the country. The student, who is no flatterer of the little passions of men, will not be much incommoded by their presence. Gibbon paints his own situation in the heart of the fashionable world. Quote, I had not been endowed by art or nature with those happy gifts of confidence and address which unlock every door and every bosom. While coaches were rattling through Bond Street, I have passed many a solitary evening in my lodging with my books. I withdrew without reluctance from the noisy and extensive scene of crowds without company, and dissipation without pleasure. End quote. And even after he had published the first volume of his history, he observes that in London his confinement was solitary and sad. Quote, the many forgot my existence when they saw me no longer at Brooks's, and the few who sometimes had a thought on their friend were detained by business or pleasure, and I was proud and happy if I could prevail on my bookseller Elmsley to enliven the dullness of the evening. End quote. A situation very elegantly described in the beautifully polished verses of Mr. Rogers in his Epistle to a Friend. When from his classic dreams the student steals amid the buzz of crowds, the whirl of wheels, to muse unnoticed, while around him press the meteor forms of equipage and dress, alone and wonder lost, he seems to stand a very stranger in his native land. He compares the student to one of the 7 sleepers in the ancient legend. Descartes, residing in the commercial city of Amsterdam, writing to Balzac, illustrates these descriptions with great force and vivacity. Quote, "You wish to retire, and your intention is to seek the solitude of the Chartreux, or possibly some of the most beautiful provinces of France and Italy. I would rather advise you, if you wish to observe mankind, and at the same time to lose yourself in the deepest solitude, to join me in Amsterdam. I prefer this situation to that even of your delicious villa, where I spent so great a part of the last year, for, however agreeable a country house may be, 1,000 little conveniences are wanted, which can only be found in a city. One is not alone so frequently in the country as one could wish. A number of impertinent visitors are continually besieging you. Here, as all the world except myself is occupied in commerce, it depends merely on myself to live unknown to the world. I walk every day amongst immense ranks of people, with as much tranquillity as you do in your green alleys. The men I meet with make the same impression on my mind as would the trees of your forests, or the flocks of sheep grazing on your common. The busy hum, too, of these merchants does not disturb one more than the purling of your brooks. If sometimes I amuse myself in contemplating their anxious motions, I receive the same pleasure which you do in observing those men who cultivate your land. For I reflect that the end of all their labours is to embellish the city which I inhabit, and to anticipate all my wants. If you contemplate with delight the fruits of your orchards, with all the rich promises of abundance, do you think I feel less in observing so many fleets that convey to me the productions of either India? What spot on earth could you find which, like this, can so interest your vanity and gratify your taste?" End of section 39.
Section 40 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 1 by Isaac Disraeli. The Talmud. The Jews have their Talmud, the Catholics their Legends of Saints, and the Turks their Shona. The Protestant has nothing but his Bible. The former are 3 kindred works. Men have imagined that the more there is to be believed, the more are the merits of the believer. Hence all traditionists formed the orthodox and the strongest party. The Word of God is lost amidst those heaps of human inventions sanctioned by an order of men connected with religious duties. They ought now, however, to be regarded rather as curiosities of literature. I give a sufficiently ample account of the Talmud and the legends, but of the Shona I only know that it is a collection of the traditional opinions of the Turkish prophets, directing the observance of petty superstitions not mentioned in the Koran. The Talmud is a collection of Jewish traditions which have been orally preserved. It comprises the Mishnah, which is the text, and the Gemara, its commentary. The whole forms a complete system of the learning, ceremonies, civil and canon laws of the Jews, treating indeed on all subjects, even gardening, manual arts, etc. The rigid Jews persuaded themselves that these traditional explications are of divine origin. The Pentateuch, say they, was written out by their legislator before his death in 13 copies, distributed among the 12 tribes, and the remaining one deposited in the Ark. The oral laws Moses continually taught in the Sanhedrim to the elders and the rest of the people. The law was repeated 4 times, but the interpretation was delivered only by word of mouth from generation to generation. In the 40th year of the flight from Egypt, the memory of the people became treacherous, and Moses was constrained to repeat this oral law, which had been conveyed by successive traditionists, such as the account of honest David Levi. It is the creed of every rabbin. David believed in everything but in Jesus. This history of the Talmud some incline to suppose apocryphal, even among a few of the Jews themselves. When these traditions first appeared, the keenest controversy has never been able to determine. It cannot be denied that there existed traditions among the Jews in the time of Jesus Christ. About the 2nd century, they were industriously collected by Rabbi Judah the Holy, the prince of the rabbins, who enjoyed the favor of Antoninus Pius. He has the merit of giving some order to this multifarious collection. It appears that the Talmud was compiled by certain Jewish doctors who were solicited for this purpose by their nation, that they might have something to oppose to their Christian adversaries. The learned W. Wotton, in his curious discourses on the traditions of the scribes and Pharisees, supplies an analysis of this vast collection. He has translated entire 2 divisions of this code of traditional laws, with the original text and the notes. There are 2 Talmuds, the Jerusalem and the Babylonian. The last is the most esteemed because it is the most bulky. Our Judah, the prince of the rabbins, committed to writing all these traditions and arranged them under 6 general heads called orders or classes. The subjects are indeed curious for philosophical inquirers, and multifarious as the events of civil life. Every order is formed of treatises, every treatise is divided into chapters, every chapter into mishnahs, which word means mixtures or miscellanies, in the form of aphorisms. In the first part is discussed what relates to seeds, fruits, and trees. In the second, feasts. In the third, women, their duties, their disorders, marriages, divorces, contracts, and nuptials. In the fourth are treated the damages or losses sustained by beasts or men, of things found, deposits, usuries, rents, farms, partnerships in commerce, inheritance, sales and purchases, oaths, witnesses, arrests, idolatry, and here are named those by whom the oral law was received and preserved. In the fifth part are noticed sacrifices and holy things, and the sixth treats of purifications, vessels, furniture, clothes, houses, leprosy, baths, and numerous other articles. All this forms the Mishnah. The Gemara, that is, the complement or perfection, contains the disputes and the opinions of the rabbins on the oral traditions, their last decisions. It must be confessed that absurdities are sometimes elucidated by other absurdities, but there are many admirable things in this vast repository. The Jews have such veneration for this compilation that they compare the holy writings to water and the Talmud to wine, the text of Moses to pepper, but the Talmud to aromatics. Of the 12 hours of which the day is composed, they tell us that God employs 9 to study the Talmud, and only 3 to read the written law. St. Jerome appears evidently to allude to this work, and notices its old wives' tales, and the filthiness of some of its matters. The truth is that the rabbins resemble the Jesuits and casuists, and Sanchez's work on Matrimonio is well known to agitate matters with such scrupulous niceties as to become the most offensive thing possible. But as among the schoolmen and casuists there have been great men, the same happened to these Gemararists. Maimonides was a pillar of light among their darkness. The antiquity of this work is of itself sufficient to make it very curious. A specimen of the topics may be shown from the table and contents of Mishnah titles. In the order of seeds, we find the following heads, which present no uninteresting picture of the pastoral and pious ceremonies of the ancient Jews. The Mishnah entitled the corner, that is, of the field. The laws of gleaning are commanded according to Leviticus 19:9-10, of the corner to be left in a cornfield, when the corner is due and when not, of the forgotten sheaf, of the ears of corn left in gathering, of grapes left upon the vine, of olives left upon the trees, when and where the poor may lawfully glean, what sheaf or olives or grapes may be looked upon to be forgotten and what not. Who are the proper witnesses concerning the poor's due, to exempt it from tithing, etc. They distinguished uncircumcised fruit. It is unlawful to eat of the fruit of any tree till the 5th year of its growth. The first 3 years of its bearing it is called uncircumcised. The 4th is offered to God, and the 5th may be eaten. The Mishnah entitled Heterogeneous Mixtures contains several curious horticultural particulars of divisions between garden beds and fields, that the produce of the several sorts of grains or seeds may appear distinct, of the distance between every species, distances between vines planted in cornfields from one another and from the corn, between vines planted against hedges, walls, or espaliers, and anything sowed near them, various cases relating to vineyards planted near any forbidden seeds. In their 7th or sabbatical year, in which the produce of all estates was given up to the poor, one of these regulations is on the different work which must not be omitted in the 6th year, lest, because the 7th being devoted to the poor, the produce should be unfairly diminished, and the public benefit arising from this law be frustrated. Of whatever is not perennial and produced that year by the earth, no money may be made, but what is perennial may be sold. On priests' tithes, we have a regulation concerning eating the fruits carried to the place where they are to be separated. The order women is very copious. A husband is obliged to forbid his wife to keep a particular man's company before 2 witnesses. Of the waters of jealousy by which a suspected woman is to be tried by drinking, we find ample particulars. The ceremonies of clothing the accused woman at her trial. Pregnant women or who suckle are not obliged to drink, for the rabbins seem to be well convinced of the effects of the imagination. Of their divorces, many are the laws, and care is taken to particularize bills of divorces written by men in delirium or dangerously ill. One party of the rabbins will not allow of any divorce unless something light was found in the woman's character, while another, the Pharisees, allow divorces even when a woman has only been so unfortunate as to suffer her husband's soup to be burnt. In the order of damages, containing rules how to tax the damages done by man or beast or other casualties, their distinctions are as nice as their cases are numerous. What beasts are innocent and what convict? By the one, they mean creatures not naturally used to do mischief in any particular way, and by the other, those that naturally or by a vicious habit are mischievous that way. The tooth of a beast is convict when it is proved to eat its usual food, the property of another man, and full restitution must be made. But if a beast that is used to eat fruits and herbs gnaws clothes or damages tools, which are not its usual food, the owner of the beast shall pay but half the damage when committed on the property of the injured person. But if the injury is committed on the property of the person who does the damage, he is free, because the beast gnawed what was not its usual food. As thus, if the beast of A gnaws or tears the clothes of B in B's house or grounds, A shall pay half the damages. But if B's clothes are injured in A's grounds by A's beast, A is free. For what had B to do to put his clothes in A's grounds? They made such subtle distinctions as when an ox gores a man or beast, that the law inquired into the habits of the beast, whether it was an ox that used to gore or an ox that was not used to gore. However acute these niceties sometimes were, they were often ridiculous. No beast could be convicted of being vicious till evidence was given that he had done mischief 3 successive days. But if he leaves off those vicious tricks for 3 days more, he is innocent again. An ox may be convicted of goring an ox and not a man, or of goring a man and not an ox, nay, of goring on the Sabbath and not on a working day. Their aim was to make the punishment depend on the proofs of the design of the beast that did the injury. but this attempt evidently led them to distinctions much too subtle and obscure. Thus, some rabbins say that the morning prayer of the Shema must be read at the time they can distinguish blue from white, but another more indulgent insists it may be when we can distinguish blue from green, which latter colors are so near akin as to require a stronger light, with the same remarkable acuteness in distinguishing things as their law respecting not touching fire on the Sabbath. Among those which are specified in this constitution, the rabbins allow the minister to look over young children by lamplight, but he shall not read himself. The minister is forbidden to read by lamplight, lest he should trim his lamp, but he may direct the children where they should read, because that is quickly done, and there would be no danger of his trimming his lamp in their presence, or suffering any of them to do it in his. All these regulations, which some may conceive as minute and frivolous, show a great intimacy with the human heart, and a spirit of profound observation which had been capable of achieving great purposes. The owner of an innocent beast only pays half the cost for the mischief incurred. Man is always convict, and for all mischief he does he must pay full costs. However, there are casual damages, as when a man pours water accidentally on another man, or makes a thorn hedge which annoys his neighbor, or falling down, and another by stumbling on him incurs harm. How much compensations are to be made? He that has a vessel of another's in keeping and removes it, but in the removal breaks it, must swear to his own integrity, that is, that he had no design to break it. All offensive or noisy trades were to be carried on at a certain distance from a town. Where there is an estate, the sons inherit and the daughters are maintained. But if there is not enough for all, the daughters are maintained, and the sons must get their living as they can, or even beg. The contrary to this excellent ordination has been observed in Europe. These few titles may enable the reader to form a general notion of the several subjects on which the Mishnah treats. The Gemara, or commentary, is often overloaded with ineptitudes and ridiculous subtleties. For instance, in the article of negative oaths, if a man swears he will eat no bread, and does eat all sorts of bread, in that case the perjury is but one. But if he swears that he will eat neither barley, nor wheaten, nor rye bread, the perjury is multiplied, as he multiplies his eating of the several sorts. Again, the Pharisees and the Sadducees had strong differences about touching the holy writings with their hands. The doctors ordained that whoever touched the book of the law must not eat of the truma, first fruits of the wrought produce of the ground, till they had washed their hands. The reason they gave was this: in times of persecution they used to hide those sacred books in secret places, and good men would lay them out of the way when they had done reading them. It was possible then that these rolls of the law might be gnawed by mice. The hands then that touched these books when they took them out of the places where they had laid them up were supposed to be unclean, so far as to disable them from eating the truma till they were washed. On that account they made this a general rule, that if any part of the Bible, except Ecclesiastes, because that excellent book, their sagacity accounted less holy than the rest, or their phylacteries, or the strings of their phylacteries, were touched by one who had a right to eat the truma, he might not eat it till he had washed his hands, an evidence of that superstitious trifling for which the Pharisees and the later rabbins have been so justly reprobated. They were absurdly minute in the literal observance of their vows, and as shamefully subtle in their artful evasion of them. The Pharisees could be easy enough to themselves when convenient, and always as hard and unrelenting as possible to all others. They quibbled and dissolved their vows with experienced casuistry. Jesus reproaches the Pharisees in Matthew 15 and Mark 7 for flagrantly violating the fifth commandment by allowing the vow of a son, perhaps made in hasty anger, its full force, when he had sworn that his father should never be the better for him or anything he had, and by which an indigent father might be suffered to starve. There is an express case to this purpose in the Mishnah in the title of vows. The reader may be amused by the story. A man made a vow that his father should not profit by him. This man afterwards made a wedding feast for his son and wishes his father should be present, but he cannot invite him because he is tied up by his vow. He invented this expedient. He makes a gift of the court in which the feast was to be kept, and of the feast itself to a third person in trust, that his father should be invited by that third person with the other company whom he at first designed. This third person then says, "If these things you thus have given me are mine, I will dedicate them to God, and then none of you can be the better for them." The son replied, "I did not give them to you that you should consecrate them." Then the third man said, "Yours was no donation, only you were willing to eat and drink with your father." Thus, says our Judah, they dissolved each other's intentions, and when the case came before the rabbins, they decreed that a gift which may not be consecrated by the person to whom it is given is not a gift. The following extract from the Talmud exhibits a subtle mode of reasoning which the Jews adopted when the learned of Rome sought to persuade them to conform to their idolatry. It forms an entire Mishnah entitled Seder Nezikin, Avodah Zarah 4:7, on idolatrous worship, translated by Watton. Some Roman senators examined the Jews in this manner: "If God hath no delight in the worship of idols, why did he not destroy them?" The Jews made answer, "If men had worshipped only things of which the world had had no need, he would have destroyed the object of their worship. But they also worshipped the sun and moon, stars and planets, and then he must have destroyed his world for the sake of these deluded men. But still," said the Romans, "why does not God destroy the things which the world does not want, and leave those things which the world cannot be without?" "Because," replied the Jews, "this would strengthen the hands of such as worship these necessary things, who would then say, 'Ye allow now that these are gods, since they are not destroyed.'" End of section 40.